is on the line. Justice is on the line. Being a African American young male that have a disability, I'm voting not just for myself. I'm voting for those who are like me that cannot vote. Because I know the power in my vote.
Today, we had the privilege of interviewing Pennsylvania District Director of the Alpha Phi Alpha fraternity, Robert Bruce Hill Jr., to discuss the importance of the civic duty of voting.
I am Robert Bruce Hill Jr. I am the district director for the state of Pennsylvania, covering all chapters across the entire Commonwealth. And I'm a member of the Road chapter seated in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania.
Awesome. So what does voting mean to you, Bruce?
Voting is the fundamental right. Voting gives me the opportunity to exercise how I feel and to give the opportunity to candidates who I think will do a great job in their respective elected offices. And I always like to share this story, right? I remember growing up seeing my parents, always come home from work. They would always decide who was going to go vote with one another. It was my aunts, cousins, mom and dad. And it was a serious thing, in a household where there was never not an opportunity where they did not go vote. Every November, whether it was for a special election or even in May or April, depending upon how the cycle goes, they would always go and vote. So it's always been instilled in me, even since I was a young man. And when I was 18 years old, when I had the opportunity to go register to vote, I was excited to go to the polls because I just knew how important it was. And even to know that if I want certain candidates in office, that I had to go make sure that I did cast my vote.
Awesome. What does the Alpha Phi Alpha fraternity mean to you?
Alpha Phi Alpha is near and dear to my heart. We are the first fraternity founded for and by African-American men in 1906. So we've been in existence for 118 years. And Alpha Phi Alpha develops leaders, and we promote advocacy and brotherhood, and while providing service to our communities. And one of the services that we're able to provide to our community is through education, right? Educating folks around the importance of voting. We have one of our national programs called A Voteless People is a Hopeless People, where we educate the community on the importance of voting, but then also helping them to understand the various different issues, but then also helping them to register, to vote. And through Alpha Phi Alpha, I'm allowed, it's allowed me to really immerse myself, into that.
Awesome. So how could someone be involved if they're interested?
So if someone is interested in Alpha Phi Alpha, there are two ways that you can join the organization. If you're an undergraduate student at a university where we have a chapter seated, or if once you graduated from college, we have what we call alumni chapters, where those men who are interested can go and seek membership.
Awesome. So why Harrisburg today?
So Harrisburg is where we are having our state conference this weekend. Our state conference, it rotates throughout all the cities in which we have chapters. And just what a weekend, right? We had the election coming up, but we just happened to be here in Harrisburg. But it was very important because even the march to the Capitol, we need to encourage our communities. We know so many people don't want to go and vote, but we have to help them to understand and encourage them that it's very important for them to vote.
So does Alpha Phi Alpha as an organization endorse any candidates, or is it nonpartisan?
So we are a nonpartisan organization. However, we would like to provide our members, as well as the community members in which we serve, the opportunity to go and get access to the information, right? Here's the information. You make the choice that's best, best for you. But we make sure that they are equipped and that they have the tools to go and do all the research and get the information that they need.
Awesome. So real quick before we wrap up, Bruce, if there's a message that you can send to voters out there to, really empower them to want to vote and to get them really excited for Election Day, what would you say?
To the person who's out there who will be casting their vote over the next week or so, just remember, folks voted before you so that you can have what you have access to do. And in 20 to 30 years from now, or even next year, someone's depending on you to vote. So just as well as someone paid it forward for you, we have to continue to do the same thing. So that's my message to you. Pay it forward, and you pay it forward by casting your ballot and voting for your best interests and voting for a great future.
This is wonderful work you're doing. Thank you so much. Best of luck with everything.
Likewise.
Have a great rest of your day.
You too.
Thank you.
Hello and welcome to At the Desk, where we're going to be doing a live election coverage here in the race to 270.
I'm Ryan Lowy.
And I'm Morgan Supis.
So let's get into it. So I voted in person today. I don't know about you. Wonderful experience. Lines moved smoothly. And you know what? Here we are, Election Day, November 5th.
Yeah, here we are. I actually did mail-in ballot voting, and I thought it was really easy. I even got a little sticker in the mail with my mail-in. It was great. And I think it helps make it more accessible to a lot more people because, some people just don't have time to go to the polls.
Exactly, but it's a tradition. As I spoke to the mayor, which you'll see later tonight, a lot of people like to be there in person. The turnout was good. The turnout was strong. We had as many as well over 60 million vote before November 5th via the mail and the early voting option. It's looking like we're going to have record turnout this year, hopefully beat 2020. We saw a huge result in 2020. Donald Trump getting the most out of incumbent Joe Biden, the most ever. I'm looking forward to it. A lot of drama we got to dive into first.
Yeah.
Tell us a little bit about it.
Yeah, so if I wanted to start off with talking about Washington is setting up fences around the White House, around the Senate, and around VP residences, VP homes. It's crazy because that is definitely not precedented. I don't remember that happening any other election that I've ever seen, where they are literally setting up like they are preparing for war. Like, it's crazy. And then local businesses are boarding up the walls, boarding up the windows, preparing for basically outrage at whoever wins.
Yep. I think there's one reason. It's tension. And tension comes from the polarization. And when we're seeing things like this happen, we're seeing results like things that happen in Washington and Oregon with burned ballots and officials warning people to stay calm and that the integrity of our elections are going to be okay. But it's a lot of drama that we're going to be unfolding today.
Yes.
What about building up to it? Tell us how you think both campaigns did.
I think with the polarization, honestly, I think both, at the DNC and the RNC, both of them were talking about how, we want to be president for both sides of the aisle. They want to bring back, they don't want to be polarized. But as these days have been leading up, it seems like both of them have been getting little more vitriolic towards each other. I mean, Trump, is himself. He's saying things, but also Biden coming out and calling the supporters garbage. It is really just being completely divided. And I think it gets worse and worse as it's been leading up to today. I don't think it's going to be getting any better even after this.
Right. And we might not even be seeing the results on this broadcast.
No.
Of course, we're both hoping that at the end of the day, when we wrap up, we're going to be hoping that as we get towards midnight, we're going to know who the winner is going to be. Likely not going to happen. We're likely only going to know as much as maybe 40, 45 out of the 50 states. A lot of drama, a lot of states to uncover, and a lot of results that are going to be coming in from the 6 o'clock hour when the first polls close all the way out until we finish. Ryan Lowy joined alongside Morgan Supis. I'm very excited.
I'm just as pumped.
So let's now take a look real quick at poll closings.
Yes.
Georgia, Indiana, Kentucky, South Carolina, Vermont, and Virginia, the 7 to 7:30 hours, 7 o'clock in Georgia. A lot of drama there.
Yeah, definitely. And especially with Pennsylvania coming in a little bit later, and the whole thing with Pennsylvania where they aren't allowed to start counting until everyone is gone, until the entire polls are closing. So that is definitely going to make it interesting because they are such a vital state in this election. We're going to have to wait a while longer to get those results than other states.
Absolutely. And I'm thinking, for example, your Georgias that we're talking about, those are key states where we're going to see a lot of those volunteer people that quote unquote protect the elections. Now, they're not literally protecting an election. They're not necessarily taking a bullet for an election as far as I know, but they are keeping an eye on each ballot location and just making sure that everybody's following the protocols correctly. And in states like Georgia, where a small slip up can make a big difference, and we could see as many as 10 to 20 voters make a huge impact in certain locations, that's a key sign of election integrity right there and who could win this race. And we might not know. States like Georgia, they're going to start counting as soon as they can, but they might not finish for a couple days.
And speaking of Georgia and speaking of ballots, there was recently FBI bomb threats against polling places in Georgia that the Secretary of Security decided was from Russian emails. They said that it wasn't anything to actually worry about. They think it's unfounded. But just talking about that, Georgia is such an important state in this race, and knowing that there were threats going on against these polling places, like the same thing, like the burning. It's insane how these vital states, people really do not want this election to be, they're trying to fix it for themselves. They're trying to make it how they want to do it. And I think the integrity that a lot of these places are showing is very important.
Georgia is a state that 2016 to 2020, very different platform. That comes all from your Atlantas, your Cobb counties. We're going to get more from that from our man at the board, Sean Romeo, very soon. He's appreciating the shout out. But when you're looking at your states like your Georgias, you're looking at your other swing states like your Michigans, you're now looking at your Iowas. You're looking right here in Pennsylvania. You're looking at other states that might even make some flips, not necessarily big time, but have a small possibility because of how the polls have rumbled around, just like Florida, where we're seeing a 5 and 6 point difference. That's also not only going to make a difference in this election, but we could see something 4 years down the road in the next election change, like Florida turning back to a swing state, or some southern states like Georgia even falling even further down the Republican or Democrat path, depending on this election.
And you can say that for even the House and Senate races going on in those states right now. There are people that are thinking that Texas could potentially turn blue. Do I believe it? You know, who knows? But Ted Cruz only won by a very small margin in the 2020 election.
That race with Colin Allred is razor thin.
Yeah.
They just changed it recently to a toss-up election, and that debate had a lot of drama to it too. Let's talk a little bit about the United States House of Representatives, because a lot of people are predicting a complete flip. A lot of people think that the Democrat-controlled Senate could go Republican. We could see the other way around in the House.
I think it's interesting. People think that it could be they flip, both of them flip, but to the other person. That's it's, I think it was it'd be in 270 years the first time. No, that's probably not right. But in a very good amount of years, it's going to be that's unprecedented, basically.
Slap a number on it.
Yes,
I
we'll
love
just
it.
put something
I
on
love
there.
it. There's a lot of drama. New York is very interesting too, because New York currently right now, it's obviously a very Democratic heavy state, but there are a lot of Republicans in and around New York City that are trying to hold their spot, trying to hang a little bit moderate. For example, like your D'Espositos, who are trying to distance themselves while also staying Republican from certain things that Republicans have said. Like, for example, in the Trump rally in Madison Square Garden with the comedian, he's trying to distance himself from the Puerto Rico comment, but he's still trying to stay on the Trump train. He's also trying to distance himself necessarily from J.D. Vance's specific opinion that we need a national abortion ban. He's trying to stay away from that, stick with Trump on the fact that it needs to stay with the states and that the federal government needs to stay out of it. A lot of drama there. But you know what I do want to talk about too, right before you take it away with your first panel of the night, is we got to talk about a 269-269 tie. Is that possible, Morgan?
I honestly think, yes. Honestly, this race is so razor thin. It really, every state counts, and so many states tied. Pennsylvania still at a tie, a dead tie. So I really think that with these swing states, with everything being so close, it could be a complete tie at the end of the night.
We're looking at under a 1% chance of that happening. If it were to happen, which would be pretty cool, very divisive, but pretty cool, what we would see is each state, their House of Representatives would have to come together and cast that ballot for their state, and it would be decided in the House.
That would be
a lot
crazy.
of drama there, Morgan.
Yes.
I'm looking forward to tonight.
Oh, me too. I think we're just talking about how dramatic this entire election has been. There's been leading up, we're talking about these crazy amount of crazy things that are happening. I mean, it's been a while since we have an election this razor thin throughout the entire thing.
Absolutely. I'm looking forward to it. Obviously, each hour, different states will come out. We're going to be getting reviews and all of that as we continue. Panels coming up as well. A lot of packages, a few awesome interviews from local officials here in and around Pennsylvania, Morgan.
Yeah, it's going to be really exciting. I'm really excited for this entire night to be happening. I think we're going to have a great time. We have a lot of packages. We have a lot of panels. We have a lot of everything going on tonight here.
The race for the position as the United States' 45th president was a divisive and impactful run. The 2016 presidential election occurred on Tuesday, November 8, 2016, between reality TV star and real estate mogul President Donald J. Trump and former First Lady, New York Senator and Secretary of State Hillary Rodham Clinton. When all was said and done, Trump won the Electoral College and therefore the election, with 304 votes to Clinton's 227. Though Clinton won the popular vote with over 65.8 million votes to Trump's 62.9, she had the widest margin of victory ever by a losing candidate by 2,868,691 votes. Going into election night, Clinton was expected to win in nearly all final polls. Trump secured the Republican Party's nomination over 17 other hopeful candidates, including Ted Cruz and Chris Christie, among others. After being selected, Trump chose Mike Pence, then Indiana's governor, to run with him as his vice president. Clinton secured the Democratic Party's nomination after a tough competition with Vermont Senator Bernie Sanders. She then selected Tim Kaine, then a senator for Virginia, as her running mate. Also on the ballot were Libertarian Gary Johnson and for the Green Party, Jill Stein. Jill Stein, who is again on the ballot for this election under the Green Party. Through this election, Hillary Clinton became the first woman to win the presidential nomination of a major party. Kamala Harris this year being the first woman of color to secure and accept that nomination. When Trump was sworn in, he became the oldest president in U.S. history at 70 years old. However, this was broken by Joe Biden in 2020, who was 78 when sworn in. The hot topic issues that these candidates faced for this election included the economy, terrorism, foreign policy, healthcare, gun policy, and immigration. Trump's campaign slogan that we're seeing again this year is Make America Great Again, or MAGA. His concepts of plans for what should be his presidency included building a wall at the Mexican border, opposing free trade deals, increasing military spending, and repealing Obamacare for something better. Clinton's campaign slogan was, "I'm with her." Her campaign was centered on fair taxes, keeping and improving Obamacare, reforming immigration policy, and maintaining rights for women, the LGBTQ, and minorities. Scandals surrounded these candidates as previous statements of Trump's came to light where he bragged about, quote, grabbing women by the pussy as, quote, you can do anything when you're a star. This is still something he faces today after dozens of allegations against him, most for non-consensual groping and kissing. In May 2023, Trump was held liable by a jury for the sexual abuse of writer E. Jean Carroll. For Clinton, her opponents chanted, lock her up, concerning an FBI investigation into possible improper use of her personal email server during her time as Secretary of State. Then FBI Director James Comey concluded that no charges should be made in her case. After the dust of this election settled in January 2017, the Office of the Director of National Intelligence released a report stating that Russia had interfered with the election to, quote, undermine public faith in the U.S. democratic process, denigrate Secretary Clinton, and harm her electability and potential presidency. After a 2-year investigation, former FBI Director Robert Mueller submitted to the Justice Department that he found no evidence of conspiracy between the Trump campaign and Russia, but that Russian interference occurred in a, quote, sweeping and systematic fashion. In backlash to Trump's win, a woman named Teresa Shook voiced her opinion on Facebook that a pro-woman march was needed as a reaction to the election's outcome. Thousands of women signed up to march, which led to January 21st, 2017, the Women's March on Washington, where as many as 500,000 people showed up to protest and advocate for women's reproductive, civil, and human rights. On the same day, millions more people marched in sister marches held in all 50 states in more than 30 foreign countries. Despite the size of the demonstrations, Los Angeles, which had reportedly the large turnout of 750,000 protesters, the events were largely peaceful. No arrests were reported in Washington, D.C., and other cities only saw a handful. This election was incredibly divisive, and though the polarization of parties has been rising for decades, the 2016 election provided the backdrop for a split in the Republican Party, Trump supporters or not, and the ever-present tie-up of seemingly moral values and religious values in politics. Now, we'll send you over to Jackson Tortone for a recap of the 2020 election. Take it away, Jackson.
Thanks, Audrey. The 2020 presidential election occurred on November 3rd, 2020, between incumbent President Donald Trump and former Vice President Joe Biden. The end result of the election was a 306 to 232 electoral vote win for the former vice president, along with a retainment in the majority for the Democrats in the House of Representatives, as well as a gain of 3 seats for the Democrats in the Senate, making it 50-50 between the parties. The build-up to the election was one filled with controversy and extreme divisiveness, as both presidential candidates had received extreme criticism from the other side. Let's start with Joe Biden's campaign and the many nuances that led him to the eventual trip to the White House. Joe Biden announced his campaign in April of 2019, competing against other Democrats such as Tulsi Gabbard, Bernie Sanders, Elizabeth Warren, Pete Buttigieg, Michael Bloomberg, and of course his eventual vice presidential pick, Kamala Harris. Biden campaigned largely on counteracting Donald Trump's perceived bigoted America and promised to move the nation in a more progressive direction. On the other side of the spectrum, President Donald Trump was looking to win his bid for re-election throughout 2019, with the chances appearing to be very solid. The entire atmosphere and landscape of the election changed dramatically in March of 2020 when the COVID-19 pandemic made its way across the world and eventually to the United States. The entire country was forced to shut down, with businesses, schools, and other institutions suffering immensely as a result of the pandemic. President Trump attacked COVID-19 as an act of incompetence from China, calling it the China virus and using it as a political tool to promote his generally nationalistic philosophy. Biden critiqued Trump's handling of the pandemic, saying that he over-politicized it and that his rhetoric caused anti-Asian sentiments to become commonplace in America. The other major issue that came to the limelight following both Biden and Trump becoming the presumptive nominees was the outbreak of the racial divide in the country following the death of George Floyd in May of 2020. The Black Lives Matter movement organized protests around the nation, citing that institutional racism and other forms of bigotry were rampant in Donald Trump's America. Biden used this as momentum for his campaign, famously saying, quote, whether you're for me or Trump, then you ain't black. The racial divide continued throughout the summer and into the election season, in which President Trump and Joe Biden would partake in 2 debates that would become infamous for their disorganization and immaturity. Following the second debate, the polls were significantly in favor of Biden, with some even saying that he was up as much as 10 to 15 points in swing states such as Pennsylvania and Wisconsin. Election night rolled around in early November with high levels of nervousness from both sides and concern for the nation. The early part of the night looked very good for the incumbent president, as Trump went to the states of Florida and Ohio relatively quickly and appeared to hold a lead in multiple swing states as the in-person votes were counted first. The momentum shifted in the early hours of Wednesday, however. The mail-in vote showed overwhelming support for Biden, and Trump's chances of re-election began to diminish as the hours passed. As the votes looked in Biden's favor, President Trump began filing for recounts and access to the ballots in states such as Pennsylvania, Georgia, and Wisconsin. The Associated Press then officially called the states of Michigan and Wisconsin for Biden, putting him at 264 electoral votes. Multiple news sources refused to call the election until November 7th, in which CNN officially called the state for Biden, putting him at over 270 electoral votes and making him president-elect. The popular vote also began to finalize, showing the electoral turnout was immensely higher than the previous election, with President Trump receiving over 74 million votes and President million votes. The states of Arizona and Georgia were both later called for Biden by extremely narrow margins, leading to more suspicion of voter fraud. President Trump and his supporters continued to dispute the results all the way through the end of the year and on into 2021. On January 6, 2021, Trump held a massive rally in front of the White House with over 50,000 attendees present in order to hear Trump and boycott the election results. Following his speech, his crowd marched to the Capitol building where the electoral votes were being verified in order to show their disdain for what they believed to be a stolen election. A group of around 1,500 of the protesters then began to show force at the doors of the Capitol before breaking in. All members of Congress were evacuated before being harmed by the rioters. Despite this, multiple people were injured in the siege, including police officers, and one fatality of a pro-Trump protester who was gunned down by Capitol Police. The siege of the Capitol led to a second impeachment of Donald Trump and nationwide criticism of the MAGA movement from the violence that occurred. Despite all of the drama and the chaos after the election, the peaceful transfer of power did occur on January 20th, with Joe Biden being sworn in as the 46th president and Kamala Harris being sworn in as the 49th vice president. Back to you, Morgan.
Thank you, Jackson and Audrey. So that was how the last two elections ended. Now let's take a little look at how this election might turn out. So first, before we start, I just want to say I got a little update that Trump is currently doing very, very well in Indiana. But now I'm going to toss it up to you guys. I just want to ask you guys, through the congressional races that is all being up today, I want to ask, what do you guys think are some really important races going on right now?
So I want to start off with Iowa. Iowa's been catching my attention a lot lately, specifically because Democrats are shown to have an advantage in Iowa's 1st and 3rd congressional districts, with all of Iowa's current Congress seats held by Republicans. So that's why I think this is a particularly interesting state right now, just because it's kind of unheard of for Iowa. When it comes to the 1st district, we have Representative Mary Ann Miller Meeks. She is facing Christina Bohannon, who is the Democratic representative. And then for the 3rd district, we have Representative Zach Nunn versus Landon Bacum, who is the Democratic candidate. I want to specifically start with the Miller Meeks and Bohannon matchup. So Miller Meeks actually defeated Bohannon back in 2022 by 7 percentage points. As of Monday morning, Bacum also has a 7-point advantage over Nunn. So we are seeing a almost skewed Democratic running when it comes to Iowa. Now, I want to talk to you about this, Peter.
I mean, that doesn't really surprise me as much because, Iowa's been known in recent years to be a bit of a swing for the House. And really, with how Bacum has been just putting himself forward as just a character more so than just a politician, he's really been putting himself as what he is. He was a combat veteran. He worked later as a bureaucrat with the FDA, and he's mainly been focused on helping veterans get jobs with agriculture, with the USDA. Really just, Iowa roots, really just growing up there and just trying to help his own community. And that goes a long way in just farmland and a long way with the country. And I really think that's why he's been starting to pull ahead and really just surprise us, but maybe not Iowa.
Yeah. I want to throw into the Miller Meeks and Bohannon running. So what's more controversial about this one is Miller Meeks' rigorous views on abortion may have an impact on her reelection, as she did support Iowa's new law that bans abortions and co-sponsored legislation to ban abortion nationwide with no exceptions. That's kind of Bohannon's main focus when it comes to the debates against Miller Meeks. I just find it very interesting that, Iowa passed this law, but then now, once we're at election, all of a sudden Iowa's changing their minds a lot about things. Now I kind of want to throw it back to you.
I mean, well, here's the thing: that you say that with the first, but you look at the third, and it's something similar. Less so, of course, but with Zach Nunn, his views on the border are fascinating, considering how far north he is.
Yeah.
And I mean, I get it. The farther west you go, the more you think about the border. Because I mean, here in Pennsylvania, we don't often think about it. It's obviously in our rhetoric, it's in our ideas, but that far northwest, it seems strange to bring it up. But
yeah, Iowa's pretty far away from the southern border.
yeah, of course. But his just dogged approach to constantly bringing it up in debates with Backham feels almost just not targeted, but just like he's looking for a reason to start a fight with him.
Absolutely. Yeah, no, that's exactly what I'm seeing. Do you want to go a little bit more into some other states that we're looking at right now?
I mean, Nebraska's been interesting. If you
Yeah,
want to talk
so
about Brooke.
Nebraska, one of Iowa's neighbors, has a pretty interesting second district right now. So this district is one of, I want to say, 22 districts in this election that are going to be fighting crossover seats in the House. So currently we have the GOP Republican Don Bacon as the current representative in this district. He's currently sitting in this district. So if he wins this district, it can definitely to win this district, to secure this district win. It is typically a blue dot district, meaning that this is typically a red state, Nebraska. Yeah. So if he was to secure this win, he would definitely need to gain a lot of support from some of Harris's voters, some Democratic voters in the state. And I want to pass it over to Ryan about Nebraska, because I know you have some interesting stuff to say.
Well, Democrats have been putting a lot of focus on Nebraska this year, especially for that one singular district. Yes. Biden won it back in 2020, and Harris has been putting a lot of effort and campaign money into tackling it. It's worth noting, however, that in the past few years, Republicans have added 6,000 votes to this district, while Democrats have only added about 200.
Yeah,
for Nebraska.
For Nebraska, yeah. So, but right now, this race is in a dead heat, 50-50, pretty much between the two. Bacon believes he's several points ahead, but that polls have just not been indicating that.
Sounds like something else we know about.
I feel like it's also very interesting hearing about the congressional race when it comes to states like Iowa and Nebraska. You don't hear much from them.
Yes.
And so seeing them get their limelight in this specific part of the election, I find...
You say those like they're silent states, but they're really not. You think about the heartland of America. You think about what we're built on, and it's farmland. It's Iowa, it's Nebraska, it's Pennsylvania, which is
from
another.
The heartland.
No, I know, and I mean, it really is something that maybe we don't think about on each edge of this of the country, but it really is just a massive part of not only who we are, but how much sway we have with elections, whether those be presidential or congressional.
Absolutely. No, I feel like not enough attention goes to those states specifically because they're not like swaying back and forth. But unless it's coming to Congress or Senate, that's where they're making the headlines, especially because like I'm, from Kansas. Nobody really thinks about the Congress there. But I remember when I was first able to vote, Sharice Davids, she was getting out there, and it was not a big surprise, but it was very exciting to see the first, I think, LGBTQ plus Native American woman voted in Congress in our state, which, it's really cool, especially now that she's still running again, and she has some pretty good competition this year. But from the heartland back to the Northeast, I want to talk about New York. So you have some thoughts about New York, don't you?
Well, I'm gonna talk about New York, one of the districts that's actually not that important in this race. Ironically, but it is significant since it is the only race, or is the most likely race to flip from Republican to Democrat. This is incumbent Brandon Williams. He only won by about 2,000 votes a couple years ago. Democratic New York Senator John Mannion is running against him, but both have faced some controversy, some issues about abuse occurring within the campaigns of the two.
Really?
Yeah, and now both are running, constant political ads attacking each other for abusing campaign staff.
which
So,
makes everything
yeah.
better, of course.
That's what you like to hear.
Why focus
Yeah,
on
that's
any?
what politics is all about, right?
Why focus on policy when you can just focus on everything else?
Exactly.
right?
It's like that one episode of Parks and Rec. It's like
Yeah.
you don't want to watch it when you're being nice to the other person
course
you're
not.
running against, even
Mhm.
if it is Paul Rudd.
Mhm.
You want to see what goes on behind the curtains, and I feel like with that race in particular, you're starting to see, okay, it's just back and forth.
And what's also what's noticeable is that the districts in New York, along with a bunch of other districts in the past couple of years, have been redrawn. This one's specifically redrawn, so it has both Syracuse and Utica in it, which is probably going to give, almost definitely going to give the Democrats the edge there.
Oh, absolutely, especially with Syracuse,
Oh yeah.
College City.
And I know there's some other like bordering districts in New York that also there's a lot going on there. So
Mhm.
should we like talk, maybe like feel free like what else is
Oh,
going
yeah.
on in
I'm
New
actually
York?
going to cut in with you guys. We're having great
Oh,
conversation,
okay.
but I want to move it to Senate because Senate is very important. There are 34 seats up right now.
Mhm.
And I think one important state is Pennsylvania with Casey and McCormick. That is a very important
Gosh.
race.
Yes.
I haven't
And
heard those
very,
names ever.
Yeah, I know. Of course. None of us have been hearing about that as Pennsylvania
Oh, God,
college
no.
students.
Of course not.
But I wanted to ask you guys about that, your thoughts on it. What do you think is going to play out tonight?
I think the stakes in general tonight in Pennsylvania are going to be super high, whether it's in the House, Senate, or even like presidential. Like it's really going to come down. This is definitely going to be one of the states we are definitely going to need to watch tonight. But yeah, Senator Bob Casey is running against Republican Dave McCormick right now. And
I mean, I personally think it's kind of a shoo-in for Casey. He's been
Yeah.
he's been an absolute mainstay in Pennsylvania
Mhm.
politics for as long as I can remember.
Yeah.
And God knows how old I am. But really, I
Right?
Yeah, is McCormick's not even from the state of Pennsylvania.
There is some wishy-washy thing going on there with that. I
He-
can't.
he- he's
there's
been-
no
he's been hiding
confirmation or denial.
he's been hiding it
Gotcha.
for most of the campaign, and that's been one of the sticking points for me, especially looking at just the two of them. Because I mean, I found McCormick, especially in his rhetoric, to be very interesting, to be very charming.
Mm.
But having grown up, just seeing seeing Casey and just really understanding and getting to know his policy and how he views the state, I can't see anyone else heading us, really.
I not to sound like one of Bob Casey's political ads, but I've been seeing a lot of information about McCormick coming out, and I've done my research on him. And even if it is quote unquote old news, he does have a lot of views on reproductive health and abortion that I just really don't agree with. And I feel like Bob Casey can not really stand his ground completely on what he says is what he's going to do. But Dave McCormick, he's got some money. He's got the charm. You see how long that can go in an election. I mean, that's why we're here right now.
Right, and currently Pennsylvania, we have a Democratic governor, Shapiro, and then we also have 2 Democratic senators. So right now we're a pretty blue state, but this can go either way tonight. I mean, it's as I said, like it's definitely gonna be. This is at stake tonight. Like we are a state to watch. But right now, I mean, we're looking pretty blue right now. So,
well, I mean, though we were talking about the Senate, I do want to talk about Congress too, because there is a lot of interesting things going on. Specifically, what's getting my attention is Pennsylvania's 10th district.
yes.
So that is Representative Scott Perry going against Janelle Stelson. Now, Janelle Stelson, she is a longtime news anchor out in that area, versus Perry has held 6 terms in the U.S. House. What makes it the most controversial is Perry was a prominent subject in the FBI investigation into the efforts to overturn the results of the 2020 election.
Yes, the FBI even
January
seized his
6th.
cell phone after all this came out.
Oh,
I
yeah.
know,
And according to former White House staffer Cassidy Hutchinson's testimony, again, Perry requested a presidential pardon for his actions leading up to January 6th.
And I mean, you look at that, and it's really just condemning.
It's so
honestly.
why are you here in the first
It's
place?
that plus how his some of the other former Republican representatives talk about him. They really don't want him in office, and they're backing Janelle Stelson,
Oh,
which
yeah.
to me is just crazy. I'm so used to everything being so polarized that actual bipartisan aid is phenomenal to me. It's absolutely insane.
Now, what you brought up, 5 former House Republicans endorsed Stelson and in her bid to get Perry unseated and encouraged other GOP candidates to do so too. according to The Hill. Former Republican representatives Barbara Comstock from Virginia, Adam Kinzinger from Illinois, Denver Riggleman from Virginia, Dave Trott from Michigan, and Joe Walsh from Illinois sharply criticized Perry for his role in the lead up to January 6th.
I mean, if you're going to be involved in an insurrection in an attempt to overturn the results of a fair and free election, I think you should not be allowed to run. But then again, we also have someone running for president.
Yeah,
I was going to ask about that. I was going to ask about that because we're talking about him asking for a pardon. Obviously, not a great thing if you aren't involved in things like that to kind of put out there. But do you think that's actually going to affect voters? Because I mean, look who we have at the top of the ticket right now.
I would like to think it does, but I've seen too much these past few months that I know nothing's going to really happen when it comes to that part.
I also feel that when you really look at it from the perspective of just the average voter looking at the presidential election, the congressional elections, there's such a divide that I feel like people look at them as two completely separate things that don't influence each other when in fact they are interlinked completely. So I feel like while we can have hope that people may look at one and maybe compare it to the other, I don't know if we'll exactly have that. I really think people are going to take one completely as it is and then turn their attention to the presidential election solely by Trump and Harris.
But on paper, Perry is more qualified for a congressional seat compared to Stelson. She does not have a background in politics. Like I mentioned earlier, she was a news anchor, but that does help her campaign when it comes to her being able to relate to what's happening when it comes to local issues.
Right. Like
I mean, if anybody's going to know anything about local issues, it's
Like,
going to
she
be the
will
person
know.
who
It's the
reports
news.
on
Yeah,
it.
like even though she is a newcomer to this, like she does, as you said, like she does have the experience and she also does have a lot of support from like others. But do we think, even though this is typically like a red district, do we think that this district could turn blue possibly? Like Stelson can really like, do we think?
I really do think so.
I
think with her support, like the amount of support she has from like other parties, like I feel like she definitely, we
especially
can definitely see this like typically red district possibly turn blue tonight or in the future. Yeah.
I think there's a very good chance of turning blue. I think people see the January 6th actions, and while they may excuse Trump for it, I think they see lower level politicians, not calling them lower level, and they're choosing to maybe vote for Trump and then tick off some Democrats on the same ticket.
Absolutely.
So I honestly think that people see him, under FBI investigation, and I don't think it's going to be that close.
If you have your name in the headline with FBI next to it, some alarm should be going off in your head.
Should.
Yes.
But at the same time, what he believes, a lot of people are thinking like, yeah, he was involved with this, but I don't want to pay higher taxes, which understandably we all pay taxes. But I feel like this is going to be a blue area. I know that she might not be as qualified, but maybe it's some time to throw in some new blood. Like she has been saying a lot that we don't need politicians to be doing all this. We need somebody who has a grasp at local issues.
And she has so much experience with local issues. I mean, like she was a news anchor and reporter in this region for so long. So yeah, she definitely has the experience.
She knows the beat. And I mean, I found that really interesting just looking, not even just at Pennsylvania, but across the country. Democrats have really been coming out as every man, every woman characters. And I feel that's been extremely helpful for them in their races.
The diversity I'm seeing in Congress and Senate right now when it comes to all of these elections is so different from when we were watching it when we were kids. And it makes me have hope that we're going to start to be able to see ourselves in offices,
All right, so I'll have that wrap up our lovely panel. Obviously, we're going to be keeping our eye on a lot of races going on tonight, but let's go to one of our panelists, Peter Alfaro, who has a look at the top 5 congressional races tonight, and Massimo Manfra, who gives us a look at how gerrymandering affects elections.
Thanks, Morgan. Now, while I would love to get right into my personal opinions on the Senate races, I first want to take a moment to explain what the Senate is, their importance to the country, and its lawmaking as a whole. One of the most important aspects of the Senate is to act as a check for the more popularly elected officials within the House of Representatives. Now, while both sides of the chamber are pivotal in making and passing laws, it is the Senate that allows each state, regardless of size or population, to have an equal voice in Congress. This way of equalizing the votes for federal laws requires the House of Representatives and the Senate to be in a quorum about any matter that passes their respective desks. On top of all that, both the Senate and the House provide a check and balance system to the executive and judicial branches of the government, effectively doing what the Senate does for the House, but to the other branches of our government. This policing of policies is what defines the Senate, and the constant changing of its seats allows a variety of perspectives when appraising potential legislation. The Senate also has many powers of advice and consent. These powers mainly apply to things such as treaties, confirmation of presidential cabinet secretaries, federal judges, which includes Supreme Court justices, and ambassadors. They are also in charge of impeachments and electing VPs if no candidate receives a majority of electors for their vice president. Moving on to the makeup of the Senate. It's important to note that there are 100 seats, each of which is chaired by a member of either the Democratic Party, a member from the Republican Party, or an independent. In order to maintain a balance, each of the 50 states gets to elect 2 senators, each of one with a 6-year term. About a third of these memberships to the Senate expire every 2 years, which allows for the Republican and Democratic parties to vie for the seats within, the House that never ends. Now, I'll cut things there so as to not get completely into the weeds, but now for the fun part, my personal picks for what Senate races to keep an eye on for this upcoming election. Now, starting off strong is the Montana Senate seat, which is going to be an interesting race to watch, folks. Democrat John Tester will be attempting to defy the odds for the 4th time in a red state and maintain his Senate seat. Going up against him will be Tim Sheehy, a decorated former Navy SEAL, who has the backing of Donald Trump and the wealth to self-finance his race for the seat. Next, in my opinion, will be both the Wisconsin and Pennsylvania Senate seats, as both states are moving from what were likely Democratic candidates to toss-ups. Starting with Wisconsin, we have Democratic Senator Tammy Baldwin, an under-the-radar mainstay in the Wisconsin political scene since 1992. Her opponent is Eric Hovde, another man able to self-finance his own campaign, who surprised the state's Democrats by pulling the race closer than they expected with a last-minute push in advertisements. And of course, we have our own home state of Pennsylvania. It's becoming a battleground for the presidential race has not fazed Senator Bob Casey, an absolute mainstay in the state who's searching for his 4th re-election this year. Coming in strong behind him all race has been David McCormick, former chief executive of Bridgewater Associates, one of the largest hedge funds in the world. As we all know, Ohio is a solidly red state, and Sherrod Brown has cemented an especially strong image as a fervent supporter of the working class, shocking many as the incumbent Democratic senator. He will be facing what was not the Republicans' first choice, but instead Mr. Trump's decision, Bernie Moreno. As a wealthy Colombian-born businessman, Mr. Moreno will be able to campaign against Senator Brown's sizable war chest with great ease, making this another race to keep an eye on. Texas, as per usual, will be a showstopper, and shockingly, one of the few states where the Democrats hope to take the offensive. Incumbent Senator Ted Cruz has never been a popular representative, even among his own in the red state. This has led Democrats to send a Hail Mary for the Senate seat in Representative Colin Allred. He will be giving up his seat in the House of Representatives in order to challenge Senator Ted Cruz. Last, but certainly not least, we have the Arizona Senate race. The retirement of Kyrsten Sinema has left a void for the seat, and both parties are clawing for it. While Democratic Representative Ruben Gallego isn't as well known outside of his Phoenix House district, his biography as a Harvard-educated Latin man with combat experience as a Marine paints him as a strong favorite for the seat. He'll be going up against Republican Representative Kari Lake, a Trump favorite. Well, folks, those are my Senate races to watch. These 6 really seem to be heating up, and I, for one, am raring to see where they'll go. Now we'll toss it over to Massimo to discuss gerrymandering, the history behind it, and the effect it has on modern politics. Over to you, Mass.
Thanks, Peter. The manipulation of borders and population to strengthen a party's standing in government, an idea coined by former Vice President of the United States and Governor of the state of Massachusetts, Elbridge Gerry, a concept we now refer to as gerrymandering. The word gerrymander, originally written as Jerry-Mander, was used for the first time in a Boston Gazette article on March 26, 1812. Appearing with this term was this political cartoon, which depicts a state Senate district in Essex County, Massachusetts, with a strange animal with claws, wings, and a dragon-type head satirizing the district's unnatural appearance. Since then, this phenomena has only become more prevalent around all 50 United States. The ability to hold a majority in the state legislature does not just mean that you can pass what bills you want, it also means that you can redraw the districts, ensuring that you continue to win a majority, winning by literally rewriting the rules. This redrawing is done in two forms, packing and cracking. Packing is the compressing of a group of voters who lean one political way into a couple of districts so that a majority of the districts votes the opposite way, giving one party a significant majority in the legislature, even if there's a similar amount of voters for each party. Cracking, on the other hand, is the opposite, dispersing the vote across all districts so that it's spread out and the voting power of those voters is completely diminished because they're playing a card game with the deck stacked against them. This practice has diminished the idea of one person, one vote, established by Justice William Brennan in the Supreme Court case decision of Baker v. Carr, creating artificial value in certain districts while adversely creating a paucity of power in others. Some states have recognized the dangers of gerrymandering and have turned to independent commissions to create redistricted maps after each census to accurately reflect the state and each individual's district and to shy away from the petty partisan politicking of the past. These independent commissions are not used by a majority of states and are composed differently from state to state, but their general purpose to ensure that the voters have a voice remains constant. No matter the state, over the past 6 years, we've seen more states turn to the use of independent commissions through popular voting on ballot initiatives. These states include Colorado, Utah, Missouri, and Michigan. Ohio also passed a bipartisan redistricting reform measure to achieve a similar purpose. States like Arizona, California, and Iowa also have a different type of commission that removes politicians from drawing lines and requiring consensus. For example, two major swing states, Arizona and Michigan, utilize these commissions, and it has provided transparency and fairness in their elections. Both of these states' commissions were created by ballot initiatives. Arizona has a 5-person commission, 2 Democrats, 2 Republicans, and 1 independent chairman. Michigan's is a little bit larger, with a 13-man commission, composed of 4 of each party, Democrat and Republican, as well as 5 independent or unaffiliated voters. In states without an independent commission, partisan politicians are entrusted with the power to redistrict however they choose, as long as it abides by the state and U.S. Constitution. Since the 2020 census, every state has had to reissue new election maps and to take into account population and demographic changes. Some states have had to redo those maps because of them being struck down through the courts. 2 such examples of this are Georgia and North Carolina. Georgia's maps were struck down on October 26, 2023, by the United States District Court for the Northern District of Georgia, and gave the legislature until December 8th to make a map that did not violate the Voting Rights Act. A map that did just that was signed into law by Republican Governor Brian Kemp on exactly December 8th, 2023. North Carolina also had to rewrite their maps, but with 2 Republican state Supreme Court justices being elected in the 2022 midterms, the court quickly reversed that decision, and North Carolina, who at one point was praised for their even election maps, showing how purple the state truly is, now becomes a state where of the 14 U.S. House representatives, 11 of them seem to be very Republican favored, while 3 are Democrat favored. This is not just a situation specific to these 2 states. States across the country have become gerrymandered further and further. It is projected through gerrymandering that states like Florida and Texas have created 5 more Republican seats, whereas across the aisle, Illinois has created 3 more Democratic seats in the House. Both parties utilize gerrymandering to provide themselves the best situation to pass as much of their agenda as they can. The utilization of gerrymandering will make a difference in this election in important races such as the United States House of Representatives, as well as across local and state offices all around the country. We'll continue to monitor the effects of gerrymandering as we continue our election coverage. Thank you for joining us in the race to 270.
Go.
Well, we interrupt this segment with some breaking news out of Kentucky. Both Districts 4 and District 5 have been announced because the people running were uncontested. Congratulations to Representative Thomas Massey and Hall Rogers. Now, for both candidates in a razor-thin race tied at 49% each in the national polls, we really need to dive into the counties that many say influence their state the most here in 2024. For a look inside what counties could decide the Keystone State, let's give the mic to our man at the board, Sean Romeo.
Thank you, Ryan. Really appreciate that. So, in the words of Tim Russert in 2000, Pennsylvania, Pennsylvania, Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania will be key to this entire election. Now, obviously, there's no data on the board right now in Pennsylvania. So, what we're going to do is we're going to go back in time. We're going to go to 2020. What mattered in 2020 in Pennsylvania? So, the first county that I'm going to discuss for you guys tonight is going to be Erie County. Erie County was very, very tight in 2020. It was decided by about, say, 2,000 votes, 3,000 votes, the absolute most. Erie County is a bellwether county and a bellwether state. So if you're going to go looking for a county that's going to be distinctive in terms of what's going to be showing up important in terms of the state tonight, look at Erie County. Erie County will matter. If Donald Trump is able to flip Erie County, then we're really going to be talking about Donald Trump winning the state. But that's going to be the question, is what happens in Erie County will have a huge effect across the entire state. It's concentrated with a lot of blue-collar workers, which both candidates are really going after. Erie County will be key. Next spot we're going to look at is down here in Pittsburgh, Allegheny County. Allegheny County, very blue district overall in general, but if Donald Trump can cut the margins to say 55-45 instead of 60-40, then perhaps Donald Trump can really start to turn Pennsylvania in his favor. Next place we're going to go is going to be eastern half of the state, the collar counties of Philadelphia, as they're called. Chester County. Chester County, again, won by Biden in 2020 by quite a bit, but don't forget that Donald Trump has been working to really bring in more of the African-American vote and a little more of the Latino vote. If he can really get those votes more in these suburban counties and start to expand his base a little bit, you're really going to start looking at him being the favorite here in Pennsylvania. Again, same idea with those collar counties that we're talking about. Montgomery County, same story. Donald Trump cuts the margins here. Donald Trump can have a real chance to start to cut into Kamala Harris's potential lead. Now, the other spot that we're going to hit right now is going to be up here in coal country. That's Monroe County. That's going to be Wayne County, and it's going to be Luzerne. Another spot. This is a spot sort of just outside of Scranton, Wilkes-Barre. It is a very red county, but if Donald Trump can grab more votes there, that's going to really help him out. Same applies to Lackawanna County, which did go for Biden. That was about, say, a 55-45 type split back in 2020. Donald Trump can push that closer to 50-50. He's got a real good shot to win the state overall. Now, another county we're looking at is Dauphin County. Dauphin County is going to be Harrisburg specific, if my machine would actually work for me. Yeah, so Dauphin County is Harrisburg. Again, a very blue county in general because it is an urban population, which generally goes blue. But Donald Trump, again, cutting into those margins will be key for him. If he can get it closer to 50-50 or even flip Dauphin County will matter tonight. That's for sure. Now, the other interesting thing which we can talk about is the rural counties. Rural counties, if Donald Trump can run up the score in these little rural counties out here like Huntington County, not a lot of votes out there, probably about, say, maybe not even 25,000 votes around that point. If he can really turn out his rural vote population, he will again have a very good shot at this state. Center County, which we are in, of course, we'll talk about that before we round up here. About 4,000 votes that President Biden won it by in 2020. If Harris can pull that number up a little bit more with the youth, if she can bring out more of the youth vote, that will really help. College campuses, huge player in this election potentially. Same goes for Donald Trump because he's been really, really heavily after that youth vote. And if he can bring out that youth vote, then perhaps he can take Center County and the state along with it. Now, Ryan, you had a couple questions over there.
Yeah, Sean, I do have a question or two for you. Do you really think that Latino vote could swing the needle in one direction, or do you think it's just extra baggage?
The Latino vote, I think, is going to be really interesting because it's also concentrated kind of in Lehigh Valley, which we can also talk about a little bit now. It's like Lehigh County.
Mm-hmm.
There is a very high Latino vote population that lives in Lehigh County. And if those Puerto Rico comments that Donald Trump made at the rally, that the comedian made for Donald Trump at his rally at Madison Square Garden, if those comments really resonated as some are thinking they might, we could really be looking at potentially that mattering in Pennsylvania, especially in somewhere like Lehigh County, which does have a high Latino population, which will matter in this election. There was a recent Univision poll that came out just the other day that Harris is winning those Latino votes by, say, about 65%.
Right.
So if she can hold that number or even expand it a little bit, that's a really big key for her. I think that's important.
And Sean, what is the Latino vote looking for? What issues do you specifically think they're honing in on?
Well, interestingly enough, the Latino vote is also kind of is anti-immigration kind of in a way, where they're already here. They're not exactly happy that more people are also coming into their country on top of that. It's sort of this odd mix. The Latino vote is also very heavily focused on the economy because there's a lot of, say, improving economic standards for a lot of the Latino vote. So they're interested in economic issues, which for the most part favors Donald Trump. So that's going to be interesting is this question of, did Donald Trump offend them with these comments that were made at his rally? Or does it come back to simply, I need to make more money? And Donald Trump potentially, in some people, could essentially become the economic driver that pushes him over the edge.
And Sean, one last question before we move on and bring it over to our panel. Can you tell me which county we should be paying the most attention to? Which county could be an upset county? Or which county do you think is going to be razor thin? What county do you specifically want to focus on?
I think Erie County is the one. Erie County, every presidential election for the past, I would say 3 or 4 off the top of my head, Erie County has been with the winner. So Erie County will be the county that I think matters the most tonight. So if you're looking at one specific county to look at, track Erie County. It will decide a lot in this state.
Fascinating stuff. Thank you, Sean. We're back at the desk now. Joining me on our next roundtable is Jackson Tortone, an analyst from ATD's politics panel and a member of the Republicans Club. Ella Karofsky, a reporter for the Daily Collegian. Kara Howard, an ATD crime panelist and reporter for PSN News. And Janae Overton, a contributor for After the Whistle and Game Show 101. Guys, Sean just drew it out for us. Will Pennsylvania decide this election? And Kara, why is the state so important?
I think, honestly, the state is just so important. Every single person that I've talked to have really just expressed how important this is, just because of the swing, just because of how split it seems like every single county is and all of the different opinions that are present here.
Mm-hmm.
I want to draw attention to the Allegheny River divide that connects Potter County and Allegheny County, two very notably very Democratic and very Republican counties. And I mean, they're just a little river ride apart from each other. And even though they're so close and you could say so far, they still represent such an abundance of different opinions. And it seems like within this state, everyone is very strong-willed, and it seems like everyone has a different opinion that they want expressed, whether that is, more Democratic or more Republican. If you look at a lot of these counties, everything is really close no matter where you go, really. I know that Jackson had some things to say about Erie County as well.
Yes, so Erie County, like Sean just mentioned, might be the one that determines the race in Pennsylvania for 2 reasons. It's very suburban and it's very white. Because right now, the suburban vote is something Trump is struggling with, specifically suburban women. He's struggling with that group, but then again, he's also going to win the white vote. So it's kind of a weird contrast there. And we saw that back in 2016 when he won by 1.6%, with Biden winning by just over 1% in 2020. So in both of those scenarios, the winner of that county won the state. And that just is like the definition of a Rust Belt city, like a historic Rust Belt city. And that is where the concern should be coming for the Harris campaign. I'm not sure if she's going to be able to have the same appeal that Biden did in 2020, but we will see later on tonight.
Yeah, but when you talk about the suburban vote, it's very interesting to note that, in the Harris campaign, she talks a lot about a new way forward for the middle class, and that's something that she really is focused on. She doesn't mention really much about the rural counties and the rural places, which is something that's really important because when we think about our agricultural community, they're struggling. They're really having a hard time, and they're really focused on how can we move forward, especially when we look at the national level. The Farm Bill didn't move past this year, which means that includes our food prices, that includes how they're living. So when you look at both of their campaigns, and really there's not too much mention about rural counties and the farmer experience, I think that also plays a lot into it, because at this point, they just want something to happen. And I think from their point of view, they had their roughest times when the Democrats were in office. So that's why they could be going towards that more Republican vote. So while there is a bit of a toss-up when we look at Erie and we look at, the suburban lifestyle where more of the white vote might go for Trump, but, suburban overall vote might be looking at Kamala in the middle class, we have to also think about those rural counties who are really at their wits' end trying to figure out what they're going to do next.
I agree. I think it's also not just about those rural counties, but you also got to reach those big cities if you really want to take a state like Pennsylvania. It's a statewide election, but you can't just say it's statewide. It's also countywide. You got to be looking at counties like Erie County, who's that rural percentage, 66.2% white, 18% black. Can Harris take those votes and kind of reach those middle class, blue collar workers is what we're looking for here. And obviously the Democrats have had a surge down by Philadelphia area, Delaware, Chester, and Montgomery County. And although Pennsylvania across the board, it looks red, we're looking for the populations in those counties that are truly going to bring it towards Kamala's side. And although I think Pennsylvania has flipped in past elections, can Kamala appeal to those middle class, middle blue collar worker voters and swing this?
And that's something I think is really important. Every election it comes up that land cannot vote. People are voting. So when we look at, you're talking about these big city populations, people are seeing 2 or 3 big cities, really impacting the vote overall. It's because there's more people there. And I think that's something people often forget. And when we're looking at PA specifically, these counties, we're looking at the people in these counties, which is why we might see a lot of red overall in PA, but those little blue areas really make a difference.
Absolutely. And so that's a good point there. I mean, Center County is a massive county if you look at it. It covers a bunch of the state, but it's red overall. I mean, not red overall, but it has a lot of red in it, but those states are very, loosely populated. But I think that, Center County is going to be interesting this year, though, because Trump did not win Center County either one of the last elections. But I think this time it's become a little bit closer. That's the word I've gotten. It's gotten definitely a little bit tighter. But if Harris hangs on to it, it still could be a indicator that she'll win the state. But if Trump flips it, that would be a very bad indicator for Harris. So Center County is weird because there's a very large college here. We're kind of in the college right now. But
the impact of college students is immaculate in this election.
Yes, both candidates are really trying to appeal. Trump mainly the young men, Harris mainly the young women, and we're going to see who outweighs each other in that. But the rest of the county though is going to go primarily red just because of the rural areas. But the college vote, specifically how Trump came here, Bryce Jordan Center, that was his last kind of Hail Mary to try to get that college vote, and we're gonna see if that's something that's going to influence the overall election here in PA.
Now, Kara, tell me, have you seen a huge difference on campus here, and do you feel like campus has swung in one direction?
Oh my goodness,
It's a loaded question. I'm sorry.
No, you're good. I do not mind. Honestly, I think I really have seen. I've definitely seen a lot, but so far I've seen an abundance of support for Trump. I've seen people, walking around after he came to the Bryce Jordan Center, as Jackson said, wearing those MAGA hats. I've seen, Trump 24 stickers and pins and signs, and it's not even, in a very overbearing way. I think it kind of comes up just very, very casually. It's just, someone just kind of a hat or a pin here and there. But I feel like once I've noticed it once, it's just kind of been very reoccurring, and I open my eyes and I see that just kind of spread all over campus. And I do really think that his appearance here, I've definitely influenced a lot of that, and how he was going to go to the Ohio State game. I think that definitely amped up a lot of his supporters here on campus.
Yep, and I have to interrupt real quick before we continue on the Pennsylvania note. We finally have some electoral college action. It's not official, but experts are predicting Indiana and Kentucky are called for Donald Trump.
Oh my God!
And then on the other side, and then Vermont is going to Harris. So right now, 19 electoral votes total have been called. 3 are going to be decided soon with Iowa. Let's quickly highlight Iowa, Jackson. What do you think?
About that poll that came out recently? Is that what you're referring to?
Absolutely.
I think that the person who released that poll should probably have their head checked. I think that Donald Trump will win the state by about 10 points. That's my prediction as of now. I don't know where they got that from. I think that Iowa is a state that, Obama won it in 2008, but the Republicans have won it ever since then. And I think that it's going to be, I think the farmers, the rural voters are going to vote for Trump. That's what I think about Iowa.
Absolutely. We're getting more states called in now, which is going to be very interesting. We're getting things underway right now. Electoral votes, 19 are for Trump and 3 for Kamala. Let's shift back to Pennsylvania, Jackson. Can't wait to talk more about Iowa later with you, but let's talk a little bit more about Pennsylvania. Guys, what are you seeing out of Pennsylvania in terms of campaigning? Who do you think did a better job campaigning? I think with the college students, we saw Trump here on campus. We also saw AOC, but then we also saw Ramaswamy. So do you think the college students have been impacted by campaigning? And do you think certain areas have been impacted by campaigning as well?
I think definitely. We've been seeing Pennsylvania is the largest state. They're doing the most campaigning here, trying to hit this place the most because they know that that's what's ultimately going to probably flip the election for them and lead them into that 270. We saw last night, actually, Kamala was down in Reading, Pennsylvania, and she was knocking on doors trying to get voter support. And there was a behind the scenes video of her walking up to the door, and she was like, she visited the voters and basically asked them to return back into the door so she could go back and knock on it and basically stage the thing. But I think both of what they're doing here is important. Obviously, Trump coming to a college campus, especially like Penn State, which is such a huge campus across the country compared to others. I think he's reaching so many young voters. And he's getting a demographic that I think he normally wouldn't if he wasn't visiting areas like this, and especially bringing other talents to campus like Charlie Kirk and Vivek Ramaswamy, who are really getting that young vote. And I think they're getting people active, especially what Charlie Kirk does when he tries to debate college students and make sure that they're informed. And I think that's very important in a place like this.
And then especially what you said about, Kamala and Reading the other day, that doesn't surprise me, really. I mean, staging anything in politics, that doesn't surprise me, whether it was Donald Trump or Kamala Harris or Jill Stein, somebody would do it. It doesn't surprise me. But especially when we're talking about Trump coming to campus, we had people wanting to wear red hats against Ohio State. I mean, we think about Penn State versus Ohio State. That's one of our biggest rivalries. And people were willing to wear Ohio State's colors to show their support for Trump. And being out there, I definitely saw that a lot. So his impact is definitely being shown at this campus.
Absolutely. And I think that both candidates have really hammered the issues that they know will win them votes. I think that Harris has come to Pennsylvania hammered reproductive rights, abortion. Trump's hammered the economy because Pennsylvania, again, is a Rust Belt state, a lot of suburban working class voters. And that really appeals to young men because young men want to buy houses, young men want to be rich, young men want to have money. So he keeps hammering that. And then women want to have reproductive rights. So Harris keeps hammering that. And that's kind of their strategy. And I think that both candidates have done a pretty good job at utilizing all the votes they could get in the state.
So obviously we had a lot of coverage, media coverage that was towards Donald Trump coming to campus. Jackson, you were on scene for that. I believe you were inside as well for a while. Can you tell us a little bit about the
I actually was not inside. I did not want to be involved with that. But I know it was a very good. I watched some of it on TV. I know it was a very good rally. A little low energy, but you know what? He brought the wrestling team.
It was his second on the day.
Yes, overall good rally. He was in Michigan earlier that day. He's working his butt off at the end of the campaign. But I think that it was a very successful rally because they filled the entire Bryce Jordan Center. You saw some counter protests, but nowhere near as much as you would have seen probably in 2016. I think there has been kind of a cultural shift towards Trump a little bit. But yeah, he filled the Bryce Jordan Center. He got a very large ovation, a very passionate crowd that cheered him on. And I think that was something that really impacted his chances here in PA. I think that's why he bailed out of the Ohio State game, because he felt that he already had PA in the bag. So he said, you know what, let's focus on Michigan, Wisconsin instead.
I was at the State College Airport the day that he came in, and I had to wait for his plane to leave and everything. And there was lines of people just waiting to see, the motorcade pass by and just say hello and wave and show support. It backed me up about an hour and a half. But I mean, just seeing that many people out there, and like you said, there's no really there's no opposition to that at all. So I think especially in Center County with the voters at Penn State, Trump might have a good chance with it.
And AOC and Ramaswamy. I was at the Ramaswamy event with you. Anybody go to the AOC event?
I was at the AOC event.
You're at the AOC event. So how was the energy at the AOC event? Obviously, the mayor spoke. We're going to have him on the show later.
I'll give AOC credit. She's a great speaker. I don't agree with a lot of what she says, but you know what? She's a great speaker, and she knows how to appeal to.
There's been some internal, there's been some internal chaos within the Democratic Party with AOC. There's been a relationship with Pelosi and her allies.
Well, there's always drama with Pelosi, but that's just how it is. But yeah, I think the AOC rally was pretty good because you had Ezra Naines come out, you had other speakers come out, you had the president of the College Democrats come out and speak, and they said their piece. It was very high energy, it was very kind of loose. I think they focused less on policy and more on kind of just like getting the vote and just kind of like just energy itself.
He said a lot with Trump too.
I know that he does, but Ramaswamy was more just kind of like he went into a backstory on his life. He kind of talked about how he got into business, how he got into politics, and his entire life story, and then just took questions. So I think that the AOC event was better run. I think it was better executed, and I would give her credit. I think that she does her part, and she does a very good job of public speaking.
On that, Janae, tell me a little bit more about what you think we should have seen campaigning-wise from both sides. Do you think they met expectations, or do you think they could have done more?
Yeah, we were talking about this earlier when it came to Kamala Harris. She was really trying to hit those Gen Z voters. Anyone who's been on TikTok in the last year really has seen the Kamala HQ TikToks. And, I think in a way they're working. They're really getting out to those young voters. But recently there's been some ads about hiding your vote from your spouse or hiding your vote from your friends. And that, I don't think, gave the impression that she thought it was going to give to a lot of people. I saw a lot of people offended saying, why would I have to hide my vote for my spouse? Why would it be opposite? So I think out of their campaign, that was definitely their biggest miss. And it's really a shame that it came so close to the election, because up until that point, I think that her team has been doing a pretty good job, especially reaching young voters, which has been a big hit with this upcoming election.
I think not only young voters, but also getting people who aren't as well versed in the election per se, people who are still undecided and aren't necessarily completely well informed in the election. We've seen Trump and Kamala, especially Kamala recently, she went on SNL and did a little bit trying to appeal to like that more calm side. And we saw Trump in the McDonald's line. Obviously, it was a little lighthearted for a topic like the election. But I think they're really getting to people who aren't sitting, people like us who aren't in their free time watching the polls and watching the news, waiting to see what's happening. They don't always know what's going on. And I think by going on shows like SNL and doing podcasts with Joe Rogan and other people who are pretty well known, I think that's really getting them out to not only Gen Z voters, but to people who just aren't completely well versed. And I think it's working for both of them.
Now, Jackson, highlight a topic for me that we need to talk about in Pennsylvania. Talk about fracking. What do you think of Kamala Harris's opinion on fracking? What do you think of Donald Trump's opinion on fracking? Why does fracking matter so much to voters and its climate impact?
Well, you said it right there. So fracking is good for the economy on paper, bad for the climate on paper. That's the conflict there. Now, Harris has flipped her opinion on fracking. Back in 2020, she was completely against it. Now she's saying she's okay with it. Trump's been a little bit more consistent with it, I think. He said, he's in favor of it. He's in favor of drill, baby drill, all that type of stuff. So less environmental, more about let's boost the economy. So I think that Pennsylvania voters might not be focusing that much on fracking. I think they're focusing more on inflation, more on job creation, more than just general industrial growth. But I think it will play an impact on some voters, and it would go in the favor of Trump just because Harris did flip-flop on it, and she moved away from her progressive 2020 campaign to a more, I guess, moderate Democrat campaign this time. So I think that Trump has the advantage on it, but I don't think it's as significant as the issue as they're acting like it is.
We have another update in Florida, District 20. Sheila Sheriff-Phyllis, she just won an uncontested race. So not too much interesting information there, but breaking news that just came from the studio upstairs giving us information. Guys, anything else on fracking?
Fracking, I think, really, when we talk about the climate crisis, that was something when I was looking at the Harris-Walz campaign, they wanted to hit on a lot. Climate crisis. But then, like you said, Harris switched her opinion. She was like, I'm totally against fracking, but now it's all right. I can get behind it. But honestly, I don't think fracking is as big of an issue as it would have been before. I think we look at the economy a lot, and price gouging and inflation is really what's killing a lot of people. So when we start talking about things like fracking, it looks kind of small in the grand scheme of things, which I don't think it's a huge issue in the state of Pennsylvania, but regardless of who gets into office, I think it's something that will definitely come up.
Absolutely. Well, anything else? But before we wrap up, I will like to mention that AP calls Indiana District 8 for Mark Messimer over Hunt, and District 12, Billick Carcass over Abu Hayod. I hope I said that correctly. But that's what we have right now in terms of updates. Can you tell us a little bit about Florida? What are you thinking of these results? Is Florida key when it comes to flipping the House or the Senate?
I think that Florida has some say in it. I think that it probably will have a little bit. I would focus more on Pennsylvania with McCormick and with Casey. I would focus more on that general area, and Arizona as well. But I think that Florida has some say. But again, I think the main race I've been keeping up with is the Senate race between McCormick and Casey, because I voted in that. So I think that's going to be an interesting one, a very close one. Yeah, Florida may have a role in it a little bit.
What about Texas? We're talking about the all-red race. He's trying to dethrone the famous Ted Cruz. Guys, any opinions on that? Any opinions on that?
It's not going to happen.
I completely agree. I mean, I definitely go ahead and try, but
go ahead and try. I'm not trying anything. I'm nonpartisan.
Colin Allred is a good debater, a good speaker, but it's Texas.
Former Baylor football player.
He is. Big guy, very big guy I've seen. Yeah, but Ted Cruz just has that cultural kind of advantage because it is Texas, and I think some Democrats are saying, "Oh, Texas might go blue this year." I'm like, no, it's not going to go blue. It might be closer, but
Texas
it's not going to go blue.
Could shift back into a swing state in the future. Same thing with Florida. They're
maybe in the future.
Not now. They're uncharacteristically close for what they were, which is very interesting.
That is true.
Especially, when you talk about Ted Cruz, a lot of people, especially the past couple of years, have not been huge Ted Cruz fans, but. I don't think that's going to really impact the vote like we think it is. Like you said, it's Texas. Texas is going to go the way that Texas goes. I wasn't going to say, but you did. So that is something that, when you think about, people are like, oh, they didn't like it, but I don't think it's going to heavily impact really impact the vote there.
Yes. Well, yeah, I think that Texas is staying red in pretty much every facet for the most part. But I think we should be looking at Pennsylvania. We should be looking at maybe Florida. Look at Arizona. Look at the states that are close in the presidential election. They're going to have a lot to say.
Iowa. He doesn't like to say it. I'm going to be putting him on the spot all night. Iowa is close, Jackson.
No, it's not.
Well, then if it's not close, then Harris is obviously, I don't want to say running ahead, but in the lead.
in that poll.
According
and
to the Seltzer poll, yeah.
Well,
And
there's
Trump was quick to mention it too. I mean, I'm not saying I necessarily believe that she's going to win the state, but it's definitely something to keep an eye on. It's not 3 electoral votes.
I mean,
apologize, it's
we will
6.
keep an eye on it, but I'm saying
Mhm.
every other poll I'm seeing is saying Trump up 10, Trump up 10 and a half.
So-
and Trump hasn't lost the state yet in his last 2 elections. I don't know why he'd lose now.
What about his campaign strategies? What do you think of his campaign strategies? Could he have spent more time in Iowa? Do you think that his team should have scattered out that this could possibly turn?
I think that maybe he should have gone there a couple times, a little more, but I think that it's not really going to affect it. I think that Pennsylvania was a mainstay. Should have hammered. He should have hammered Arizona. He did. Hammered Pennsylvania. Went to Wisconsin a lot. He did the garbage stunt in Wisconsin. He did the McDonald's stunt in Pennsylvania. I think those are smart moves. I just think that his one mistake that he made, or his multiple mistakes, but the same type of mistake, was that, Joe Biden said to him in 2020, "Could you shut up, man?" That's his issue, is that he won't be quiet sometimes. He'll just talk trash with other politicians, talk trash with Liz Cheney. He'll talk trash with people, and that's something that turns some voters off. But overall, I think his strategy and where he's gone, where he's campaigned, what counties he's gone to, has been pretty smart for the most part.
And what about the drama? When we're talking about drama in different elections, we're talking about not talking too much about policy here, guys. Things like fracking, although they're mentioned and they're used as a punchline, you're not hearing Donald Trump talk too much about fracking when he's at University Park.
Because it's not a relevant issue to most people.
Right. He's talking about Kamala Harris, and you hear him talking about the dangers of Kamala Harris, and you hear her talking about the dangers of Donald Trump. Is that productive, guys? Do you think that's productive?
Related to both of you, speaking of taking out the trash, JD Vance in his Atlanta rally 2 days ago said, "In 2 days, we are going to take out the trash in Washington, D.C., and the trash's name is Kamala Harris." It's been really, I don't want to say entertaining, but I've been enjoying the banter between both of the candidates. I think on a large scale, it makes the United States look a little trashy. Speaking of trash in general,
trash talk.
Trash talk.
It makes America look unprofessional.
So immature, and it's really a shame because America is a powerhouse, especially going back to my history nerd roots after World War II. The United States, we are the way we are because of the things that have happened in the past. So many people rely on us for so many different resources. So many countries look up to us, and we are really so important in the grand scheme of things. And for our presidential candidates be talking about taking out the trash and picking out and making fun of each other, that's kind of crazy in the grand scheme of things. But as someone who enjoys drama, I've been loving it, truly. Just seeing all the quotes and seeing everything that comes out of it, it's been entertaining. Does it make me a little nervous for the future of our country? Absolutely. But can I say, if we're taking one good thing about all of this, I think it's been kind of fun to watch.
It's been a lot to take in. For example, when you're going to Donald Trump's rally, you're hearing him talk about how Kamala Harris is fired, but you're not hearing him highlight so much about the impact that she's had on individuals and the dangers that she quote unquote poses. So it's difficult for some voters, their frustrations countering what you're saying, to really understand why they should agree with Donald Trump when he says that, because he doesn't necessarily highlight things besides fracking, which he's already changed her viewpoints on, and other things like that. But let's actually shift to something interesting. This no tax on tips policy. Donald Trump said it first. Kamala Harris then followed with it. It's an interesting conversation to have because they're both agreeing on a simple topic such as that. Do voters get frustrated about that?
Well, if they're going to get frustrated, one would be Harris because she copied it. I think that most people are in agreement with the idea. They're agreeing with the idea that we should not be taxing tips, Social Security, and overtime like Trump has proposed. But I think that Harris copied it because she thought it was a good campaign strategy to appeal to waitresses, people who get tips, and I think that it was something that was very appealing to that type of voter. I think.
Absolutely. Well, there is still a lot more to uncover as results fly in tonight. But for now, at the desk, going to take us back to 1979 when Pennsylvania's Susquehanna River faced a dangerous accident known to be the 3 Mile Island accident. PSN TV's Nikolai Wagner reports.
Thanks, Ryan. On March 28, 1979, the 3 Mile Island nuclear generating station, located on the Susquehanna River, experienced an accident that has been labeled as the worst in U.S. power plant history, an accident that was a 5 out of 7 on the International Nuclear Offense Scale, an accident that was the subject of a Netflix documentary and led to 3 Mile Island being a location in the film X-Men Origins Wolverine, where it was portrayed as a prison for mutants. Well, anyway, you might be wondering what happened on that fateful Wednesday, how it was treated at the time, and the legacy it has left on American history. Well, if you're wondering about any of those questions, I have you covered. Let's talk about it. The event occurred at 4 a.m. on March 28th at the Unit 2 reactor. It all started when the pump that sent hot water to the reactor's steam generator failed for reasons that are still not known to this day. As a result, the plant's turbine shut down, expelling high-pressure steam. Without the steam generator to feed it water, the feed water pump in Unit 2 reactor also stopped working. This pump, however, was extremely important to the operation as it was meant to supply a non-stop flow of water to the steam generators to keep the nuclear core of the plant cool. When a nuclear core is cool, everything works just fine. However, when the core is heated up, well, that's how a meltdown happens. As a result of the pump not working, the plant went into an emergency shutdown. With the whole system shut down, the pressure began to fall, and normally when this happens, it would trigger a valve steam stop from releasing. However, like everything else on this day, there was a malfunction. The release valve was stuck open, and steam continued to pour out of the plant. But wait, there existed an emergency backup pump in case the normal pump malfunctioned. Well, guess what? A worker had left the emergency pump closed, so it would be of no help either. Yes, it seemed for a while on that day that everything that could go wrong did go wrong. Even worse, for a while, the employees at the nuclear power plant were not familiar with this issue, as the control room also malfunctioned. They believed the nuclear reactor was filled with water when it was really filled with steam. As a result, the water flow was shut down, and this just made the reactor even hotter. With no water flowing into the fuel rods inside the reactor started to melt. For reference, these rods are about 1/3 the temperature of the sun. The only hope for the three-island was that the steel frame at the bottom of the reactor would not melt and would be able to withhold the melted fuel rods, and thankfully something finally went right. The steel frame of the reactor was able to hold the melted fuel rods, and water was eventually able to enter in the cool melted rods and thus preventing a full nuclear meltdown, though the crisis was somewhat averted. As a result, the constant growth of the nuclear power plant industry ended. It took until 1993 for the cleanup to be completed, and the reported property damage caused was around $2.4 billion. When it came to how the government responded, they were not notified about the issue until around 7 a.m. Lieutenant Governor Scranton appeared at a news briefing hours after the accident had begun, where he said, "Everything is under control." Scranton would switch his tune later in the day, where he would say, "More complex than we had first intended." The danger was very much downplayed, briefed on the radiation and the severity of the issue. The next day, on March 30th, the Nuclear Regulatory Committee advised those within 10 miles of the power plant to stay inside. Then a couple of hours later, they said pregnant women and small children should leave the area. When the potential dangers emerged to the general public, around 40% of those within the 15-mile radius evacuated. An estimated 144,000 people left the area due to the perceived danger of the situation, the great majority of whom were not recommended to do so by authorities. The governor at the time, Dick Thornburgh, came under fire for supposedly hesitating to evacuate women and children. U.S. Representative Bob Carr once told the AP, "My information is that he dragged kicking and screaming to the decision to evacuate women and children." Due to not knowing the proper response to everything going on, Thornburgh requested their government for a single point person. In response, President Jimmy Carter dispatched Harold Denton, a nuclear safety expert. Denton helped officials get their story straight and prompt a speedier resolution to the crisis. The evacuation order for women and children was not lifted until April 9th. And today, the response to this crisis is commonly used as an example of how not to handle a crisis. People were left in the dark, and it would have only been worse if things ended up as bad as it was feared. The 3 Mile Island accident itself was caused by both mechanical and human error. The response to it was all human error. The power plant was officially shut down on September 20th, 2019. However, it was recently bought by Microsoft as a way to power AI. And a rename is apparently happening in the near future. So we will just have to wait and see what is next for the infamous 3 Mile Island.
As we get closer to the 2024 presidential election, it's important to remember what's at stake. Each party has their own agendas, ideas, and policies they'd like to put in place. But what are they? Each candidate's names are on the ballot. We know that issues like border control, economic stability, and reproductive rights are also on there. Even though most have already casted their votes, let's take a look to see exactly what you're voting for. We'll first hit on economics, one of the most pressing issues in this current election. According to the Harris-Walz campaign, the primary focus is creating a new way forward for the middle class. Some of the ways they plan on doing this is stabilize taxes for those who make under $400,000 a year, expanding the child tax credit to $3,600, and will work with farmers and major food corporations to stabilize food supply chains and decrease the cost of groceries. The GOP's focus is to build the greatest economy in history and quickly reduce prices throughout the sectors. By eliminating taxes on tips for hospitality workers, prioritizing American producers, and cutting economic regulations, they plan to make this happen. Regulations show up multiple times in the RNC platform policy, including in the section about quickly reducing prices, once again through cutting regulations and ending excessive government spending. On a broader scale, both candidates have similar wants when it comes to the American people economically. In their policies, both Trump and Harris have pledged to make healthcare, housing, and everyday living more affordable. These candidates are more alike than you think, right? While the Harris-Walz campaign's goal is putting a $2,000 cap on prescriptions and strengthening healthcare options for veterans, the Trump Vance campaign wants to expand prescription drug options and promote other economic policies. Next, we're going to talk about the border policy. The United States-Mexico border has been a major topic of discussion for the past decade or so. Not that it hasn't always been important, but certainly more now. One of the most memorable moments from the 2016 election was Trump wanting to build a wall in between the United States and Mexico border. Well, in his policy handbook for his 2024 candidacy, Trump once again mentioned building the wall in between the border, but added along in his border policy that he would enforce mass deportation as well as a strict vetting process. For anyone who keeps up with the former President Trump, it should be no surprise that his border policy is tough, as it is something he has been pushing for many years. What's interesting about the Harris-Walz campaign is that there isn't anything explicitly in their policy book that talks about the border. However, on their website, it is briefly mentioned that Harris plans to bring back the bipartisan border security bill that was introduced during the Biden-Harris tenure, as well as reform the current immigration system. Democrats have been criticized over the years about their lack of strictness at the border, so it is very interesting to see that the Harris-Walz campaign is not taking more specific steps to highlight their immigration and border plan. Reproductive rights isn't something that I'll spend too much time on. Kamala Harris has repeatedly emphasized she would like to restore reproductive rights for women, and in the GOP plan, Trump continues to say that he will fight for late-term abortion ban. No surprise there for either candidate. As someone who wanted to be the Secretary of Education growing up, policy on public education is always super interesting to me. Just like the border policy and reproductive rights, both Trump and Harris have very different views on the American education system. One of the most interesting views of this election is Trump wanting to dismantle the United States Department of Education and giving that power back to the states to decide individually. The campaign says that by giving educational power back to the states, it can decrease the amount of political influence, which includes topics like critical race theory, and increase a more patriotic education. The Harris campaign took a bigger look at affordable education, including childcare, preschool, and higher education into that policy. Additionally, Harris pledges to remove four-year degree requirements for over 500,000 jobs in the federal government that do not need them. The goal is to encourage other paths for students to go beyond college, like trade school, military, or elsewhere. Also mentioned in this policy, Kamala Harris says that she will strengthen STEM programs in the United States so that the next generation is better prepared to be researchers on a global scale. Other highlights of policy from both candidates, rapid fire edition. Kamala Harris and Tim Walz plan to grow small businesses, protect Medicare and Social Security, tackle the climate crisis, protect civil rights and freedoms, and address the opioid and fentanyl crisis. Donald Trump and J.D. Vance want to secure elections, keep men out of women's sports, prevent World War III, rebuild American cities to make them safer, and make America affordable again. As always, it's important that you, the voter, do your own research on each candidate and decide for yourself. All of the information told to you can be found in each of the candidates' policy handbooks for this year's election. For further information, PSU Votes and the United States Department of Elections are always available to you.
Thank you, guys. Let's go back to tonight and take a look at how the races are playing out so far. So we got a lot of votes coming in. States are starting to get called a little bit, but normally we see something that we like to call the red mirage, a little bit of a red start to most of these states, and as it goes blue later in the night when they count in the mail-in ballots. But tonight, we're seeing more of a blue haze, like places like Florida and South Carolina are seeming to lean blue before they go red. So I just want to ask you guys about that.
I mean, first of all, surprising you're bringing up Florida and South Carolina starting blue. I mean, I feel like those are the ones where you see the same color the entire night, especially with like a red mirage going around.
So for anyone who doesn't know what the red mirage is, it's basically where the night of the election, all the mail-in ballots are coming in, and we're typically seeing a lot of like red showing up in these states. But as the night goes on and we're counting in all the in-person ballots, whatever, we typically see the states turn blue later on. So it's really like we see all these like states turning red, but we really can't get a clear idea of what the actual outcome is. But as you said tonight, we're seeing more of like a blue haze turnout. So yeah, in Florida, Georgia, we're seeing these states are first turning blue at first, but they're typically a red state.
And I mean,
I'm
we're
not
seeing
really-
a lot of weird stuff going on in Georgia.
Yeah.
It's a monumental election. I will say though, I'm not surprised about North Carolina because they've really been the headquarters for Harris. But like you said, Georgia's been interesting with the bit of meddling that we've been seeing from Russia. I mean, what do you think about that, Megan?
I can't remember who mentioned it to me. Georgia having their election like interference, quote unquote,
I'll
going on in
specify
Atlanta.
for you. Yeah, it's
Yes.
Thank you.
Georgia polling places received bomb threats. The FBI found out that it was apparently from Russia. They said it's nothing to worry about, no big deal, kind of unfounded. But it is crazy that places like Atlanta are receiving bomb threats.
Yeah.
From overseas places.
Well, it also just goes to show, yes, we're all afraid of Russia's interference, stuff like that. But it's not only that, we're shutting down a lot of places. Like going into Washington, D.C., we're putting up gates. We are, trying to protect these voters as much as we can. But isn't it just terrifying knowing that you can go out and vote and
But it's not only
dangerous
like, yeah, it's not only like Washington. We're seeing like these like boards being put up like in voting places. Like personally, I'm from like up like the Scranton Wilkes-Barre area of PA, and I remember I was in class yesterday, and my professor asked if anyone was like from that area, and he said that they are now boarding up certain polling locations up in that Scranton Wilkes-Barre area, and that is just like to me, it's just so weird to hear like your own like hometown like getting boarded up for an election. So it goes to show that like not only like the big cities like Washington D.C. like facing these issues, but like even like the smaller communities that it's happening everywhere. So it's like not this like foreign idea anymore. It can literally happen anywhere in the United States right now, which is a really scary concept to think of.
Speaking of states, I just want to mention that West Virginia seems to be leaning towards Trump at the moment. Are any of you surprised by that?
Absolutely shocked. I mean, I was not expecting this from West Virginia.
And I mean, like we were saying with the Red Mirage, I feel like a lot of these states coming in, we really can't trust. But like we've been saying, North Carolina, Florida, they've been looking iffy. They've been looking strange. Like I said, North Carolina has been the Harris just campground for election, for everything like that. So not shocked that it's been going blue, but we'll see how the rest of it turns out.
Do you think this kind of... Oh, sorry, go ahead.
The Red Mirage has had a huge role in the 2020 election. I remember Detroit was looking red until out of nowhere the blue mail-in votes were all counted. Same thing in Pennsylvania. It was looking red for a while until all the votes were counted, then it turned blue. So we might be seeing a role reversal of what happened in 2020 here.
Night's still young. We got a lot
I was
of time
about to
go.
say,
polls are still open. Some are still are closing.
Especially like West Coast. I know that we're expecting a lot of like straightforward, but we still have the Nevadas and the Arizonas out there that we're going to have a lot of attention on. I mean, of course, we're also going to be worried about Washington and Oregon and California, but once the votes start coming in, that's when I think we're going to start to see the true colors of these states, unless it's a swing state. But I want to go back to what you were talking about, your personal experience seeing your hometown getting bored. I could not imagine that. I especially like I'm not from a historic swing state. I'm from we're going to be red every year state, but seeing that, what is it? Is it a fear? Is it? Are you like? What's the worry that comes into that?
I don't know. It's just like an odd feeling. You really obviously being from PA, you understand we're a swing state. It doesn't matter every year. We can go blue, we can go red, and like we've seen it in the 2020 election. Like we thought we were gonna go red up until the last second we turned blue. But yeah, it's just this weird feeling that can happen anywhere. It doesn't matter what the outcome is this election. I mean, as you said before, this is really a historic election. We have two candidates on the ballot, both known for certain things. But yeah, it's just it's the odd feeling, knowing that we're we can expect to see these huge big cities like Washington D.C. for example being boarded up for never knowing what the outcome's going to be with voters, but seeing these smaller communities, it's just I don't know, it's just odd.
I really sorry. I really do think that after after the 2020 election and after January 6th, I feel like it really shifted the landscape, especially for the presidential election. It's caused many people to open their eyes. I mean, even in after the pandemic, Tufts released a the words are escaping me. Tufts released a poll basically saying that after COVID-19 and after the pandemic, after we all were all locked up, the increase in youth voting, in college-educated, college-age voters just skyrocketed.
Thank you.
No, genuinely.
Please,
And I'm
guys.
so happy that we, as people our age, have really just been taking just a shine to really trying to put their best foot forward for their own country.
Now, I have a question for you mentioning that. Obviously, we are living in the time of social media, and we are living in a time where we can so easily connect with everybody. Do you think that social media has made this generation more savvy when it comes to this election?
I think so. But I also think there's drawbacks. I think social media right now, especially if you look at somewhere like Twitter, for example, or X as it's now known as.
Yeah, like anybody calls it X.
And we'll get to Elon.
Hubs for misinformation to be pushed en masse through the likes of Elon Musk or other massive conservative pundits like him. And it can be an issue because it's reaching to a lot of young men who see Trump, see Elon Musk, see the kind of
pipeline,
the bravado, the sort of masculine energy that they kind of bring, and they like that. They're going towards that.
I want to ask about celebrity endorsements in general through social media, because a lot of celebrities are now being able to go on X and be like, hey, I think this person's great, or I don't like this person. What do you guys think how does that impact these campaigns?
Well, and I'm just going to bring up specifically, the biggest celebrity endorsement, Taylor Swift.
Yes.
But it also came after rumors escaping, or people spreading rumors like, oh yeah, she's voting for Trump, or she's voting for so-and-so. And these celebrities are like, okay, I wanted to bite my tongue. But now people are starting to spread rumors about me. So part of me feels like it's protection, but then obviously the other part of me is, it's Taylor Swift. She is a very iconic celebrity around the world.
Yes.
And she's very outspoken on female rights. And, she has a very young female leaning audience. It wasn't a surprise when she came out with her endorsement. And the same way it wasn't a surprise to me that Elon Musk came out and endorsed Trump.
Going off what you said about Taylor Swift, I was actually I went back to her Instagram post today to see like when she endorsed come on this election. And I remember I was reading it through, and she released her Instagram post quickly after rumors were like speculating that there was like AI generated images of her supporting Trump. I remember when all that was going on. Yeah. And I was reading through her posts, and as you said, so I feel like social media is definitely an easy way for younger voters to get access to all the information, but especially celebrity endorsements. I was reading her article, and she said she was including links to how to register to vote, where to vote, and all that. So yeah, I definitely and also seeing who wouldn't want to see their favorite celebrity and who they're voting for.
And speaking of the other side of that, Joe Rogan came out in support of Trump.
I saw.
It might be too late in the game for really. He didn't do it till late last night. It was 10 o'clock, 9 o'clock when he put something out. Most people
he remembered the election was happening today.
And even then, Taylor Swift is probably the most popular, famous person on the planet. And it's probably not very close either.
Yeah.
I think the problem with celebrity endorsements in general is that they exist for a shock value initially, and then doesn't end up really meaning anything. It was big news when she came out in support of Harris, but right now it's not really talked about. I mean, Swift hasn't really gone on more about Harris aside from the links she's been posting.
It's also not a shocker because she did endorse Biden during the 2020 election, as you remember. Yeah, so really, it was shocking at first, but also really when you think about it, really was shocking.
So go on.
Sorry. No, I was just going to say, so you guys are kind of coming to the consensus that these celebrity endorsements don't actually affect voters that much.
Well, anything, in my opinion, it feels like nothing is going to change minds of people. January 6th, there's, obviously there's a lot of controversy leaning towards Trump's side, but at the same time, I feel like it's enough for us to open our eyes and be like, oh, he kind of instigated this riot attack on the Capitol. why are things going to change after this? Nope. Same reason that he and I can't directly quote it. I can't remember exactly what year it was from, but there was a headline I saw that Trump said he could, quote unquote, like shoot somebody supporting him and it wouldn't change his votes. I want to say it was from one of his previous elections because this is his third.
2016. It was back
Yeah,
in
it was back in
2016. I
2016.
distinctly remember hearing
He
it.
could shoot. Why are we still listening to him?
I mean,
at this point?
he made a blatant attempt to overturn the result of our
Yeah,
election.
I want to hear more about
with-
this from your side.
So I have the entire script. I had the Eastman memos. Yeah, it's all available online. You could Google it wherever. But basically, the plot was that in swing states, Trump and the officials, Republican officials in those states, came up with fake elector ballots that they were going to pass off to Mike Pence when they were doing the counting and make them count those fake electors, cause a whole legal problem, stops the vote, it goes to the House, they go for Trump. It's a whole thing. He, Giuliani, Eastman, they contacted over 300 Republican legislators, asking them to replace Biden electors with Trump electors. This is just a pure attack on our democracy. And he's already
Absolutely.
making claims of voter fraud just to lay the seeds for if he does end up losing or if it is close, that he can just claim it and people they'll already accept it. Because he's just made it so normalized, these conversations in the past few years, when it's one of the safest elections we've ever had. His own officials for Homeland Security said this.
I find it crazy that not just recently, but in the past few elections where Trump was on the ballot, we are hearing a lot about interference and we are hearing a lot about denial when it comes to elections. I mean, I obviously have not seen that many elections in my lifetime, but I do remember, when it was between Romney and Obama years ago, we didn't really hear much about stuff like this. At least I didn't, but now that we have a character on the ballot, you said that the election earlier was historic. It's controversial too.
Oh yeah, for sure.
This is controversy that is going around the world and getting people's eyes. I know that some news sources are saying like, oh yeah, Russia wants to throw it into Trump's favor versus Iran wants to throw it into Harris's favor.
And adding on to that, the 2016 Russia interference that a lot of people have been investigating.
Yeah, it's just almost frustrating seeing all of this happening around the election where this is our time for our voices to be heard and we're still hearing his.
Yeah. And after hearing, oh, sorry, I think I'm getting breaking in my ear at the moment. Well, it's gone now.
Oh,
so.
No updates. I'll just keep
but
it.
I was going to ask you guys all about, we were just talking about January 6th. We're talking about these things that are coming out and him saying he was going to shoot someone and it wouldn't change the vote. Do you think there's really anything that could change Trump voters' votes at this point in the election?
At this point, no. I mean, after everything, after January 6th, it's just attempts to overturn the election. Everything he said that can be considered racist, sexist, whatever, his actions, his court cases, he's a convicted felon. I don't think there's really anything he could do to lose Trump supporters.
And quickly to circle back on what we were talking about earlier with Georgia polling places getting bomb threats, Washington boarding itself up. We just got news of a Center County polling place having to be evacuated.
Really?
Center County having to be evacuated.
Close to home.
That's
right
a
here.
little too close to home.
Yeah.
We should not be living in fear of our own elections. I fear. This might be my own opinion, but we should not have to be afraid to go out and vote, even if it's for the person that you want. I don't care who you're voting for unless it's bringing a danger into other people's lives. And what you mentioned, asking us the question of, do you think anything will change the mind of voters? I thought that after the attempted shooting on Donald Trump, that he would come out and maybe change some views on the Second Amendment and gun rights.
I mean,
kind of had some crickets after that one. I feel like
we know how he works. We know that there is, like you said before, he's a character. Any and all news that happens to a character is good news. And you know, not to
It's
quote
attention.
not to quote Andy Warhol, but it's getting to a point where really I feel with both Harris and Trump, any news that gets directed their way, whether good or bad, just serves to really increase their popularity, their votes, their everything like that. With jumping back to what we were talking about with social media and the ever presence that it has in our lives, there's no real way to escape what happens. I mean, God, Trump is known. He is almost vilified for making moments. That photo after the shooting in, or the assassination attempt, excuse me, let me word myself properly. After the assassination attempt in Butler, a little close to where I'm from, that photo of him with his hand up and
That's
blood
in
leaking from his
history
mouth.
books.
Exactly. That is one of the photos that we will see kids grow up with. And it's interesting to look at our lives and view it as history in the making, something we don't really think about until things like this happen. And I really do think that while we may not enjoy it, we may not want that to be the case, at this point, so far into the game, anything that happens will only add to his popularity.
Which, you know, I would respect if he were to come out and after he's said a lot of comments, specifically bashing certain minorities and just about everybody. But if he were to come out with a solid statement saying like, you know what, I digress. I should have not said that. That was old. I have actually changed my mind about something. And he hasn't done any of that. Like,
well, has he ever shown a
remorse,
a chance for saying he was wrong ever?
Then he has not given himself the chance to say that he was wrong. Why is he this high up? This man could be our president and he won't even admit that he is wrong. I've babysat toddlers who will admit that they are wrong.
And he recently said that he should have still been in office after the 2020 election. So
He wish he stayed. He said he wish he stayed in the White House.
Yeah. I think from what I've heard about people who have swapped over from like previously voting for him in the past few elections to now, one of the biggest game changers for them was his election denial.
Yeah.
Because it was shown clearly as like that is not democratic, whatsoever. You are just not accepting something.
Right. He is still denying that he lost.
We're going to quickly pivot a little bit away from that right now and talk about kind of back to the red mirage, blue haze thing. Do you think that the mail-in ballots, I mean, we've had 82 million mail-in ballots this election. Do you think that's impacting how these polling places are collecting their numbers?
Well, I think since 2020, a bunch of places have changed the rules with how they collect ballots, how they do the mail-in ballot process. Because in 2020, it was in a lot of places, all the mail-in ballots were collected after all the or counted after all the day of ballots were counted. In this case, there are a few states, I think Georgia's one of them, where these early ballots and these mail-in ballots are counted first instead of the other ones.
Yeah. Because they also, from what I heard, they started counting mail-in ballots at 7 a.m. today when the polls opened. You know, you were obviously voting ahead of time, but these workers aren't allowed to count these ballots until election day. And that's why this process takes so long, because there's very specific state requirements where, if something is not signed correctly, then that will take even longer. Or I know a lot of places are saying that if it is postmarked for November 5th, they will still be taking ballots for the next few days. I saw earlier this morning when Donald Trump landed in Florida, he was talking to press and saying, it'll be done by 10 p.m. It'll be done. It shouldn't take that long. I know he was referencing France, saying they counted all of their ballots in the night. We're not France.
No.
We are a gigantic country with a lot of states that are very different from each other. Especially, like, you think Pennsylvania's votes will all get in by 10 p.m. tonight?
Oh, absolutely.
No.
This is going to be going on for the next few days. It's just roping in the denial again. There's so much denial in a lot of the things that he says that just, it throws me off a little bit. I
really do feel the public, not to speak for anyone in these coming days, but I really do feel that after this morning of just the stress of going in to vote, of everyone just talking to their friends, talking to their family, talking to their neighbor, of just go vote, go vote, go vote.
Yeah.
Really put your voice in. I feel like now at nearly 8 o'clock, I feel like we're hitting the point where it's just a held breath.
Yeah.
You can almost feel the entire country just waiting.
All we can do
because
is wait, really.
as we've said, either way, this election is going to be historic.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
I want to circle back to that with this historic election. Our two candidates who will either of them win. It's historic, obviously. I want to talk a little bit about Kamala. She has a little bit of history, with incarceration.
Yes.
Being a judge. And a lot of her people who don't agree with her, a lot of Trump supporters, talk about her incarceration of Black men in particular. So I want to ask you guys about that, open that up to the floor. How do you guys feel about that?
See, that was all proven false. And I used to believe it too, about how Kamala she would disproportionately send Black men to jail over things like marijuana. But if you actually look at the record, she only ever sent a few Black men to the prison when she was in term. This was all perpetrated by some of the further more progressive supporters on the Democratic side, and then picked up by the Republicans, and they ran with it as a talking point.
Because if you have a lot of controversies, the other person also has to have a lot of controversies.
Right.
And I believe Kamala's background as a prosecutor, coming from somebody who is very involved in learning about crime and law and that sort of background, I believe that it is almost ironic that she is running against a convicted felon.
I was just about to say, the irony of it is
A little.
Yeah.
And you said it was historic because there's a lot of firsts. This is our first convicted felon on a ballot, which
interesting.
It's
feels
crazy 'cause,
very
like,
American.
No matter the outcome, no matter who wins, it's like we look at it, we can either have our first female president or we can have our first convicted felon as a president. Like, it's like either or, whatever the outcome is, it's still gonna be historic.
And he also, it's not a first, but he is, this might be his second term in office with a break in between. The only other president to do that was, I want to say, Grover Cleveland.
Yes.
So take a look back at when he was in office versus now. Obviously, so many things have changed. It has been decades. But, when Trump says make America great again, when was America great? I want to know what time period he was thinking, because it may have been great for a certain majority. But, even if you look back 20 years ago, 50 years ago, women couldn't even have credit cards. Now we have a woman who can be president.
Right.
A woman of color, first HBCU grad who could be president. I think
First of South Asians, is that first generation?
First generation. We're going to be talking about immigration later, but I believe that since we are the country built on immigration, it feels almost fitting. Especially, Trump has a lot of views when it comes to immigration, but he also does have an immigrant wife. I feel like there's a lot of bias.
He said
Which
two.
one?
Yeah. He said two.
Goodness.
And speaking of Trump, North Carolina seems to be leaning towards him right now. Nothing's confirmed,
okay.
but it's looking a bit red. Virginia is looking for Harris right now. Again, nothing confirmed yet, but that is how they are currently leaning in the polls.
Interesting.
Okay. All right. So a lot has been going on in both campaigns leading up to tonight, and a lot of things outside the campaigns that have been influencing voters. Let's hear from two panels that discuss former President Trump's indictment and Hunter Biden's legal troubles.
Thanks, Morgan. Welcome to our crime panel. I'm Samantha Rascio, and I am joined by Eva Hines, Savannah Barr, Sophia Tabernet, and Megan Wiley. Since it is Election Day, we are going to be diving into the Hunter Biden trials. Hunter Biden was indicted on 3 felony gun charges after a proposed plea deal with the federal prosecutors unraveled. He is accused of illegally purchasing and possessing a firearm when he was addicted to crack cocaine. Federal law prohibits users of illegal drugs from owning a firearm. He has also pled guilty to tax-related charges. Let's dive into this case. All right, so first we're going to throw it to Savannah to kind of give us a background of his charges and everything like that. Right. So Hunter Biden pleaded guilty in federal court to all 9 counts of indictment, 3 felony tax offenses related to a revolver purchase in 2018 where he lied on a mandatory gun purchase form that he was not addicted to drugs. He also pleaded guilty to 6 misdemeanor tax offenses. And as you said, there was no plea agreement. So he engaged in a 4-year scheme and chose not to pay over $1.4 million in self-assessed tax dollars. Then in 2019, he made false tax returns as well. I think the main question that we have to talk about is, does this belong on the political stage? Should Joe Biden be judged for Hunter Biden's actions? It is known that he cannot be impeached because of this. However, the House of Investigation Committee did recommend it. In the end, they didn't go through with it because they wouldn't think that they would have the votes, which realistically they didn't. So even though maybe Joe Biden helped his son do illegal things, it technically has nothing to do with his presidency. Also, it doesn't explicitly violate oath of office. So Hunter Biden does face up to over 25 years in prison, but it's important to know that he is a private citizen and he is not running for office.
Yeah. So I think it's also important to outline the timeline of one of the most prominent cases, which is the gun charges. So on October 12th, 2018, Hunter Biden purchased a handgun at a gun store in Wilmington. And 11 days later, his former sister-in-law and girlfriend at the time, Hallie Biden, tossed his handgun in a garbage can outside of a grocery store. After Hunter found out what she did, he became very angry and told her to retrieve it. But when she went to get it hours later, it was gone. She reported it missing to the store, whose manager then reported it missing to the police. The police arrived at the scene and questioned Hunter and Hallie. While they were being questioned, the owner of the gun store claims that 2 Secret Service agents entered the store and asked for the paperwork involved in the sale. The store owner refused to give them the paperwork. According to the Secret Service, there is no record of this visit, but the owner did wind up giving the paperwork to the Bureau of the Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives. After the Bureau investigated this paperwork, it was revealed that Hunter lied about his drug use on a federal background check form, which is a felony. He also knowingly possessed the handgun for 11 days while on drugs. On September 15, 2023, Delaware prosecutors presented these charges against Hunter Biden in front of a grand jury where he was indicted. On September 19th, Hunter pled not guilty and on December 11th filed motions to dismiss these gun charges, claiming that the special counsel investigating him was unlawfully appointed and funded. The request was dismissed. On June 4th, 2024, the trial began and lasted 6 days. Hunter decided not to take the stand. After 3 hours of deliberations over 2 days, he was convicted on all counts by the jury. His sentencing was initially scheduled for November 13th, but was recently delayed until December 4th.
Awesome. So you touched on the whole gun part of this case. Now I want to touch more on the tax evasion part of this. So this happened after the trials when it came to the gun convictions. And I also wanted to add that President Biden was not going to pardon his son for any of this. And the reason that Hunter Biden pled guilty to all of his tax charges is he didn't want to make it any more hard for his family. His family has already been under a light too much, especially with the election going on this year. He didn't want any more attention drawn. And I know you'll be able to touch a little bit more on that after this. But Hunter Biden claimed personal expenses as business expenses to reduce his tax burden. But money was spent a lot on things like drugs, his crack cocaine addiction, escorts, girlfriends, luxury properties, exotic cars, and basically everything but his taxes. He also cheated on his taxes for over a 4-year stretch and spent millions on this extravagant lifestyle. He, was filed for false returns plus 6 misdemeanor counts. And over a year ago, he almost avoided trial with a tentative deal with prosecutors under which he would plead guilty to tax charges and enter a diversion agreement on the gun offenses. Now, I want to throw it over to you so we can get a little bit more background on just him as a person.
Yeah, I think a super important part of this case is his background, his childhood.
So I'm going to kind of talk about the key elements in his childhood and then his story with addiction, because I really do think that kind of shapes who a person is. I think it's very important. And Hunter Biden had a really rough childhood. So basically, he was born February 4th in Wilmington, Delaware, and he is the son of Neela Biden and obviously Joe Biden. And when he was only 2 years old, he got in a car crash, and this car crash ended up killing his mother and his youngest sister, Naomi, which is just horrible. Him and his older brother, Bo, were severely injured, but they were not killed. And I believe this was less than 6 weeks after his father's election to the U.S. Senate. So both of the brothers, they spent a lot of time in the hospital. And during this time, their father was sworn to the U.S. Senate in January of 1973. After this whole kind of situation, Hunter and Bo later encouraged their father to remarry. And that is when he married Jill Jacob Stevenson, who obviously became their stepmother. And then Biden's half-sister, Ashley, was born in 1981. He also attended a Catholic high school in Claymont, Delaware. And he also graduated with a Bachelor of Arts degree in history from Georgetown University in 1992. He also served as a volunteer at a church in Portland, Oregon, and that is how he met Kathleen, who he ended up marrying. I do believe now they are divorced, I think back in 2017, but that is who he was in a relationship for a long time. They ended up having 3 kids together. He also attended Georgetown University Law Center for 1 year and then transferred to the Yale Law School. So then I kind of want to get into his kind of path to addiction. And Hunter said he started drinking as a teenager and has acknowledged abusing cocaine as a college student. And he had been in and out of rehab several times. He also, in 2015, lost his older brother, Bo, due to brain cancer. And from there, he kind of just excessively drank, and even stating that sometimes he only left the house if it was to get alcohol. And his now ex-wife accused Hunter of spending a ton of money on his own interests, which include drugs, alcohol, prostitutes, strip clubs, and gifts for women that he had sexual encounters with, leaving the family with not a lot of funds. And just overall, he was struggling with a huge, massive drug addiction. That was really heartbreaking for the family. And I think when you're struggling with so many mental issues, I'm not trying to give him, benefit of the doubt, but I think it does really affect someone, and it can draw you to do other stuff, especially when your family is in the political spotlight, but you're also dealing with so many personal issues and you're dealing with so many mental issues. I really do think that can take a toll on someone. And I mean, I feel like we've seen this with a lot of either celebrities or other political figures. It really does take a big strain on a person.
Now, I think you have to also touch upon that he knew he was struggling with all of these issues. He was struggling. People around him knew. But he still purchased a firearm.
Yeah.
You have to think, why did he purchase this firearm? Did he just want it? Did he plan to do so? We don't know, but he knew he was struggling. He knew he shouldn't have this firearm. Obviously, it's against the law not to have a firearm if you're addicted to these things. And he still bought the firearm. So yes, you can excuse it up to some points, but he still did what he did. And that is, I happened to work very closely. I interned with the ATF last summer, and I know kind of what their gun regulations are and how they do these things. And this is what they investigate. They investigate people that have guns, and they shouldn't. His wife should not have thrown it in the trash. Like, that's just crazy to me that she would throw a gun on the ground for it to be taken like that. So it excuses it, but at some points it also doesn't, because there were things that should not be excused in that sense.
Oh yeah, especially, the people around you in your life, knowing about your mental illnesses and knowing about your previous, if not ongoing, addictions. There's I feel a few more levels that you go through, and then the red flags in your head are going up, and you're like, okay, maybe I have to step in. Especially a name as big as that. Like Hunter Biden is a household name, I would say. And especially after these trials, it became more politically fueled too, because now that's the son of the president. And there wasn't a lot of thought kind of going into this will really ruin my father's reputation, but that's not what you're really thinking about.
Yeah, and I think that's interesting, kind of bringing it back to the larger point of how does this affect Biden's presidency? Because obviously Hunter Biden isn't as in the spotlight. People do stuff like this all the time, but it really goes back to the key point of how does this affect Biden's presidency? And I feel like, correct me if I'm wrong, I feel like at the end of the day, it wasn't a huge setback for Joe Biden. I feel like his non-supporters can definitely take it and run with it. Why would you let your son do that? What is your parenting? You know, yada, yada. I feel like his non-supporters could definitely use that as some sort of ammo. But I also think, you know, the people who were a fan of him and who were going to vote for him, I think they, you know, continued to support him in that light. And I feel like it wasn't something that completely crushed his presidency or his kind of look, because it is kind of like a step out from him. You know, it wasn't, you know, him performing these acts.
I feel like as a whole, like presidents throughout history have had some sort of negative thing like this happen.
Everybody has a controversy.
It's definitely controversies in the past, like the Clintons, like many affairs, things like that.
100%.
So this isn't something extremely surprising.
If anything, it'd be weird if something didn't come up. You're like,
Exactly.
nobody's
People
perfect.
dig for something in everyone's personal life.
Right.
Like something always, when someone ends up in the limelight, something always ends up coming out, whether it's a celebrity, a politician. If you are thrust into the light and there are supporters of you and there are people who don't like you, people will find things to hate you for. People will find things to bring up your past and make you look worse. I mean, that's just kind of the fact with everything.
And it's important to note that Joe Biden himself did not do this, and it was not found that he had involvement in it.
And he didn't want to pardon his son.
Right.
That's
Right.
his
That's
decision.
exactly, yeah.
The point of it all,
You can lead a
yeah.
horse to the water, but you can't make it drink. Son, you're going to have to go through this. I can't help you, even if I'm the president.
Yep. Well, unfortunately, that is all the time we have for today. Stay tuned while the crime panel discusses former President Donald Trump's indictments. Enjoy the continued
big.
live election coverage, and we will be right back.
Well, we interrupt this segment with breaking news. A lot of updates. First, for Kamala Harris, she will take Massachusetts, Rhode Island, Connecticut, and Maryland. Now we're going to shift to Donald Trump as he takes Alabama, South Carolina, Tennessee, Oklahoma, Mississippi, and a big one that we were just talking about earlier. Florida goes to Donald Trump. It is a wide open race, but Donald Trump seems to be closing in on some key states that he needs to defend. Jackson, tell us a little bit about that.
So, Ryan, what happened to your margin of error comment you were making? I remember you were saying Florida was going to be close this time.
Florida is confirmed going to Donald Trump. Florida
Yes,
is not
and that's what I'm
confirmed
saying.
close
It
enough.
is-
They're still counting the votes.
I'm
in
just
many
saying, though,
counties.
it's 8-something, and we have Florida already called, which is
Absolutely.
earlier than I thought it would be.
That's
so
true.
I think it makes sense. So Florida's a state that's been trending red for the last few cycles. I mean, Ron DeSantis is generally liked. You know, he has some controversies, but, you know, I think Florida is overall more of a red state. And I think that I'm not really surprised he got called. I'm surprised he got called this early. That's what I'll say about it.
Yeah, I want to say that states like this being called early, especially for Trump in the lead that he's had right now, I think it really goes against all the polls that we've been seeing. It's been so hard to determine the past couple months, the past couple weeks, exactly where this is going to lead. And breaking news like this, where Florida is being claimed so early in the night, I really think it's a good direction for Trump, honestly.
What do you think, Pats, Janae?
Yeah, that's what it's more about the timing that you're saying. It's really early, and especially with there's a lot of talks about election fraud and, you know, so many things and miscounts. For it to be 8 p.m. and they're all already calling a state like Florida, it's really crazy that it's this early, but I'm not surprised at the result, I'll say.
We have some more breaking news, too. It's been mentioned earlier, but obviously Westchester is under attack. They faced a bomb threat that is right here in Pennsylvania. A lot going on here as well. They're saying there's an attack right here in Center County. Threats as well, law enforcement surrounding different areas where the counting is happening. So a lot of drama happening here. The integrity of our elections is very important. I casted my ballot in person. I felt safe. A lot of drama right here now as the ballots are being counted, though. Now, so tell us, please, a little bit, Kara, about how important it is to protect these election officials, because we're in a state right now that could be affected by just 3 or 4 different people.
I mean, as much as I hate to say it, I can't say that I'm really surprised that reactions like this
Right.
are now coming up, especially in such a crucial swing state like ours. I mean, obviously, you know, when people are going to exercise their right to vote, especially in person, you know, you want to feel safe, and also, you know, you want to feel a sense of pride too that you're going to help out your country. And the fact that, you know, we now have to worry about just general safety, and I mean, you know, bomb threats, and I'm sure in some areas, you know, violence and, you know, fist fights and things like that. It's just really unfortunate, the fact that honestly our country has come down to this. And like I said, I'm really not surprised. And I feel like the only way for us to really protect democracy in our country is if we try and nip some of this drama and this violence in the bud, because I mean, whole point of America is about inclusion. It's about, you know, working together. It's about compromise. And it just seems like we're just falling further and further apart from each other.
Yeah, it almost seems apocalyptic. Like it seems like a biblical
Yeah,
event. I mean, you're seeing like
absolutely.
both parties calling each other, threats to democracy, threats to the country itself. And I think that's why there's such division right now. I mean, I think that's why violence is happening at the polling locations.
Mhm.
Obviously, there's many concerns about election fraud, about whether or not the votes are being counted, things like that. So, can I say I'm surprised this is happening? No. Am I disappointed? Of
No.
course, I don't want the country to go
Absolutely.
down this route.
Right.
But yeah, I'm not surprised we've seen violence and bomb threats happening, especially in the most divisive state, which is Pennsylvania. Yeah, we're gonna start seeing some of the votes come in pretty soon, and we'll see where the state's gonna go.
Yeah, guys, Janae, tell me a little bit about if you were a law enforcement officer right now, what would be going through your head hearing rules like this or rumors like this going around?
Yeah, especially coming from a law enforcement background. I have military parents. My dad's a police officer. Like it's something that we actually talk about a lot. It's really concerning as just a citizen and as someone who's so young who needs to grow up in this world. You can't even vote without being without violence being expunged on you. But I want to bring up something that the Philadelphia district attorney said. He said, anyone who thinks it's time to play militia, F around and find out. That's a real quote that he said. And that sums it up really. I mean, I feel the same way. Why are we bombing polling locations? Why are we having bomb threats? It should not be like this, and it is, and it's such a shame. And especially for law enforcement, they're working overtime, really trying to figure out, is everyone going to be safe? We've gotten to a point where we can't even vote anymore. Like, if we can't even vote, what else can we do, man? Like, it's really getting bad.
It's ridiculous, and I completely agree. And I'll sit here and I'll be completely honest. I was kind of concerned on how the state of the hub was going to be today. I mean, I woke up very early in the morning, to go and I voted, but I was definitely kind of concerned, and I was maybe a little bit worried or perhaps interested to see if there were going to be any types of protesters or, people lined up shouting and, saying stuff in front of the hub where a lot of people I know went to vote today.
Especially when you look at HBCU campuses, a lot of places like Howard are sending out alerts saying, be careful because there might be increased KKK activity or Proud Boys activity on their campus, regardless of the outcome. That's just horrific. It
That's
should
not
be
something
like that.
college students should have to worry about. I mean, we have enough on our plates, and you get a text message saying, "Oh, hey, by the way, KKK is going to show up this
It's
afternoon."
just so
What?
backwards, and it shouldn't be like that. And when we think about how forward we've gone from this country, we think about technology, we think about transportation, all that, simple things like voting and opinions, we're going backwards. Like the KKK showing up to a college campus, or having HBCUs getting bomb threats during their homecoming, which is supposed to be a time of celebration and togetherness. It's absolutely awful, and I just can't see it getting any better in the coming years either.
We have more updates real quick. Bernie Sanders defends his seat. Elizabeth Warren will defend her seat as well. Murphy wins Connecticut. Sheldon Whitehouse wins Rhode Island. And Andy Kim wins New Jersey. Now, that is one I was impacted by heavily. I am a New Jersey resident myself, and that was an intense race. He's now moved up to the Senate. And also we have Lisa Blunt Rochester, who wins Delaware. It's looking like some seats are being defended, Jackson, in the Senate for the Democrats.
I mean, again, this is all 50-50 shots, I thought. I mean, maybe a little more leaning towards them. These are northern states for the most part, states that are more Democratic, especially with, Bernie Sanders and with Elizabeth Warren. I was not expecting the Republicans to upset them.
But Bernie Sanders has not been on good terms with the Democrats so much so that he's a registered independent.
Well, I wonder why, though. I wonder why, because he has been booted out of the race in back-to-back cycles before this one. I don't think he likes the other Democrats very much.
Right.
But that being said, though, he has his base in Vermont. He has his very far-left ideology, and people in Vermont like it. They like his opinions on social issues, his economic ideas, his democratic socialism, as he calls it. And I think that in Vermont, they like him. They like the way he says things and the way he acts. And I do think he's a little bit more genuine than most politicians. He sticks to his recipe. He's consistent. I will give him credit. I think he's a whack job, but he is consistent.
Guys, your opinions on Bernie Sanders?
Yeah, I have some thoughts, but I'll let you go first.
Yeah, I don't know. I think a lot of the Democrats, just not even on Bernie Sanders, but about the Democrats coming into the House, I think obviously it's a big thing for Kamala, but also her policies, because we've talked about like abortion and things like that, and certain policies that she can't come into office and on day one enact. She cannot do things like that. And I think building up the Democratic status in Congress and things like this, I think it's really going to be a huge boost for her.
Yeah, Bernie Sanders, he's been pretty consistent, and I think that's something you can't really say about a lot of people in politics nowadays. He's stuck with what he's been saying ever since, he first kind of came into the spotlight. I definitely want to highlight Lisa Blunt Rochester. I'm a Delawarean. I love Lisa Blunt Rochester. What she does for the community, I feel like a lot of people in Delaware especially feel this way. We have Republicans and Democrats voting for her, even though Delaware is definitely a Democratic state. you talk to farmers, you talk to people who you would think would lean more right. They like Lisa Blunt Rochester. I feel like that's an example of a politician who's for the people. She's not really someone who, especially from personal experience, lets party divide her. I think she's a good politician in that type of way. Obviously, she's still a politician. Let's not be confused with that. But overall, the things that she has done for Delaware has just been so impactful. So I think I'm very happy that she has secured that spot.
So quickly, let's talk a little bit now. Let's shift to Georgia. So Georgia's still a lot to report, but Donald Trump is currently holding the high ground there, Jackson.
Again, I would expect Georgia to go red for Trump. I mean, it is a swing state,
right?
But I think that Biden won so narrowly in 2020, even compared to how much Trump won by in 2016. That was also pretty narrow. But again, I think the hurricane, what happened there with Kamala Harris and her saying $750, that rose me the wrong way. That might have been misinterpreted, but again, the media says things, people hear it,
right,
and they misinterpret and they go to the negative. People like hearing negative news more because it's more entertaining. That's the way it works in the media these days. And by the way, back to what we were talking about earlier, the media causes a lot of the division that we're seeing. I mean, we're talking about all these polling violence, all these political violence. I blame the media for a lot of that stuff because they kind of like they throw gasoline on the fire basically. But yeah, as far as the race goes, I mean, I think Georgia is more of a red state than a blue state, in the last few election cycles. But Kamala Harris still has her base in Atlanta. She could win over the black voters there. But yeah, Trump's going to win the rural voters and maybe some of the suburban voters as well. But I think that, yeah, Georgia's right now, I would still pick Trump as my prediction.
Guys, let's shift back to Texas. Obviously, a lot of breaking news. We're jumping around here. Colin Allred, only 70% has been reported, but he's been off to a good start. What can he say right now to his supporters? He is not currently the incumbent, but he is currently somebody that has been pushing the divisive rhetoric out of the Senate that, unfortunately, I guess you can say unfortunately, has been brought along by Senator Cruz.
I think it's something that it's definitely we have to look at. Like I said earlier, Texas is Texas.
Texas is Texas.
Texas is going to be Texas. I don't think it's anything of extreme worry either way. I'd be really surprised though if we saw a more democratic outlook on Texas. But as we said, that's something maybe in the future Texas could become a swing state.
Right.
But like I said, that's not something I'm really worried about. And honestly, when you look at these predictions or you look at these polls, anything that says Texas is going blue, I don't even look at it.
You don't even look at it?
Yeah, Texas is going red. I mean, that's just
What about the all-red race? You looking at that at all?
No, I'm not. No.
No?
I just don't care for Texas, if I'm being honest with you. I feel like it's going to stay the same.
And there's also been talk that New York and California are going red magically. Trump said himself, we're going to win New York this year. It's not going to happen.
Some things are going to stay the same, and that's fine.
It's him trying to swamp the vote. Right?
Yes.
He's trying to
stir the pot. He's trying to get that attention on himself. He's a businessman. He's strategical. He knows what he's
trying to
doing.
get people out to vote. He went to New Jersey. He went to Wildwood, New Jersey. Obviously, that was a lot of Philly people who drove into New Jersey, but he said New Jersey could actually be on the map this year. He's trying to make people feel like there's a purpose in them voting if their state's not important. He doesn't want New Jersey to be a big, ugly blue. Right. He doesn't want any states, like, for example, your Kansas, to be just a fat, ugly blue. He wants to put some action on it.
Kansas fat ugly blue?
No, it's currently going blue right now. He would never want that to be a fat ugly blue or any state.
I think New Jersey would be a bit closer to New York. I think New Jersey actually has been trending a little bit right. Now, obviously, Kamala Harris is going to win the state, but I think this might help Trump out in the, his last two elections, he's been unable to win the popular vote. I think maybe what he's trying to do is go after these blue states and try to change the demographics there a little bit and maybe give himself the popular vote if he wins this election with the Electoral College. That might be his strategy because a lot of people say, oh, we should abolish the Electoral College. Trump would never be president if we did the popular vote. If he wins that too this time, that argument is gone. Maybe that's what he's going after.
I mean, I personally think the argument about the Electoral College is somewhat futile. Honestly, I mean, it truly is so strong, and it really provides the much needed representation for those smaller states. I mean, I think without it, I mean, it would be completely looked over. And I feel like it's just been, I mean, in the Constitution for so long. I feel like it's been working for us so far. I feel like, if it ain't broke, I mean, don't fix it.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
The Electoral College, I think it's definitely something that we've seen, like, people win the popular vote, but they don't win the electoral vote.
You saw Bush in 2000 won the election without the popular vote. You saw Trump in 2016.
It's going to happen, and I think, honestly, if people want it to be changed, good luck with that. It's so embedded in the country. We can't even vote in peace, let alone change something as big as that. There's other problems I think that'll be solved first before the Electoral College is even looked at. So that's not even something I think is a worry right now.
Well, guys, with all that in mind, let's look into how both of these campaigns have been affected so far. We'll be right back.
In 2023, Trump faced 4 indictments, 2 on state charges and 2 on federal charges. These crimes include falsifying business records, participating in racketeering organizations, concealing classified documents, and interfering with the January 6th attacks on the Capitol building. With his sentencing date delayed until November 26th, it is important to reflect on the details of his indictments and how they play a significant role in the election. So first, Eva, can you kind of explain to us the details of each indictment?
Yes. So I know this is the boring part, but I'm just going to kind of break down his main 4 separate indictments. So obviously, first, we have his hush money payments, and this was on the state level. And this was in March of 2023 on 34 felony counts. And of course, this involved falsifying business records related to payments made during the 2016 election. And then we have the classified documents case, and this was on the federal level. And this was in June 2023 on 37 counts. And this includes unlawful retention of national defense information, obstruction of injustice, and making false statements. And then we have, of course, election interference. This is again on the federal level. This was in August of 2023 on 4 counts. And these just kind of dealt with the overturn of the 2020 election results. And then lastly, we have the Georgia state charges. This was in August of 2023 on 13 counts, and this just includes racketeering, solicitation of election officials to violate their oath, and of course, making false statements.
Awesome. So I'm going to get into the hush money trial specifically and who the witnesses were and the prosecutors were. Now, the biggest star witness of this trial was Michael Cohen. He was Trump's former handler with everything. Trump would go to him and like, I need you to cover this. And so that's why Cohen is finally reaching out, because back in 2018, he pled guilty to alleging, the former president falsified business records and helping with the hush money scandal. But he worked for Donald Trump from 2006 to 2017. Now, another person involved in this case, Stormy Daniels. She is a porn star who was paid the hush money around, oh gosh, I can't remember off the top of my head. But there was another gal who was involved, and that is, can't remember at the top of my head either, but she was hush money for $130,000. So there's a large chunk of money going to silence a lot of people because of the 2016 election. And that's not a good controversy to have out, especially after the tape from the Access Hollywood bus came out, trying to brush that under the rug. And then you have 2 other people saying, hey, I had an affair with Donald Trump while he was married. That's not a good look, especially when you're wanting to get elected. So Mr. Cohen helped him out with that. There's also Hope Hicks. She is Trump's former White House communications director. Prosecutors say she spoke with Trump in effort to keep the allegations of his marital infidelity out of the press. Now, let's go on to the prosecutors. Number 1, Alvin Bragg. He is a former civil rights lawyer and law professor. He is a Democrat in his first term as Manhattan's district attorney, and he oversaw the prosecution of Trump's company in an unrelated tax fraud case before moving to indict Trump last year. Another big name I'll throw out there before handing it over to you, Savannah, is Matthew Coangelo. He is a former high-ranking Justice Department official who was hired by Bragg in 2022 to lead the Trump investigation. Now,
Okay, well, what I think is interesting is Trump's lawyers argue that this should be thrown out entirely. Judge Merchan, in lieu of the election, decided to postpone the sentencing. However, Trump, as a defendant, has already been found guilty. Whether or not he goes to jail most likely depends on the election outcome. If he gets convicted on a felony offense and he is deemed president, then he can pardon himself. However, if it's not, then it goes to the governor of state.
Now I want to hear your statistics
Yeah.
on this one.
Yes.
I'm excited.
Yeah.
So kind of looking into a lot of research, obviously, I know that there is just a lot of general controversy about, already perhaps his choice to run for re-election in general, but especially now after all of this coming out, I feel obviously lots of opinions about it. Very strong, which is very understandable. And I know that a lot of people are kind of wondering, why
is he still choosing to run even after all of this has still come out? And obviously, like I said, big opinions. Lots of polls were conducted. One that really caught my eye by the BBC is that 25% of Republicans, Republican voters in general, do believe that Trump is guilty in the pending federal prosecution. However, even though they do believe that he is guilty, 66% of him choose to either still support him or either say that if he is convicted on this federal level, say that their support will be increased if he is convicted in this federal prosecution.
Yeah.
66% said that if he is convicted with a federal crime, that they will still support him. And that's just interesting. I feel like definitely some of these, strong opinions is really interesting. And only 43% of Republican voters said that, he should go to prison, but most were willing to spare him jail time. People just kind of speaking in general, sorry, not just Republican voters, but on both sides said, if he is guilty, he can have some type of punishment, but a lot of people want to forego jail time, which is, perhaps a little interesting because usually if you are convicted of a crime, you gotta do the time for it.
And I mean, when analyzing these indictments, I think it's important to kind of figure out how it relates to democracy, especially with the Georgia and the DC cases, because when people vote, they're trusting that their voices are going to be heard. And by Trump interfering with that election, it's kind of eroding that trust. So it's the role of the judicial system to check that power and make sure that public trust is still maintained and there is legal accountability. So it's, not just, oh, he has indictments, oh, he's a felon. This is a broader theme of, eroding that democracy.
And if we want to talk about accountability, this is a country where most convicted felons can't even vote, and we have one running for president. How does that look, not only just for our country, but for the rest of the world? That's, might be a controversial take, but
I don't think it is at all. No.
Yeah. Do you think a lot of people, especially world leaders, are looking at us and they're like, okay, and they're letting him keep doing this? They're going to let him keep doing this?
Overall, if we're going to throw our opinions out there, I completely think it's ridiculous.
Yeah.
The whole situation, I think it is outright ridiculous. And it's really funny because, you hear people who are so in support for Trump. And I've even talked to someone personally that is a huge Trump supporter. And they've said, oh, the Democrats are twisting the votes. They're the ones stealing ballots. They're the ones, rigging this. Yet there is actual proof of Trump doing that back in the election, which is just crazy to me because people, they really just believe what they want to believe. And that he still has so many supporters after all of these situations is just insane to me. And people are just so easy to overlook it. So easy because they want to vote for who they want to vote for. And at the end of the day, it's our civil right to vote for who you want. But Trump's history, I really can't get behind that at all.
Especially, while these trials were going on, Karen McDougal, that was the gal that I couldn't remember. She was a Playboy model, and Stormy Daniels, after all of this hush money stuff, he still denied any relationship with them. We are in court. I think we're past that by now.
Come on now.
Air it out.
Get it out there. At this point,
grown adults.
Yeah, it goes back to that
You're
thing of
running for
accountability.
president.
Yes,
that accountability, that
take
trust.
accountability for it at the end of the day. Like, that's the least you can do with the situation.
I would rather have somebody who takes accountability and be honest
Exactly.
than somebody who just keeps trying to stuff stuff under the rug.
Yeah.
You have a chance of being president.
Absolutely.
I want an honest person, please.
You
Is
get
that
to
too
the-
much to ask
You
for?
get to the point where I
Fairly
feel like
yes.
lies. You get to the point where you feel like lies can't really save you anymore.
Oh yeah, because what's he gonna back up?
I think it's funny because every time we think we've gotten past it, new stuff kind of just keeps coming to
Absolutely.
light and then
Keeps
turning
coming
up
up.
more and more.
Back, in the 60s, Watergate was a big thing. Now I feel like a big thing is happening every week, and we're just like,
Oh, it's a new thing
I
every
guess
day. Yeah.
this will be a great SNL skit.
And it's nothing. And yet, bringing up that conversation about Watergate, still having those, conversations in school. That's what I learned about in my AP government class last year. And then stuff like this, it's just like, well, you know what? He needs our support now more than ever if he's going to go to jail. It's just, I definitely can see that. However, just usually kind of, at least I feel like if you're voting for a candidate, or giving them, your support, you need to expect that same support back from them. And how on earth can he provide
the country with any type of sufficient support if he is literally could be going to federal prison for some of these indictments.
And I think it's important how like that impacts our relationship with NATO and other world countries. Like how do they see us,
Yeah,
and
it's
how
like a
are our
domino
alliances
effect.
holding up because of this?
Especially around the world, more female leaders are starting to come about, which
There we
is
go.
fantastic.
Absolutely.
Might be biased, but
No.
not at all whatsoever. But he has a long history of violating women, especially with the Access Hollywood tape coming out. I remember hearing that for the first time, and I'm like, and people are just allowing this to happen. He can say whatever he wants, and he can really think he can treat women like this and expect us to still support him. And then we do.
The things he has done as a person are just not respectable. Like, if any other person did this, oh my gosh, it would be like not even considered. They would be thrown to the wayside. But of course, with Trump, it's, people don't care. People still give them their support. And I just think that's insane, because if any other person did anything like this that he has done, it just wouldn't be the same.
At this point, when are we going to fall off of this tightrope of, is this politics or is this a cult?
I think we're walking a very
And it
fine
shows
line
like
of
the
that.
power
We're
of
doing
the lies.
Yeah, we are literally doing flips over that line.
Like it really shows the power of the lies, because Trump will tell his supporters, "Oh, the election was rigged. I had more votes than Biden. I won over Georgia. I won over this state." But having no proof, they still believe that, and it shows what you said. It's like a cult.
I think it's interesting how people consider him like a strong leader. Like I've talked to people who are like, "Oh, I support Trump because he's a strong leader," but I don't see him as a strong leader at all. I think it's
No.
more of just he has a lot of control over these people.
There's a difference between overall like power and influence, especially when it comes with money versus having actual leadership skills. And unfortunately, in a lot of different parts of our society, I mean, one is more valued than the other, and it's the money. I mean, come on, hush money.
For
it's,
somebody
it's
who's
written out. I mean,
exactly.
For somebody who's concerned with all of the crime going on in this country, it's almost hypocritical that hearing this from a convicted felon. It makes you really believe, okay, who am I listening to with this one?
And I think at the end of the day, like, presidency for so long has not been, it's just been blown out of proportion. It's been made into like, let's wear MAGA hats and signs, and it's been created into this huge thing. And at the end of the
It's
day,
a facade now.
It's a facade.
Absolutely.
It's
It's a meme.
It's a meme. It's social media. It's just so been blown out of proportion in so many different ways that it never was. At the end of the day, it's about our country and about what's going to make our country better and stronger. And the way it's been taken is just ridiculous to me. And I think, honestly, that personally, that's one of my big issues.
And like
with
talking about
Trump,
following, sorry to cut you off, Eva, the January 6th attacks, right? Look how far people would go. And also, how long was it before he stepped up and said something? When
That
this
wasn't on
attacks,
Twitter.
Yeah,
X,
were
my bad.
happening. Well, that is unfortunately all of the time we have left for today. We will have to stay tuned until November 26th to see what occurs during Trump's sentencing. Keep watching At the Desk for more live campaign coverage. Over to you, Ryan.
Thanks, guys. So with all of this drama in mind, let's look into how both these campaigns got here today. First, let's look into Donald Trump after his troubles. Now, Jackson, tell me a little bit about the situation. Do you think that Donald Trump had a, I would say probably not forged, but fake trial or a real trial? Or what was your opinion on it?
Every single president in our history could be charged with felonies if you looked into them enough. Every single one. But they chose to look into Trump because they felt they couldn't beat him in 2024. That's why they did it. So I think that it was a pretty baloney charge, honestly. Now, he was convicted, yes, in the court, 34 counts of falsifying business records. But right after he was convicted, his poll numbers surged. I talked about it on one of our first episodes here. He went up by 8 or 9 points, I believe, against Biden, and that was back on May 30th. And so he started dominating Biden in the polls, and Biden was like, "Oh, this wasn't supposed to happen." And then he debated Biden on June 27th. Again, the momentum went in his direction. I mean, the whole thing kind of didn't work out for the Democrats and the people who thought that would derail his campaign. And I just think that the fact that he was able to be convicted on something like that, it kind of showed Americans that, like, if you mess with the wrong people, they can convict you too. And it kind of made people scared of the system. That's what I'd say.
I mean, well, yes, obviously that is true. You're right. If you look at the statistics, his poll numbers did surge, and a lot of his support, about 61% of Republican voters said that their views did not change about Trump, and they were unwavering in their support for him after all these indictments came out. But I mean, whether you want to sit here and say you think the charges are bogus or not, I mean, there's still, criminal charges, and one of them possibly can be taken to federal level. And I know that that's why a lot of people were concerned about him running for re-election because, are we really in in the state, together as our country, we want a convicted felon running for office and running the country. And even though, yes, his poll numbers and popularity did surge, there were a lot of issues that came up about the fact that, there would be a criminal in office potentially. And I know that that's what a lot of people
What
have
Americans are
problem
saying
with.
is it's a criminal. Is he really a criminal is a question. He got
That is
convicted,
true.
but it's like on paper, is he really a criminal? That's what we have
Well,
to
he's
ask
a
ourselves.
convicted felon.
He is a
That
convicted
that
felon,
is confirmed.
yes.
And that's why I hesitated when I first asked you the question, because do you want to call it a real trial or not? But we will get into that really soon because we do have some updates. Trump has won Arkansas and Kamala Harris is projected to take New Jersey. So no crazy updates there, nothing we really need to get into. But Janae, tell us a little bit about your opinion on the trial.
I just think something that Kamala Harris said was that world leaders are laughing at Donald Trump during the 2024 debate.
Mhm.
They're not just laughing at Trump, they're laughing at all of America, really.
Absolutely.
The fact that we allowed one of our presidential candidates to be on trial, and be found guilty for the charges in which he had, and still be allowed to run for president, regardless of who it is, regardless of what the charges are, that's insane.
Right.
Like, for any criminal to be allowed to be president, even have the chance, is ridiculous. We look at countries and we think about these third world countries that have, these gang leaders and crime bosses that run for office and become their president or their leaders of these countries. We're looking at the United States. We have felons as presidents or presidential candidates too. I mean, when we're looking at the indictments, the fact that his popularity went up, I can't say it's surprising for the United States, but I will say it's very disappointing.
I gotta say, I see it as a power move for Trump. Obviously, it boosted his polls in a huge way, but it's not knocking him down. And obviously, you mentioned world leaders in other countries and about how they had criminals in charge, but I think it's a different set of circumstances because it was counts of falsifying business records.
Right.
And I think you wouldn't normally say that a criminal has power and that's a good thing, but I think for Trump, that really boosted him above. And also, is that going to knock him down so much with the Kamala supporters that it turns them over to Trump is the other thing. Is it going to turn them completely off of Trump, or is it only going to give them that sense of, okay, he did this, but there's a reason why he's still qualified for the job? And I think that's the biggest question to ask.
Falsifying business records when your background is a businessman, like, that's a big part of who Donald Trump is. That's a big part of how he gained his platform today. So we can't say it's not relevant or it doesn't matter, because it does, because that's how he started, and that's how he became a presidential candidate. So to say that, we should brush his trials aside or it doesn't matter in the terms of presidency, it absolutely does.
I don't think it knocks down per se what he did, but also I think it's a notion of like, he is still, I think people are also looking into his policies further because of that. Although this did happen, is he going to be the right fit for president? And are people, I think the biggest question is, are people willing to overlook? And I wonder at the same time, would they overlook it if it was Kamala?
I think it's already Kamala, for one. We talk about her accomplishments and everything that she's accomplished, all her roles, all her government, all the things she's accomplished in government. And I hate to be this person, but I don't think the United States is ready for a Black woman, especially to be president. Especially, we saw with the Hillary Clinton, people weren't ready for a woman to be president. Now, if you want to talk about policies and everything, I think that's a completely different conversation.
Yes,
but we see that the way that women and Black people are still looked at in media, especially, and just in the world, that it's still not quite that balance that we wanted to have. So for Kamala to be behind in the polls right now, it doesn't surprise me that there's just a lot of people that I can't see that are ready to have a Black woman as president. And I think it's a shame, yes, but I think that does attest to where the United States actually is, even though a lot of people, and I think a lot of people will say, oh, I'm not racist, I'm not sexist. It's not something that they think about, but I think those unconscious biases really do play a factor in
It's something that we've seen for a long time today. I absolutely 100% understand what you're saying. But, I will tell you who disagrees with you. Delaware. Delaware has gone blue. And another big update, speaking of the drama of Donald Trump, let's talk about somebody that Donald Trump endorsed. It was very controversial. He lost his race as Democrat Josh Stein will defeat scandal-ridden Republican nominee Mark Robinson to win North Carolina's gubernatorial race.
Well,
Jackson, that's no surprise.
When you go on a porn website and say you're a Black Nazi on transgender pornography, what do you expect?
Crazy, yeah.
I mean, come on, man, as Joe Biden would say. I mean, like, you can't be a politician in the public spotlight and go on a website with an account and put comments like that. You just can't do it.
And then to say that wasn't me, sir.
It made it look worse.
Be-
If
be
he
for
at
real.
least,
Like, that's all I gotta say.
if he
Be
at least
for
stood
real.
on it, maybe it would gain some respect from it. But he didn't. He tried to deny it, and everyone knew he did it. And it's kind of like, you know what, dude? No, we're not going to vote you as our governor.
He said he was a
No.
product of misinformation. He was down by 10% in the polls. People kept dropping out.
Yes, he was already losing it. He never was
Yeah.
really appealing. He was too far right, I think,
Right,
for one thing.
Staffer's gone.
Very far right on issues like abortion. I mean, he kind of was just too much of an evangelical, old-fashioned Republican and did not appeal to the moderate voter in North Carolina, and that's why he lost by, I imagine, a good amount. I haven't seen the numbers, but I do think it was by a
I'm
lot.
sure. Yeah. I mean, it's just, kind of circling back, I think, to, to Harris and Trump and talking about their campaign in general and, what you mentioned earlier about kind of social media perpetuating a lot of things. I mean, we live in the age of technology and in the social media, and I feel like it's a lot, with a lot of, our generation being so chronically online. I feel like, a lot of the candidates for everything, this year had to adapt to that and had to, kind of work up to, that presence on social media and, posting and saying, hateful things or, saying some of your policies or, if there's a TikTok video and your words are kind of taken out of turn, I think it can really help or hurt you. And I think that that's one of the biggest things that's really present in this election, obviously, that we haven't had to worry about in the past couple of years. Because, I mean, everything with technology and social media is just continuing to evolve, and it can either really help or it can really hurt, I think.
Guys, should he have dropped out?
Biden?
No.
Wait, I was like,
Wait a minute.
Mark Robinson. Should he have dropped out?
Sorry. I think it was for the better, honestly. Okay, why do you give me that look?
I'm saying again, like it was kind of late in the race, and I mean, again, he was still probably the best shot, even though he had that.
So you think he should have stayed in the race, Mark Robinson?
Because he was going to lose anyways. I don't think it would have changed the situation there.
Not Joe Biden, Mark Robinson.
So either way, it wouldn't have mattered.
Yeah, I think it's irrelevant. I think I think that Josh Stein was going to win anyways. But yeah,
It's up by 10%.
Up by 10%. Plus, North Carolina is a purple state. I mean, so they were trending blue anyways. I think that it was never going to be a Republican governor for the next spot. So him losing that race is not surprising to me. I was expecting it. I've been expecting it for a month now. I mean, it's the way it is. But yeah, North Carolina for the presidential election, I don't think that's going to affect the presidential election. Historically showing that it doesn't do that. The governor races don't exactly correlate with how they vote for president, because maybe the same people who didn't want to vote for Mark Robinson because of his scandalous past and his far right agenda might still like Trump, because Trump is nowhere near as far right as he is, even though he endorsed him and called him Martin Luther King. I mean, there's a lot of weird things.
Martin Luther King times 10 and Martin Luther King on steroids.
That's Trump's issue.
That's lovely.
His exaggerations are his issue. But yeah, I think that people will still vote for Trump and not vote for him. That's what I think is going to go on North Carolina.
However, historically has not impacted the ticket.
Sorry, I was going to say, however, Trump does have a lot of his own controversies that a lot of people do take into account. I mean, clearly from his days, as a businessman versus, his first term kind of in presidency, and especially with all of his indictments that popped up. I mean, he came into politics as a businessman. And I mean, personally, I think it's worth noting, if he was willing to get his hands dirty and do all of this just for business, what might he do when he's back in office? And what other, I don't want to say crimes, but perhaps crimes might he commit if he's back in office, for the presidency?
Absolutely. And then we're going to quickly touch on something, because we're getting pushed on time here, but I just want to quickly touch on the first and most prominent assassination attempt on Donald Trump. So we're going to dive into that a little bit, guys. A lot of drama. Some people say it was so far as faked. Others said it was momentum. Obviously, it brought us into the vice presidency announcement and the RNC. Your whole breakdown of that assassination, and how did it help Trump?
Yeah, honestly, I think, like I said earlier, how he's had a lot of big power moves for him like that. The whole picture of him holding the fists up, that really said for him that he's not backing down. And for an assassination attempt to happen in today's day and age, when we have so much security and so much everyone just surrounding him and kind of trying to protect him, I think that was a big move for him. And I think it's really helping his campaign a lot.
Talking about security, the AP did like a 3D redrawing
assessment,
of the security. What was going on there? I mean, that's just a big flaw on his campaign. And a lot of things when it comes up to the rallies that, he took people out to a rally on a bus, but the bus didn't give way back. There's so many issues there that don't even surprise me, but it's the fact that that was such a big mistake that they didn't have enough security at the rally that could have costed him his life. And I feel like we talked about how, it boosted him in the polls and everything, but we didn't talk about what were the negative outcomes for the Trump campaign behind the scenes. That, what did his security look like after? What were I would kill to be in the conversation after that assassination attempt to find out what exactly they were talking about, because that that just shouldn't have happened to any presidential
And the
candidate.
security of the rooftop, that whole thing just, for lack of a better term, exploded, the security effort. It was disorganized, there was miscommunication everywhere, and there's a lot that they needed to learn from, Kara.
Yeah, we've never seen anything like that.
Or
I mean,
Jackson, you
yes.
can take it too.
Go for it, Kara.
Thank you.
It's a long night.
you're
Very
good.
long night.
I mean, I won't sit here and lie. I think personally, I have seen and read and heard about some controversial opinions about that. Maybe talking about just throwing out a theory, some of those gaps in security and some of the kind of holes in whatever security regime they had. I mean, maybe could it have been done on purpose? Because if you think about it, he could maybe be fabricating a little bit of violence to kind of get that conversation going. Because I mean, what you said, that picture circled the internet for weeks. And I mean, terrible, obviously, you know, that there was an attempt on his life. However, it gave him a lot of good publicity that he really needed to push his campaign.
Yeah, we could talk about that one all day. It's arguably more dramatic than anything else that happened the entire election. And that's why, obviously, Donald Trump's wife made a speech about how it needed to get more attention. But with that being said, we're getting pushed to go to commercial break. Right now, the score is 101 for Trump and 71 for Harris in the polls. So our fellow panelists, Janae Overton and Ella Karofsky, spoke to voters from here at Penn State and farmers in and around Center County. Let's send it over to them with the special report.
According to United States Department of Agriculture, the average age for the American farmer is 58.1 years old. With the upcoming election, people are wondering about the economy, border control, and other similar issues. But the average agriculturist is thinking, what about us?
And I think a lot of times people just think of dairy or chicken or crops or pigs or whatever. But really, it's about the economics, right? The economics is really the driver today that is causing a lot of grief for farmers just across the United States, not only Pennsylvania, but across the United States. And so,
Similarly to FAFSA, Stephen Cook says that farmers that are just making it by still aren't able to be eligible for those government programs.
Really there's programs that help farmers that are, definitely falling down financially and they need to get back on their feet. But what about the ones that have been kind of like trucking along and pinching a little harder to make sure that they can make a little bit of a profit at the end? But yeah, if you're in that section where you are kind of like making it, but maybe you're not making it great enough to have a nice display or offer a nice scholarship, you can just kind of go, okay, well, you're doing okay. And it's like, well, I'm working really hard to be okay, and it's like, isn't there a little extra like effort that we can reward those farmers that, maybe aren't always in financial need? Because
President of the Pennsylvania Farm Bureau, Chris Hoffman, says that local elections are more important to the family farmer than you would think.
Is what's in their state of mind, right? The people that you feel like you can work together to make it work. So that to me is where it's at. And it's just not the president, because I know presidential elections that's a big thing, right? And it is, right? It's really a big thing. But a lot of the stuff that's getting done needs to get done as it trickles down through, from U.S. House and Senate to the Pennsylvania, from our leaders of Senate and House members in Pennsylvania, all the way down to county commissioners and townships. So those races are all really, really important.
Food prices have been a hot topic this year, and that frustration is reaching the agriculture community as well. Stephen Cook of Cook Family Farms says that that's negatively impacting the American farmer.
do we really need to have like all of that? I mean, you hear about abundance here in the United States. Well, it's cheaper to get it from Argentina. Well, why is that? Why is it that a boat can be at the ocean for 17 days, get over here and unload, and it's going to be cheaper to buy those beans than it would have been to buy the beans that were like right down the street? And that's concerning. You know, what do we do? What do we do to reverse that? You know, why can't we take care of the American farmer, you know, first and foremost, and make sure that they're making a profit?
Regardless of the outcome of the election, it's important to remember that farmers still have to continue their jobs.
One of the things I think is important is farmers are going to be farming during the election and after the election, right? So, you know, I just encourage people to think long term, think future.
With the delays in the Farm Bill and general agricultural issues, farmers are asking D.C. if they can find a common ground.
Capital that we need to be able to make sure that the Farm Bill is to to ensure that next year farmers can farm, even though bad things happen this year, right? Because we always think about what are we going to do next year to produce food. And so that's where the government has to be. They need to be focused on the farmers' needs, and it cannot be a partisan type thing. It has to be bipartisan. We need both the House and the Senate to come together and to really do great things to make sure that farmers are successful this year and be able to start that crop for the following year.
Farmers are working 365 days a year in order to scrape by, which raises the question, what can the government do more to assist them in their day-to-day lives?
Well, I'm going to highlight Pennsylvania, right? I'm going to highlight our governor, and he's put together an amazing budget this year for agriculture. He put $10 million in an innovation fund where farmers can apply for money to do innovative things right on their farm, to figure out how do we grow our farms, and how do we use technology that we're not sure is going to work, but yet we can use some help financing it to do it.
Even the farmers are the backbone of the United States of America. There's still not enough appreciation for what they do. These impacts can be seen negatively monetarily and mentally.
By now that, to help prevent them from doing that. And it's like, well, man, that's really rough. That guy's, worked harder than anybody I know. 365 days a year, twice a day, milking cows, twice a day, feeding calves, never a day off, regardless of the weather, regardless of if there's a pandemic. It's like there was just as many acres of ground planted but during COVID, and just as many cows milked and cows raised for meat during COVID as anything else. I mean, those people didn't take a break. They didn't shut down. It was the essential industry that we had to have throughout all of that. And yet there's a suicide hotline for those guys. There's guys that are getting out of the business because we just can't make enough money to stay in it. So it's just really sad. That's that kind of one part of it's sad. I mean, yet I'm proud to be a farmer because I'm on the cusp. I'm making it. I've diversified our farm to kind of do things so that we can pass on a successful business. But when I see all those other ones and know, what they've had to go through or what they do on a daily basis, to see them fail or to give up, it's just so disheartening.
Every person in this country depends on food to function. We depend on our American farmers every day, but the question is, can our American farmers depend on us? Thank you for joining me, and now we'll send it over to Ella Karofsky to interview Penn State students about the Electoral College.
This is Ella, and we're here on Penn State's campus asking students about the upcoming election. We're here to see what they know about the Electoral College and its contributions to electing the next president.
Do you know what the Electoral College is?
Kind of. I know that each state has votes based on its population, and then based on the majority of the state, that's where the votes go.
It's a collective, isn't it? Each state has representatives, and then the Electoral College is the amount of votes each state has.
From my knowledge, it's the representatives of both the Democratic Party and the Republican Party from each state that'll then vote for the president.
The thing that ultimately decides who the president is.
It's the votes that actually count for the president.
I have somewhat of an idea. Isn't it a way to give states with a smaller population more of a say in the election?
It's that thing where it's they choose the counties or whatever. It's the election districts.
I know they manage the voting in the US. They coordinate everything and they count the votes, I think.
So if I remember correctly, it's each state gets a certain amount, and then it's divided up in counties, and it's I think whichever side gets the most votes in that state, it's all of the Electoral College votes from that state gets counted towards whichever president.
Do you know how many electoral votes Pennsylvania has?
No.
If you could take a guess.
14?
I think it's 120.
I was to 5.
At least 4.
12.
No idea. I think above 11.
7.
19.
I feel like it's 19.
Do you know how many electoral votes are required to elect the president?
If we're 19, I'm going to guess like 200 for the president.
240.
It's around like 200 something, isn't it?
It's 270.
Of course, someone told me this recently. 230?
That I don't know, but I feel like it's around like 135 or probably like 180. So
30 or 256.
270?
Do you think the electoral college is a fair way of choosing the president?
No, I don't really like the way it's done. I think it should just be total amount of votes.
I feel like it would be fine as long as your representatives are in tune with what the state would actually desire. And a lot of the states do have limited votes, depending on the size of your state and the amount of representatives you have. So I'd probably say it's like a 50-50.
I think it is in a way because we do get to vote to office the people that are deciding that, but it feels less direct.
Probably not. I think it should just be popular vote.
Which state do you think has the most electoral votes?
California.
Probably Alaska.
Probably Texas or California.
I think Texas.
Texas is big.
Cali. I think Cali, Texas, New York.
Probably like California.
It's New York. Would that be California?
I'm guessing it's the one with the highest population, so like California or Texas.
California.
How important do you think the electoral college is for the presidential election?
Probably pretty important. Like, doesn't it like change the whole election based off of like how they're shaped?
I think it's like low-key too important. I think like that's why there's so much campaigning like here and in other swing states. Yeah, like it is really important, unfortunately.
Very important. It kind of like is the main decision.
I guess it's, based on my first answer, super important only because those are kind of the overarching votes that'll kind of decide the next president.
We got a lot of good insight from students here on Penn State's campus. It's definitely very interesting to see their knowledge on this topic. Back to you, Morgan.
All right, thanks, guys. A lot of states are beginning to get called tonight, but the states that people are most excited for are what they call the blue wall, which is Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania. And I want to open up to you guys. What do you think is going to happen tonight?
So based on what we have so far from AP polls, it looks like that Michigan, Wisconsin, and PA are leaning blue so far. So
Well, it's still very early in the night. Pennsylvania's polling just closed, I believe.
yeah.
So there's still a lot of time for everything to play out. But as of right now, the blue wall states are looking.
Do we think that, because the whole reason they call it a blue wall is because if one state goes, all the others follow in pursuit. Do we think that might be the case scenario for this election? Do you think something will switch up?
I think it could possibly be that these states may ultimately go blue. Look at Pennsylvania right now. We currently have a Democratic governor, Josh Shapiro, and we also have 2 Democratic senators right now. So we're already like a blue state. So
we're poised to be blue, but I genuinely feel like it could be a Pennsylvania upset. Wisconsin, who knows? But I do have a feeling that here in our home state, we might see a red swing, and I genuinely do believe that that might be the turning point for the election.
What do you believe is going to, be the part of the red swing?
I really do think that the assassination attempt in Butler has really set a fire under many voters and really has just engulfed much of Pennsylvania to swing red. Even though it may still look blue, I don't know.
I feel like it's the same reasons that we've been seeing a lot of people visiting our campus in particular and just wanting to go off and appeal to any valid voter. So that's why we've been seeing Ramaswamy come in, AOC come in, even Trump a few weeks ago. I think that they know this is such a stronghold because it is a college campus.
This county was described as one of the most important due to us, genuinely. Our votes are what matter because we are not only one of the largest population centers in the county, but also one of the most varied in terms of political opinion and background.
The state of Pennsylvania is probably the most important state in the entire election. It's considered to be. It's 19 electoral votes.
both campaigns have spent a lot of time here. Like you were saying, Trump was here. He was supposed to come to the Penn State Ohio State game, didn't end up happening, but it would have been a huge event. Harris has been all over the state. She was in Philadelphia the other night. I saw videos of her knocking on doors outside of Allentown, which, you know, a stunt, but
it brings in
looks
votes.
good.
Yeah, but I mean, how do we think she's faring in Wisconsin or Michigan for that matter?
Michigan has had it has a very large Arab voter population, and I feel like she is not hitting close when it comes to Michigan because of her views on the war in Gaza right now.
Yeah, just this Sunday, she spoke at Michigan State, and she said, quote unquote, that she will do everything in her power to end this war right now. But the real question is, will she actually
I don't believe that. I genuinely don't believe that. I personally, God, I can't remember when the interview was, but it was sometime during this election cycle. She was quoted as agreeing, or I'll rephrase. She was quoted as, when asked about what she thought about the past presidential run, about what Biden had done, about what she would change, what she would do differently. And she said absolutely nothing. And when taken into context with what was going on the Gaza Strip between Israel and Palestine, truly, I personally don't think, nor do I think anyone should vote for someone who's going to, even if they say that they want to bring peace, I don't think that we should truly trust anyone who's going to propagate a genocide.
And I think it's also concerning because we are sending over, like Biden's administration has been sending over so many weapons over to Gaza. But the thing is,
we have spent $17.9 billion in the past fiscal year. It has been an insane amount of foreign aid. And while I don't disagree that we should help other countries, I think it has been an exorbitant amount of money spent on good decisions leading us into a bad path.
I mean, and it's not even just Israel. Since the start of the Ukraine-Russia war, we sent $175 billion passed over 5 different acts. Foreign policy has been the most criticized part of the Biden administration, especially by more progressive parts of the left.
And even more radical parts of the right. They've looked at what Trump did, and admittedly, he was a figurehead for controversy during his presidency, but he was, in my opinion, the stereotypical American, loud, brash, and carrying a big stick. And I really do think that that kind of foreign policy, if brought back in, may cause a significant change, not only in Ukraine, but in the Gaza Strip. And I do think we may need that change in comparison to what the past 4 years have been.
Oh, yeah. And, you know, Kamala has mentioned that she has a, quote, unwavering commitment to Israel, but will not be silent. If she doesn't want to be silent, now is the time to talk, girl. Because from what I've been seeing from her end is kind of dancing around the question of, what are you going to do? Oh, I'm going to follow President Biden in suit of this. I think you need to start making your own opinions on this.
And what you're saying is she's been dancing around this issue, but why did she wait until this past Sunday when she was at Michigan State to then bring up the issue that she will do anything in her power to stop this war?
Yeah, and she knows that she wants to get the youth vote. And this is a very important topic that our generation is focused on. Yes. And we are asking her to talk more about it. And it's crickets on her end. And I feel like that is a major reason why people are looking in other ways, whether it's like Jill Stein's beliefs, whether it's Donald Trump's.
We just got a call in that New York has gone to Harris, and Alabama, South Carolina, Tennessee, Oklahoma, Florida, and Mississippi are all for Trump.
Wow. That's
all right.
So things are starting to heat up. We're getting some calls in. We're starting to see how this election is beginning to play out. Harris is at 99 right now. Trump 120. So do you think this is a predictor for how the night's going to continue going on?
I mean, there's no way of knowing until every single vote is counted.
No, but we can take a look at how, let's take Kamala Harris, for example, how she's been struggling to gain votes among not only Arab voters, like we mentioned, but the Black male population. I feel like she's been struggling with that especially.
I mean, that's true. The Black vote for the longest time was considered to be a capture vote, which means that while Democrats have their vote, they knew that they would have their vote, which means that they're not as inclined to engage or to pass legislation that supports what they support, et cetera, et cetera. But what Republicans have been able to do is slowly chip away at that capture status. Trump has been doing it, especially. How effective it is up for question. But the Harris campaign has noticed this and started putting out more economic proposals to help out Black men, things like that.
And do you think, sorry, I just want to cut you off
of
right
course,
there.
go ahead.
But do you think that that's really impacting how New York went to Trump? Because a lot of people thought, Mar-a-Lago, like his entire thing is he's a businessman. He has towers, Trump Tower in New York. So a lot of people thought it was going to be New York would go to Trump. So do you think things like that, the Harris campaign's kind of strategic moves going into this, do you think that helped?
I mean, do you want to talk about strategic moves? I think her choice to bring Obama out of retirement was a shot in the leg.
Yeah.
I think it really reflected her attempt to distance herself from the Biden campaign and prove herself as her own candidate. And I really don't think that has helped her at all. I think it's really just had her fall back into Biden's shadow, let's say, as him being the VP for the Obama administration. And I really don't think that that's helped her at all. If anything, I think using him as a crutch to distance herself from rambling Joe Biden has only made the race, even in the wee hours that we're in right now, weaker in her position.
And I think it's interesting because it goes from Obama to Biden to then Harris, and then she's going back to Obama. It's kind of this cycle of they're all kind of, both Biden and Harris could be said to be relying on Obama right now.
I'm of the opinion that Obama was going to come out and talk regardless. He was a relatively popular president. People like him. He was going to come out and talk at conventions, talk with the DNC, all of those things. I think it wasn't really a matter of Harris' campaign being desperate enough to pull him out to do it. I think they were just waiting for him to come forward and do it.
And speaking of Biden right now, I want to pivot to COVID, because we're talking about kind of Kamala riding on the coattails of Biden, talking about Biden with his response to COVID, Trump's response to COVID. I just want to get your thoughts on that, how that might be impacting kind of the election today even.
Well, COVID was obviously very, very interesting for a lot of us to go through. I think
that's for sure.
The repercussions that we're still kind of feeling are through our economy and through the growing of inflation. And, that was right when the election happened, 2020, 2021. We have it go over to Biden, and he didn't enter office with everything there. He's still kind of having to work through the after effects of COVID. But I think we're still feeling the economy going a little bit down. And that's what's most notable about Trump's campaign. We are seeing how his economy, especially when he was the president, was still somewhat standing. And that's the biggest thing against Harris, is that she's just agreeing with whatever Biden was doing, and everything that Biden was putting into place, she's not really changing much. And I feel like that is one reason why voters are not looking to her to hold their economy.
She's definitely just continuing like Biden's administration in the way you think, like how she's handling COVID and all that. It's like almost like she can't get away from it. It's like she's like Obama's coming in to like endorse her, and then we see again with COVID, as she's carrying out Biden's approach to it.
I mean, I think a big issue with COVID is I think Americans kind of forget a little bit, even though it was 4 years ago, that this pandemic could have been shortened. It could have been, not to say stopped, but there were measures we could have taken to help mitigate the effects that we just didn't act upon in time. And I think it's interesting, especially in regards to COVID, how Trump doesn't champion the vaccine being founded under his administration.
Yeah.
That is something he could run on, but chooses not to because he knows his supporters are anti-vaccine, which is very interesting.
Well, sorry, go on.
Oh, okay. Well, I don't know. I guess we thought we heard someone.
My bad.
No, totally. But talking about Trump and COVID and vaccines, recently he came out and said that he would make RFK the head of the health sector if he was elected. Speaking of health, do you think him nominating RFK is more for these anti-vax kind of ideals? Or do you think it's because he genuinely thinks that RFK would be a great fit for the health sector?
I think it was more of a you drop out, I'll give you a position type of thing.
You couldn't have said it any better.
RFK, his view on vaccines, he's been questioning it forever.
Mhm.
He doesn't really belong anywhere near a position regarding health in government, especially he's like a 70-year-old and he looks to be on steroids.
Yeah.
The issue is just Trump is willing to give away these positions to anyone that will pledge loyalty to him. RFK is
Mhm.
just the latest example of such.
But do we think if he were to be voted into office, he would keep his word on that? I feel like when it comes to healthcare and even, throwing in like reproductive freedoms, he's been changing his mind a lot. Specifically, I know that he brags, quote unquote, brags a lot about how he took down Roe versus Wade and how he did all of these things to reverse Roe versus Wade. But recently, he's, been trying to appeal to the women's vote.
I feel like we've seen this problem with him before. Like, look back on 2016 when he was running, he would say he has this plan to get rid of Obamacare. But then throughout his whole presidency, he would say he has this plan. But really, did he ever like formally announce his plan? I feel like we're still waiting for this said plan to be announced.
But I mean,
He
what
said
politician
himself.
really keeps their promises?
He
Let's
has
be completely
concepts
honest.
of a plan.
Yes, he keeps saying he has concepts of this
Yeah.
plan. But you would think after from 2016 to now, like, wouldn't we have a plan by now? Or like, wouldn't we have announcements of the concepts of this plan?
I feel like I see a lot in ads of Trump and Harris. Trump is saying, oh, Harris will always back up Biden. She had 4 years to fix all of this and yada, yada, yada. Are we forgetting that Donald Trump was president for 4 years before COVID? And he made a lot of almost empty promises, specifically, about the southern border and about the border wall, how Mexico was going to pay for it, etc. I feel like there's a lot of hypocrisy when it comes to making a plan and staying with it. But like what you mentioned, Peter, it's just politics. That's just politicians. They're going, they want your vote. They're going to say what they can.
I'm going to cut in quickly and say that we just got news that Ohio just went red. So again, any surprises there? Or
Absolutely none.
No.
Yeah.
Not really.
I mean, that's JD Vance's territory.
Speaking of JD Vance, how did we feel about the debate? Between the VPs.
Of course.
Because I almost didn't watch it, and I'm very glad I did, because it felt like one of the first true political debates that I've gotten to watch in, quite honestly, most of my years of life.
I think it was truly a political debate. Like,
Yeah.
Go ahead, continue.
It felt almost like the days before Trump was, in re-election, in office, etc. I think that there was so much just respect between both Vance and Walz that it was, it was hard to be biased. You're sitting there and you're thinking with an open mind, like, you know what, they're agreeing with each other. It almost gives you hope that if we sit down, if we talk about the issues, we can agree on a lot of things. Obviously, since they're two very differentiating parties, not going to agree on much. But one of the favorite things that I watched between these two men were them going back and forth saying, you know what, I agree with you on this part. And you know what, I think what you're saying about this policy, we can work something out on it. I wish that we were seeing that during the presidential debate.
Yeah, I feel like we did not see that at all. I feel like, as you said, like during the vice president debate, we saw them say, yes, we agree with you on this, but also I don't agree with you on this. But then I felt like a true political debate.
Yeah.
But then we saw the presidential debate and
they're eating the cats.
They're eating the dogs. They're eating the cats. Like, was that truly a political debate?
We haven't really, given our age, we haven't had much experience with politics without Donald Trump. The most recent, him not being included back in 2012 when we were all, I'm assuming, pretty young. We had no real concept of how politics were supposed to look like around that. Maybe if you watch the news a little more, you might have. But we are so used to the precedent of Donald Trump and what he brings to debates and to just kind of the geopolitical landscape as a whole.
This shock and awe type of politics.
Seeing a normal debate between very well-spoken J.D. Vance and Tim Walz just kind of floored us all.
Yeah. And I feel like, I take a more liberal bias, but I was watching J.D. Vance talk about all of his topics, and I'm open. I'm starting to think, if if he has the right connections, if he were to sit down and talk to Walz or anybody else about this, we could actually reach a conclusion to a problem we've been talking about election after election after election. And like, for example, reproductive freedoms. You know, like I can't quote specifically, but I know JD Vance was very open to IVF and he was open to a lot of things. That's the type of openness I feel like voters really want to see in office. And I know a lot of people were saying that the vice presidential debate wasn't really swaying the crowd when it came to voting for Harris or for Trump. But I believe that it made me more open-minded when it comes down to not only my party, but this election in total.
It solidified my faith in the ability for us to have democratic and actual peaceful debates.
Absolutely.
There was.
I just want to cut in really quick and say that Texas has also just recently turned red.
Mhm.
And I also want to ask you guys, we're talking so much about how we love this debate between the vice presidents. Who do you guys think individually won that debate?
I personally say Vance.
I would say Vance. I could genuinely, with his performance that night, I could very easily see him within a couple of years, considering how young he is. I could see him going for president.
Oh,
I
absolutely.
absolutely no shock at
He
that.
is very well spoken.
He's well spoken.
Very well spoken. He had amazing responses. to the
Oh
questions.
yeah.
Oh, of course.
I
And
mean,
considering
everybody
what
loves,
considering what was transpiring on the internet before the debate about everything that people
Yeah.
were saying about him, I really did not think he was going to pull through it, but he absolutely showed up and he absolutely made his points.
I remember my kind of first opinion seeing JD Vance was chosen as Trump's running mate was, oh, he's a little bit younger. I don't know if he's gonna know enough, etc. And then I sat down and watched him and he did a great job. Though I favored Tim Walz, I could so easily see JD Vance doing very well in an election in the future.
No, I easily agree with you. Like obviously before like the debate, you're sitting down, like you're like, yes, he is super young. And like hearing some of the stuff he was saying at first, like, you know, like, oh, I don't know if I can like totally like, you know, get behind it. But then after his performance at that debate and like his responses and how he handled himself, like speaking against Tim Walz, yeah, I can easily see the same as well.
All right. Well, Ohio and Texas have recently turned red. Harris at 99, Trump at 177. Of course, with both of these, we could see a historical first tonight with the first Black woman president. Yaya Wayne has a look at the first African Americans in office. After that, an interview with the first woman House Speaker in Pennsylvania, Joanne McClinton.
Kamala Harris is running on the idea of turning the page in U.S. politics, painting herself as a forward-looking politician, a pioneer. If she were to win the election, she would be America's first female president, and a woman of color at that. As America holds her breath in anticipation, let's take a moment to reflect on the past. Kamala Harris would not be in the position she is now if it hadn't been for the trailblazing women of color that made their own mark in U.S. politics. Let's take a look at the legacies of a few of these remarkable women. In 1952, Charlotte Spears Bass became the first Black woman to be nominated as a vice presidential candidate. She ran on the Progressive Party ticket. They received less than 1% of the popular vote. But she was also reportedly the first African-American woman to own and operate a newspaper, the California Eagle, which had a circulation of almost 60,000 copies. Not bad for a Black-owned newspaper in the 50s. In 1962, Patsy Takemoto Mink became the first Asian Pacific Islander woman to be elected to state legislature. But Mink had bigger dreams. Just 3 years after being elected to the Hawaii Senate, she became the first Asian American woman to serve in the U.S. Congress, after she won her seat in the House of Representatives. Shortly after he passed the Voting Rights Act, President Lyndon B. Johnson appointed the first Black woman to be a federal judge. Prior to becoming a judge, Constance Baker Motley had been the first Black woman to argue a case before the Supreme Court. A graduate of Columbia Law, Motley led the litigation that helped integrate many Southern universities. In 1967, Senator Margaret Chase Smith of Maine became the first woman to serve as the chair of the Senate Republican Conference. She was also the first woman to have served in both houses of Congress. She served 4 terms in the House of Representatives and 24 years as a senator. Shirley Chisholm became the first Black woman to serve in Congress in 1968. She introduced over 50 pieces of legislation in her time in Congress, earning the nickname Fighting Shirley. She then set her sights on the Oval Office. Her path to the primaries was difficult. She was blocked from participating in televised debates and was only allowed to make one speech. Despite this adversity, she managed to win 152 delegates' votes, the equivalent of 10%. After retiring in 1983, Chisholm co-founded the National Political Congress of Black Women. She declined an offer to become the American ambassador to Jamaica for health reasons. In 1977, Patricia Roberts Harris was the first Black woman to serve in a presidential cabinet and the first woman to hold 2 cabinet seats. Appointed by President Jimmy Carter, she served as the Secretary of Housing and Urban Development from 1977 to 1999 and Secretary of Health and Human Services from 1979 to 1981. LaDonna Harris was the first Native American woman to run as a vice presidential nominee in 1980. Her party, the Citizens Party, also received less than 1% of the popular vote in 1980. A Comanche woman, Harris devoted her life to advocating for Native Americans, founding Americans for Indian Opportunity, and being appointed by Lyndon B. Johnson to the National Council on Indian Opportunity. America has often been called the land of opportunity. And while the scope of opportunity has not always included all people within its borders, I think the journeys of these women are testaments to how far we've come. But it also speaks to the opportunities that lie before us. The Pennsylvania Speaker of the House, Joanna McClinton, has been serving since 2023. She is the first woman of color to serve as Speaker of the House in Pennsylvania. She sat down with one of our hosts tonight, Ryan Lowy, to discuss her story and her thoughts on the election. Thank you for taking a blast to the past with me. Now, please enjoy this conversation with Pennsylvania's very own modern-day trailblazer.
So welcome to At the Desk exclusive interview with the Speaker of the Pennsylvania House of Representatives, Madam Speaker Joanna McClinton. Madam Speaker, thank you so much for joining us today.
So grateful to be here. Thank you.
Awesome. So we have just a few questions, if you mind if we get started. So obviously we know your schedule's very busy, but we will try our hardest to ask the questions that the voters want to hear and to really hone in on the importance of this election. So Pennsylvania offers 19 votes. And how important is Pennsylvania to you, and could it decide this election?
Pennsylvania has decided every election for the last few election cycles. When we think about President Biden's victorious election in 2020, Pennsylvania was the keystone state. Our former President Trump's victory in 2016, Pennsylvania was the key. And our President Obama's victories in 2008 and 2012. As Pennsylvania goes, the nation goes. So we play a critical role in determining, with a significant amount of electoral votes in a very diverse state. People think that Pennsylvania is red or blue, but the truth is it's purple, and we flipped-flop over the last recent election cycles.
So obviously we know what's at stake through the media when it comes to Kamala Harris versus Donald Trump. But what about the state legislature? Obviously it's divided between the House and the Senate. Could we see it flip in either direction?
Absolutely. So one of the greatest things from being the first woman and first person of color to serve on the Redistricting Commission during the 2021-2022 session was in the State House. For the first time in generations, we have a fair, competitive map. So that means there will never be a supermajority on either side, and that every 2 years, the determination of who's got the gavel or which party is in control is decided by the voters. Right now, Democrats, I'm a proud Democrat, we have a 1-seat majority. And this November, just like every November, every 2 years, the voters will decide whether I keep the gavel or whether it goes to the Republican caucus.
Absolutely. So what does campaigning mean to you, and what is the importance of it?
Campaigning means meeting voters where they are, listening to them, finding out what issues are important, what are they thinking about as they get ready to cast their ballot, and making sure they have all the information on not only how significant their voice is from the top of the ticket all the way to the bottom, but also knowing what the candidates stand for and where their issues are resonating with the needs that that voter has.
Absolutely. So do you have any interest one day, obviously you've been in your seat since 2015, of potentially running for governor or for being in Congress?
My goal in the immediate is to remain Speaker of the House for as long as my colleagues and my neighbors will keep me. That is very important. Certainly, we can all think about what's going to happen 10 years from now or 20 years from now. But the truth be told, with such a slim majority and so many really important issues on the line, it is very important that I do my darndest to stay in charge in Harrisburg and make sure we don't have to worry about an extreme right-wing radical agenda, which is what my predecessors did for the last 12 years.
Absolutely. What is your relationship with Governor Shapiro? Are you guys on good terms, and do you guys agree on most things?
Absolutely. The governor is definitely like the coach. I see myself with a 1-seat majority as the #1 quarterback. And it is my goal to get that ball down the field into the red zone. And of course, with another score for Pennsylvanians. And we have not only had a good relationship currently in our current roles, but we've enjoyed one even in our previous roles. When I was minority leader and he was attorney general, we have worked well together for years. And I think having that synergy across between the executive and the legislature helps to bring real wins for Pennsylvania.
Absolutely. So one issue that we have seen come arise after the election of 2020 was election security. Can you ensure that every Pennsylvanian's vote is protected, is safe, and is properly counted?
Absolutely. We have been very blessed in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania to never have had any interference in our election. In 2020, notwithstanding the big lie, and so many of my colleagues sadly signing on to a letter to the congressional delegation saying something happened, nothing happened. Every member of the state house on the 2020 ballot, nobody said they didn't want to serve their term out. They went and got sworn in on the 5th of January of 2021. But we have had safe elections, free from interference. Unfortunately, every now and again, people have been caught trying to vote for someone else. They have been prosecuted with the fullest extent of the law by local district attorneys, and things of that nature are very important and critical because we must be sure that our voice is our vote and that our voice is going to be heard, that who we choose is the person that gets the vote. And we have to make sure that even elected officials don't succumb to misleading and lying to people about the election. The fact that our former president never tells the people of the public that he lost in 2020 continues to dismay and concern me greatly.
Absolutely. And what about the Electoral College, which put President Trump into the office after the election of 2016? Obviously, President Trump twice has lost the popular vote. In 2016, he took office after it. Are you confident in the Electoral College? Do you think that we need to get rid of it? Do you think we should keep it? What is your opinion on it?
So we definitely need to look at modernization. When we think about when our country was founded, now almost 250 years ago, everything is different. When our country was founded, only rich white men could vote. And they created the Electoral College to never be able to stack population against population. And there were so many divisive issues like the enslavement of my ancestors that were factors in deciding why our founding fathers created things like the Electoral College. So certainly in 2024, as we get ready for this big election and we go beyond to America's 250th birthday very soon, we need to look at institutions that were created, and many of them were created not out of fairness, quite honestly.
Absolutely. And now let's get into a very tough topic to talk about, a very popular one that's on the ballot for many. It is the Dobbs decision, aka the overturning of Roe v. Wade. To put you guys in the hot seat, Madam Speaker, how did you guys respond to that?
Absolutely. So in 2022, I was one of those optimists. You know, I'm one that's always positive mindset. When the decision to overturn Roe leaked, and there was an outpour amongst women and men all across our nation in April of 2022, I was fingers crossed. The Supreme Court cannot do this. They cannot do this to America's women. They cannot do it to our daughters, our nieces, our sisters. And then in June, they went ahead and did it. And it was pretty terrifying because they allude in the opinions, the concurring opinions, that other rights may be on the line next. And so I just knew in Harrisburg, they wouldn't dare try to do that because clearly they've seen the polls that says the American public supports privacy. It's just privacy. It's like not taking the government with you to the doctor. American public supports that. But no, my predecessor made a decision on a Friday night in July of 2022 to make Pennsylvania one of those states that was about to create an abortion ban. And unfortunately, for him. But fortunately for the voters of Pennsylvania, that November, they decided to vote out Republican control of our state house and to make sure that they also elected Governor Shapiro to make sure women are protected throughout Pennsylvania.
Absolutely. That is on the ballot, as well as fracking, Madam Speaker, which is a very prominent issue here in Pennsylvania. What is your opinion on climate change, the climate change policies we're seeing from the federal government, and what do you want to see if Kamala Harris was elected?
Yeah, so as it relates to fracking, Pennsylvania is unusually blessed. We have such great natural resources, as much as so many other large countries that are producing energy. And as a result of that, there are jobs created, particularly in rural parts of Pennsylvania. I've been to those job sites. I've been to the places where they extract natural gas so that they can provide us heat all over the state, where they're selling it, where they're exporting it. And it is an opportunity for us to, quite frankly, make money. But at the same time, we have to make sure that the drinking water where those sites are, that they're clean and that it's pure, that there aren't any obstacles to the people who are working at those locations and even live nearby. So it is a balancing act. And certainly, if Kamala Harris is elected to be the 47th president of the United States, she just said in Delaware County, not far from where I live, at a town hall, that she is committed to continuing to learn about the issue and how to take America into the next step where we have a clean environment, but at the same time, we still have heat in the winter. We're not buying it and exporting it from other nations.
And absolutely. And our last question, Madam Speaker, is something that has been looming on Pennsylvanians for a long time. The minimum wage here on paper is $7.25. Do you and your caucus support a raise? And if so, how are you going to get it by the Senate?
Oh, yes, we absolutely have always been outspoken. And it's not just talk. We passed the bill a year and a half ago and sent it to the Republican-controlled Senate and let them know, let's pay Pennsylvania workers. Let's respect our workers. There's a misnomer that teenagers flipping burgers in the summer are the only ones who make minimum wage. But the truth of the matter is, studies have been done, and there's over 1 million women who are parents and heads of household who are making minimum wage and are working more than one minimum wage jobs to put food on their table. So it's unacceptable that the Republicans in the Senate have not sent that bill out. But our goal first is to win again in 1 week from now. And then as we retain control and the majority in our state house, let the Senate know we want to work with you. We're not fighting about the number, but if we respect Pennsylvanians, we are not going to have it stuck at the federal level of $7.25 because it's an embarrassment.
Absolutely. And Madam Speaker, before you go, do you have a message to the thousands of students like me who have already casted or will be casting their ballot for the election on November 5th?
We are Penn State. You're supposed to respond. Oh, sorry. I guess it wasn't funny. To Penn State students all across the Commonwealth, you are in rural settings, suburban settings, urban settings. You have campuses everywhere. You are the Pennsylvania State University. You will be a part of deciding who our next president is. Do not believe the hype of it doesn't matter, or it's already decided. That's not true. You are the deciding factor. And in this day and age, the largest voting bloc is under 30 years old. And most of you fit in that demographic. So lift up your voice, your issues that you care about, whatever they are, whether it's climate change, a woman's right to have protections and privacy to her own body, make decisions, raising the wage, having opportunities in this economy, having a new way forward. Quite frankly, turning the page from the division and the hatred that we've been plagued with for the last 8 years. Whatever it is, it's on the ballot. So make sure you participate. Those of you who have the time, go to your satellite election office or your county election office and go ahead, get a mail-in ballot in person and return it in the same moment. Those of you who have time around all your classes and you're studying and all the work you have to turn in, have a plan for Tuesday, November the 5th, 7 a.m. until 8 p.m. And then finally, let everyone you're connected to know that they too must vote.
Madam Speaker, for what it's worth, we all thought that joke was wonderful. We are all Penn State here, and we really appreciate you being with us, Madam Speaker. You have a wonderful day, and we thank you again for your message to voters, and we can't wait to see what is in store. Have a good one, Madam Speaker. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Have a great one.
Clinton? All right, we're back at the desk. Thank you so much to Speaker McClinton for that awesome opportunity. The roundtable is here. Guys, let's talk key issues: the economy, abortion, and the border. Now, let's start off with Kara. Abortion was on the ballot in Florida. Voters voted against it. They voted for it in Ohio in the 2022 midterms. Tell us a little bit about it.
I feel like whenever you mention abortion, you can't help but think about Roe v. Wade.
Right.
And I know that obviously did occur a couple years ago, back in 2022, but I still feel like, I know for me personally, whenever I hear abortion, I immediately think of Roe v. Wade, and I think of the upset that was caused after that was overturned. And honestly, I find that it's really upsetting, the fact that their reasoning for that is just because there was nothing specifically stated in the Constitution that had any sort of like protection or discussion about abortion and that amount of like women's health care. But I feel like that argument can be made for so many other topics, especially relating back to things that can be kind of in a gray area within healthcare. And I personally find that very upsetting. And I think that I can understand how constitutionally, we want to make sure that we abide by certain things written that are written down, all these years ago that are helping to keep our country running. But times are changing, and I think that means we need to change too.
Yeah, I agree. I think honestly, as a woman, I think it is such an uproar, and that's why it's become one of the most prominent issues in this year's election. Obviously, we have a woman running for president. It's going to be one of the issues, and why Kamala is trying to gain ground with so many of these voters. And I think we need to stick with the facts that I don't think that it was an issue that should have been brought to the election this year. Obviously, it has been with it being overturned, but it's one of those kitchen table issues where it's really going to affect voters, and especially in these swing states that we're seeing the populations, it's huge.
I think it's especially, you really have to look at it when we're talking about, like you said, that we have a woman running for president, and that's such a huge issue, but that's not the only issue. When it comes to abortion, there's a lot of religious ties to it, and personally, church and state should be separated, and I'm very key on that. And that's something that's been kind of being blurred over the past couple of years. And I think abortion does have to play into that, which is why it kind of upsets me that this conversation is being had, because to me, this is starting off as a religious issue that's making its way into government. And I don't think that's how it should be at all.
Jackson, I think all eyes are on you for this one, because obviously we do know you lean more Republican. Your opinion on this situation is interesting.
Yeah, so I'll say it right now. If I were a governor, if I were any type of state legislator, I would not put on abortion bans. I would not do it personally. But I understand both sides of the issue. And if voters vote against abortion, that's their vote. If that many people in a state don't want abortion to be legal, and that includes some women, if they really don't want it to be legal, that's their vote. So I understand the overturning. I understand the logic behind it. It was not constitutionally protected. Enough of Americans did feel that it was something that could be up to subjectivity. Some scholars did want, not all like Trump says, but some scholars did want it to be overturned. So I understand the overturning, but I also personally don't really agree with it because I am more of a pro-choice person. But I just think that people need to look at the other issues and realize abortion is not as important as some of the other issues. It's simply not. It's not as important as the border, in my opinion. It's not as important as the economy, in my opinion. It's not as important as foreign policy, in my opinion. And I just think that it's difficult for women, obviously, because it is an issue that affects a lot of women. There are, I think, over 1 million abortions that happen a year. But there are just other issues on the table. I think that we should look at those instead for the most part.
I think what bothers me the most about abortion bans and talks about abortion is that if we are putting more restrictions on abortion, or we are trying to outlaw them or get rid of them, that's only going to lead to more dangerous, operations. People are not going to stop getting abortions. Women are just going to find other ways to do it, and it's going to be dangerous, and it could lead to death for the parent and the child, which I think, like we said, if you outlaw something, we think of when they outlawed alcohol, people were still drinking. They didn't stop anyone from drinking.
Right.
People still found ways to do it. And I think abortion is the same way.
But the problem is, though, there's a significant amount of the population who believes that abortion is murder. They view the fetus as a human being,
That
and not
includes Mike Pence.
Yes, Mike Pence was like that. There's a lot of Republicans who are like that. So it's kind of hard to sell that to those people, like comparing it to the alcohol ban, for example, prohibition. Like they just don't view it the same way. They view that as a human being and not just a clump of cells, as the pro-choice crowd would say. And they think that they view it as an execution of a baby. And so I don't view it that way, but enough Americans do to where that's why it is an issue. Like you said, it's been brought back to the public spotlight.
I think personally, I can agree that perhaps there are maybe some more pressing issues that really need to be brought to the forefront, and issues, with border control and kind of with the economy that affect everyone, when you can argue that, bans on abortion do only directly affect women. However, I mean, I honestly don't even see why it was even messed with in the first place. I mean, it was instituted, since 1970, and there was no issue with it, and there was, no problems with it. And then for whatever reason, just because of one case, that happened back in June of 2022, they're like, okay, we're going to go ahead and change this now. And honestly, I find it, very upsetting, because even there are still some areas that, some states that are still choosing to have that healthcare accessible, and they are still choosing to have those abortions available. I just feel like kind of the premise of all of it, it just seems like we took a really big step back into, helping and appreciating the power of women, because I mean, there are so many different healthcare things, you could say for men that aren't directly mentioned in the Constitution, but they just kind of left all of that alone. But for whatever reason, it just seems like we really took a big stab at women here. And it seems like we're just taking a really big step back kind of from all of the progression that, women have had, especially in society and in politics. So I can definitely understand why, Kamala Harris has made that one of her main points. As you said, being a female president, I feel like it is her job, to kind of bring attention to that. And while some people can say that it might not be the most important issue that she has within her campaign, I still think it's a problem that needs to be solved, no matter who is in office.
And with that, where you keep saying he's taking a step back, I think it might start with abortion, and then we're going to slowly see other things,
Absolutely.
Build up, and especially over the last years, and I do believe this is directly related to Trump, that people have become more outspoken on their opinions. People say exactly what they're thinking now, and I think that if it starts off something small, just being able to insult government officials, then it's going to build up to people saying more extreme and wild things that could make its way into government. And that's definitely a huge fear for me.
And to back you up, I 100% see what you're saying in terms of people are more outspoken about their opinions. I mean, 30, 40 years ago, people were learning in school. When you go to the polls, don't tell people who you're voting for. You know, you're never going to know. I think I'm the only one on this stage who won't out loud say who I voted for. So there's a lot of that now. Just want to leave a quick update on the current results. Donald Trump is up 178 to 99. Still a lot of states left to be called. That includes, obviously, for people like Kamala Harris, a big state of California to bump them. We're looking at a lot of other states. We're going to update you on Michigan and Wisconsin with Sean at the board very soon. But first, let's now dive into another hot topic that was on the ballot this election, not directly, but within the candidates. That is the border. So we've had a lot of drama around the border. So if one of you would like to explain the situation, feel free.
Yeah, I think I definitely want to start with my biggest take on this is that it's been actions over words. And I think a lot of people say that in a Trump presidency, he had the border lower. Border crossings were lower, illegal crossings were lower. And in a Kamala, obviously not presidency, but she was still in the administration with Biden, it went up. And to say that it hasn't gone down would be untrue because crossings have gone down. But you got to take it from scale as it was down here, went up here, it was brought down to here, but it's still not back down here. And again, I think it's actions over words. As Kamala's saying, originally she said that the border was safe and she said it was secure, but then kind of took a couple steps back and was like, no, it's not secure. And I think she's really noticed that it's one of those hot topics, like you said, for voters. And she really wants to gain ground with them on that. But like I said, actions over words. I think we've seen a Trump presidency and we've seen a Harris vice presidency. And I think you need to just stick with the facts on this issue.
Absolutely. And one other quick update, New York just voted to protect abortion in their state. No surprise there at all.
No surprise.
But for all those who voted in favor of it, congratulations. For all those who voted against it, unfortunately. But that was the result from New York. And now we're going to talk more about how the border turned into crime. So the border has, quote unquote, brought over a lot of Venezuelans and has brought people eating in Springfield, Jackson.
Yes. So right now on paper, crime is going down nationally, but the numbers are skewed. And what Trump is arguing is that a lot of these crimes are not being reported because they're being done by illegal immigrants, because these people don't have documentation. You don't know who they are. And there's no way to identify their crimes if they're being committed. Now, what we know is that right now there are over 13,000 convicted murderers, 15,000 sex offenders, and 62,000 other violent criminals who are illegal immigrants who are not in the containment of ICE right now in this country. Now, some of those people came in through Trump, some came in through Obama. I think a lot of them came in through Biden Harris, especially in 2021 when there was that horrible crisis down there at the border. You saw little girls being trafficked and raped and all these things happening down at the border. And it's Harris's just lack of accountability, I think, and because she was appointed board czar. That is true. That is a true statement. I know it's become a meme, but it's true.
It's true. Yeah,
it's pretty funny.
It's funny.
Just a bit, yes.
But she was put, that was her primary responsibility, was the border, and she failed miserably. And that's something that bothers a lot of voters in places like Arizona, even Nevada. And also, you have to keep in mind, some of these illegal immigrants were coming into more northern states because they were being busted and flown in, and they were even migrating on their own into these states, into sanctuary cities. So voters all around the country feel affected. And I also have to question the bill that the Democrats wanted to push for border control. What else was in that bill? Why did the Republicans not want to pass it? I don't know about Trump going in and saying, don't pass it because I want an issue to run on. What else is in that bill? Did they want to give Social Security to illegal immigrants? I want to know what else is in that bill. Those bills are long.
I'll tell you what, Tim Walz, as governor, and suspiciously a lot of people are very frustrated about it, did want illegal immigrants to be able to retain driver's licenses. So that is a hot topic of discussion when we're talking about illegal immigrants crossing the border and that involving crime. Do we want these people who are quote unquote dangerous to be able to drive these multi-thousand-ton vehicles around? That's another thing that
I think the majority of them are actually not violent criminals. But here's the issue, though: they are coming from countries that have extremely high crime rates, extremely high levels of drug use. They are coming from countries that are just not objectively good. So inevitably, if you have mass numbers of them coming in without any type of documentation, without any type of regulation, you are inevitably going to see that crime and those drugs come through with them. So there has to be a way for us as Americans to enforce our borders and to make sure the people that are coming in with good intentions and without a criminal history. Because you can't have, like I just mentioned, over 13,000 convicted murderers from these other countries loose. Because what are they going to do most likely? Murder, commit crimes, and do more of what they've already done.
Yeah, but I'm going to shift to the other side of the table. With that being said, a lot of people have said that Donald Trump has highly skewed the numbers and has almost just been using it as a campaign tactic. Do you guys firmly believe it is a big issue? Because a lot of people would say it's not, and it's over-exaggerated.
I absolutely think it's a big issue. I mean, you need to, like I said, actions over words. You need to look at the facts. And there's innocent girls like Laken Riley and Jocelyn McGarley who are being murdered, and innocent people who are losing their lives over this issue. And I think that's the difference between how Trump wants to have a mass deportation. And it's like, yes, there are people in this country who are contributing to society, but we can't have people running around like this, taking innocent lives and committing crimes that shouldn't have been here in the first place.
I think when it comes to immigration, one of the things that I just cannot forget is that this country is built on the backs of immigrants. And that's something that people say all the time. So to say that, we have to do mass deportations and things like that, immigrants make a difference. We have the country we have today because of immigrants, whether it was through slavery, which was forced immigration, or the big boom during the 1920s, where we had so many people come over to this country, those people who then fought in world wars and different wars for the United States. We can't just cancel out immigrants altogether. And I think that's such a horrible thing, but I also understand the safety aspect. And when you look at the Harris campaign book, she doesn't really have any tough policies against the border. And for people who live near the border, I can see how that's a huge issue. But I think another thing that people bring up a lot is that, immigrants are stealing our jobs. I think that's been one of the biggest arguments when it comes to the border and stuff like that. And I just don't think that's something that's true. That's something that's worried about. Sure, there's probably a couple of circumstances where someone was negatively impacted by immigrants maybe taking a couple of jobs, but I don't think that's a national issue when it comes to immigration. How they're getting jobs or them stealing jobs, I don't think that's the biggest issue. I want us to go back to the safety aspect, looking at the safety at the border and what immigrants do when they're coming in.
And before we continue, Kara, this is a question for you, but it was very interesting. Ronald Reagan once said in his famous speech, "Open doors for the American dream." He said, people are welcome. He mentioned countries in the speech saying, you're welcome to come to America. This is the land of the brave and the home of the free. But now Donald Trump is seeming to push the rhetoric that we need to have mass deportations, push local law enforcement to get involved.
I mean, I feel like, going off of what, Janae said, this country was really built on the backs of immigrants, and that's something that definitely needs to be remembered. And I would absolutely encourage, people to come, into our country and to, obtain citizenship safely and legally. I just currently feel also, kind of touching into our next topic, kind of about the state of the economy with this state that our country is in right now. I fear that we do not have the proper resources to support all of our citizens who are already here and then also welcome in
I don't
even
think
more
that's true.
people.
I don't think we're allocating those resources correctly, and whether you think, Democrats or Republicans do that better, sure. But the United States is the land of opportunity. We have more than enough resources, but we're just not using them correctly. When we're spending so much money giving it to other countries, when we have high homeless rates, we have problems with opioids, we have so many issues here, and we're giving money to other countries. Yes, that's why it's difficult for us to handle things. That
And the
we're dealing
American
with back
people
home.
see that. And which administration has sent billions and billions of dollars to fund foreign wars? The current one.
Hold on,
and
we're
that's
gonna-
what people, and that's why people want to vote for Trump in some cases.
We're gonna call a timeout. You said something very interesting that I almost want you to say again, but we're not really gonna be able to backtrack all the way to it. You said this is the land of opportunity, and certainly it is for Sarah McBride, the first transgender individual. She won the Delaware at-large, elected to the House of Representatives. That is history. So can we get? I mean, that might be just as big as the presidential results.
Yeah,
that is huge and a big step in the direction for Democrats. Your reaction?
I mean, it appears she was going to win anyways. And obviously, Delaware is a blue state, so again, not surprised. I mean, I wish her the best in her career in the in Congress. Yeah, I'm not surprised, and I'm happy for her.
Absolutely, and you know, I think that's a very appropriate response too. This was something that the Democrats have been pushing for a while, and that this is something that a lot of people in America were waiting for.
Yeah, I mean, I completely agree. I think this is such a wonderful, monumentous occasion, and honestly, I mean, political party affiliations aside, I think that type of inclusivity is really wonderful, and also can be traced back to what we're talking to kind of about having that diversity and inclusivity in America, and how it is truly like, as they say, a melting pot of lots of different people. And I feel like that inclusivity is steps that our country needs to take in the right direction. I mean, times are changing, people are changing, and I feel like in order to really be inclusive in all parts of the country, and even being inclusive with being inclusive with the immigrants that want to come into our country, we really need to be expressing almost that love and that acceptance through all different types of people, no matter who they are.
And
this is big news.
I think inclusivity is important. We talk a lot about DEI and people. There's so much to say about DEI, but honestly, I think we've really entered a point where a lot of Americans are just so frustrated with politics. It's like, does this person have a working brain? Are they under the age of 80? All right, you know what? That they're entering so many of the good qualifications. So when it comes to, obviously this is a huge accomplishment, and I never want to underplay that. But I think that with Sarah McBride, she's more than just a trans person that is entering the stage of government. She is someone that has ideas, someone that she didn't get voted for because she was trans. Like we're not doing that.
Right.
People are voting for ideas and policy, and I think that's why she made it this far. And I think when it comes to DEI, a lot of people are saying, "Oh, they're only got this position because they did X, Y, Z, or they only got this position because they're black, or they're." I think we've moved past that. I really don't think that is something to be impacted, especially when you're talking something as big as government.
Yeah, real quick, Missouri just went red. And to talk about what you were just saying, she wasn't just elected because of that reason. She brings opportunities and important information and also ideas of bills to the table. And that's something that can really advance Congress into the future.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's important to highlight that it's not just her. That's not what makes her as a person. Like, we're not sitting here at this panel defining anyone by what they look like or how they act or how they affiliate. It's by what they know and what they're doing to get there. So I think it's important that if she's doing the work to get there, and if she's doing the work to make sure that this country is going to be in a better place in the future, I think that's what we really need to highlight.
So unfortunately, guys, it's looking like timing-wise, we're not going to get to the economy. But before we wrap up, I would like to ask, and we're going to save the economy for later. In Delaware, what do you think the reaction is to this? This is a momentous occasion. You live in Delaware, correct?
I think people in Delaware are excited. Delaware is a small place. We see our government officials regularly.
You guys have beautiful beaches too. Sorry.
Yeah, I mean,
Biden is always there. So.
I knew you were going to say that. I was about to say, the odds of you running into Biden at the beach are pretty high, and being caught in the traffic high. Sure, yeah. But anyway, I think it's definitely something I can see being celebrated in Delaware. Like I said, it's so small. We are definitely a community. Regardless of what you think, everybody knows everyone. And people say that all the time, but it is so true. So when it comes to celebrating something as momentous as this, I can definitely see there being some type of celebrations for it and people really getting excited about it, especially, Delaware being put on the map these couple of years with Sarah McBride, with Lisa Blunt Rochester being the first Black woman to be to have such a high position, Joe Biden being president. Delaware, we're moving up, guys.
You guys are doing
I'm
great.
very excited.
It's a big time.
So I think this is something to add to the celebratory list.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Well, that's all we have. Now we're going to toss it to our good friend Jake Santora from Nittany Talk, who attended the Trump rally at the Bryce Jordan Center and spoke to different attendees and supporters of the candidate. Let's take a look.
I am here with
It's Clayton.
Clayton. To what extent do you believe the church should be involved in politics today?
I mean, politics, I don't really think the church should be so involved in them, okay? I just think that people that claim they're following Jesus should obey the word that they claim they believe. I'm trying to hold on to my sign here.
You're all good, you're all good.
So the problem is when politics conflict with the Bible, we have to choose Jesus.
All right, everyone. I am here with
Madalena Risi.
All right, Madalena. What do you think the country will be like if Trump does not win come this election day?
I think the country will be just like it was the past 4 years when Kamala was our vice president. The taxes will be higher, chicken prices will be higher, grocery prices will be higher, gas prices will be higher, just like it has been the past 4 years. The 4 years before that, gas prices were the lowest they've ever been. Unemployment was the lowest they've ever been. We want to get back to that time.
So Trump, yeah, he's way better than Kamala. I mean, that's just obvious. The problem is he agrees with some abortion, and he agrees with some homosexuality. He agrees that if parents will sign a waiver, their kids can emasculate themselves. So God's against those things. So in my mind, he's disqualified. So I mean, I think that your religion, you call it, I just call it obeying Jesus. That should be who you are. If you're a Christian, you should walk like a Christian, talk like a Christian. You're not a Christian Sunday and then Saturday night you're going to a filthy concert or you're going to the bar. That's not a real Christian. A real Christian's a Christian 24/7. And I think it's funny that people call themselves Christians here. They would never put Jesus saves from hell or sinners go to hell in their car. But they'll decorate their car for Trump all day long because they're wound up about being a patriot. And I think we should support America, But America was founded on godly principles. Our forefathers were Christians. It was founded morally on the Bible, and we got to get back to that.
All right, everyone. I am here with Ryan Klein. Ryan, I believe, is president of the, is it the College Republicans? Ryan, can you give me some policy reasons why you would be voting for Donald Trump coming this election day?
Yeah, well, I mean, the biggest one is the economy. Rent is up 22%, gasoline's over 50%. That's under the Biden-Harris administration. Donald Trump, the economy never worked better for the American people. And I think, especially as somebody who's a young person who's going to move to a big city, who's going to graduate college, the economy should be working for somebody like me and for those in my generation. So that's super important. Also, the border's been a disaster. Kamala Harris has done nothing to solve that problem. Under President Trump, the border was secure and it will be secure again when he's president in a couple of months.
Jake, thank you for that. Now let's take it back to the man at the board. I'm very excited. Our good friend Sean Romeo is going to look at some counties along with the blue wall. Take it away, Sean.
Okay, so what we're looking at right now is in Michigan and Wisconsin. Those are the two states we're going to talk about right now. Now, Michigan, there isn't a whole heck of a lot of data that's coming in yet with Michigan. It's very early on in the going. In fact, take a look at something a little strange with me, if you would. Detroit right now, like Wayne County, which is, downtown Detroit, a huge Democratic stronghold, is red right now. I mean, that's not really logical if you ask me. But look at the percentages that are coming. We have less than 1% reporting coming in from Wayne County right now. So it's very early on in the going. So there isn't a whole lot of great information with Michigan. What we're going to look for in Michigan, though, is numbers regarding Jill Stein. Because, there is some question about third-party candidates in the Mitten State because Jill Stein, because of issues with Kamala Harris over the Gaza war. Although, if you look at the numbers right now, Jill Stein getting about 0.7%. That's not unusual for a third-party candidate. So really, it's hard to say if there actually is anything that'll be important to the third party. But it's so early on in the going here in terms of county in Michigan. I mean, the counties that I'm looking at in Michigan, obviously Wayne County, which we just talked about, a county like Oakland County, this is a little more in there, 57%. Decent margins for Harris. You probably want to see it a little higher for her camp. You want to see it over 60%. That's kind of really what the benchmark is probably going to be in terms of Oakland County. Now, if we look back out to the whole state, like I mentioned earlier, what I'm looking at kind of in these counties on the western side here, Grand Rapids, Muskegon County, really nothing in terms of data yet. So it's going to be a while before we really know what we're looking at in terms of Michigan. More in Wisconsin, again, the major counties that I'm looking at is Milwaukee area, which is Milwaukee County itself. That's really good margins for Harris right now, 67% or so, it looks like. That's good margins, but not great margins. So again, you want to see that number probably over 75 to be really good in terms of Harris numbers. And Donald Trump, you kind of want to close that closer to 60-40. But it's decent numbers right now, but it's kind of too close to call land, which kind of is across the board. Another major county that we're looking at is Dane County. A lot of college students in Dane County. If Donald Trump can really attract that youth vote, which he's been really looking to do, he can attract that. Perhaps he can push the margins closer in Dane County, which will really help him out. Of course, data is starting to fill in kind of in Wisconsin now as I'm speaking, interestingly enough. But a lot of it is rural counties. It's sort of like a county up here, for instance, Marathon County, small county, not a lot of votes there. But again, further they can run up the Donald Trump can run up the margins in these rural, sort of white-dominated counties, the better chance he has to win the state. Across Wisconsin, again, data is limited in terms of what's coming in right now. We're at 34%, and it's a very tight margin right now. In fact, it's only about a 10,000 vote difference in Wisconsin in terms of what we're looking at right now. It was only about a 20,000 vote difference in 2020. So Wisconsin, it probably will be tight, and it probably will be a while before we really have great information. Ryan, did you have something you had for me there? I thought I saw your hand go up.
Well, I do have a question, Sean, but I'd like to let you finish. But if you let me insert it in, I
Sure,
might as well.
absolutely.
So would you say that Jill Stein is affecting the vote in either of those states?
Tough to say yet. It's so early in Michigan. Like I said, a 0.7% in terms of the total vote right now. That's kind of normal for a third-party candidate. Running at around 1% is kind of baseline for a third-party candidate. What I'm going to be interested in seeing is what is she pulling in a place like Lansing? Because Lansing is where Michigan State University is. That's going to be interesting. If she's pulling 4-5% out of Lansing, we only have 11% in from like Ingham County, which is where Lansing is. If she's pulling 4, 5, 6%, then we're really talking about a third-party influence to the whole deal. But if she's pulling 0.4, 0.5, 1%, that's kind of average for a third party, to be totally honest. So until we have returns really from Lansing and from like near Ann Arbor, which is in, I don't know how to pronounce this county's name, so please excuse me, Washtenaw County, I believe it is. So we'll be looking at that. That's a 1.4 for Jill Stein. That's where Michigan University is. That's a little bit starting to become a factor. Once you get about 1.5% towards 2%, that's a factor in terms of a third-party candidate. So right now, I think that it's a minimal impact right now, but it is getting to the point, especially in a county where you have a college, which normally those votes are going for Harris. If those votes are going to Stein, Michigan is probably starting to lean towards Trump, could be more of a toss-up than perhaps other blue wall states.
So, Sean, I have another question for you there
Sure.
before we get you running around the map a little bit more. What would you say, we were just talking about some key issues like the border, we're going to go into the economy very soon. What would you say the key issue is up there?
In Michigan, I think your key issue is going to be the economy because a lot of these small factory towns, like the auto industry, Oakland County in Michigan is home to like Flint, Michigan, and places like that, which are sort of dying factory towns. Really, the question is which candidate is able to connect with blue collar workers that are really trying to, figure out their economics going forward. So it really depends on whose economic message hits home in places like Oakland County, places like Wayne County, and places, say, up towards Saginaw County, which is another county which is going to be really important to watch tonight. So that's only, again, minimal returns, but that's going to be places where we're going to watch in terms of how issues are factoring in up there.
All right, Sean, the elephant in the room. Everyone wants to know about those Pennsylvania counties. Can we get them?
Oh, absolutely. Let's go over to Pennsylvania. So in Pennsylvania right now, things are looking sort of very neck and neck. My goodness, a 3,000 vote difference right now in Pennsylvania.
Every vote counts, Sean.
Absolutely. We all know Florida 2000 with 537 votes being the difference. So.
And the hanging chads.
Exactly. So every vote is going to matter in Pennsylvania. This is a very similar map to what we saw in 2020. Obviously, some of these counties not filling in. This is sort of an odd one. Well, that's Cambria County. We all remember what happened with Cambria County this morning where they had voting machine issues. The polls are open till 10 in Cambria County, which is just over because there was voting machine issues this morning. So they are sorting that out right now. I think
they probably just clocked out immediately
They
right
probably
now,
just clocked out now. Cambria County being blue is a little bit odd, but I think that's just because there's going to be a delay in counting up Cambria County. Pull up here, Scranton, Lackawanna, coal country of Pennsylvania. Right now, this is kind of what Harris needs. These margins are a little tight for her right now, but Trump is actually doing pretty well in terms of getting his rural vote to turn out for him. Really big margins here in places like Tioga County, small rural county, not a ton of votes there. But if he can run up those 70 plus margins in these rural counties, that is exactly what he's looking for, even 80 plus if he can pull that off. Center County, right here where we are, we're running through a little bit. You know, we obviously discussed what happened up in Bellefonte earlier this evening with the with the facility being evacuated. That seems like they're back on track over there and getting some things counted.
That's good to hear.
Yeah. Harris, again, about a 2-3 point margin. She probably wants closer to 4 or 5. Donald Trump is probably happy with his margin right now. And if he can really push that even closer, he'll be very pleased. But that's what we're looking at in terms of Pennsylvania up towards Erie, my county that I said is going to be important tonight. Look at that. Less than 1% counted right now. Sorry. I wish I had more information than Erie County. I'm waiting with bated breath to see what Erie County brings me. Down in Chester County, again, very little in. Probably good margins for Donald Trump in Chester County right now. He's actually, 55-45 is really good. He probably would be very happy with those margins. That's where it ends up being. Philadelphia, one last place I'll take it before we sign off. It's 80-20 right now. Harris probably wants a little bit more. Trump's probably happy. Maybe he can cut that.
That's her home base in Pennsylvania. She's
That
got it right
is
with that one.
exactly.
Right before we take it away from you, Sean, only 45% of Pennsylvania is in. What's your prediction? When are we going to know? Can you give an estimate?
When are we going to know in Pennsylvania? My thought is probably Thursday. We will probably not have a definitive answer in Pennsylvania until Thursday, unless it's a runaway. But right now, it is way too close to call it that. I mean, a difference of 17,000 votes right now at about 50%. We're going to be counting for a while.
AP has it at just 44% counted. Fascinating stuff, Sean. You always do a great job. Thank
All
you
right.
so much. So
Thank
they said, Ryan, you're done. No more with your panel. We got to move on. I said, we actually have 5 minutes that we need to talk about the economy. So guys, let's talk about the economy. And what we've been seeing is that people miss the Trump economy, even though the Biden economy isn't as bad as some people have mentioned.
No, the economy is growing, but people can't afford things. People do not care if the economy is growing on paper. If GDP is growing, if all these things are happening, they can't afford things. They can't afford groceries. They can't afford gas. Now, the question we have to ask ourselves, how much is the president's influence on the economy? How much is that? Because what the left will always say is, you know what, the president doesn't have that much control of the economy to defend Biden. That's what they'll say. But then they'll say that Trump inherited Obama's economy. And I'll say, wait a minute, you can't say that Obama built a good economy, but Biden's economy is not his fault. So what I would say is that the president does have some degree of control of the economy. They're the tariff policies, tax policies, whatever else. I do think the market itself does control a lot of it too. So is Biden completely at fault for what's going on right now? Not necessarily.
No.
But he also did allow a lot of money to be printed early on in his campaign. Real wages didn't adjust to the rising prices, and a lot of Americans are struggling, and that's why they missed the Trump economy, because Trump put on his tariffs with washing machines and other products from China. That did bring in billions of dollars to the United States during his term, and Americans want that again. And right now, what he's proposing is doing a very similar thing, just more tariffs on China, more tariffs on Mexico, more tariffs on other countries to kind of like bring back some of the money that they've been taking away from us.
Yeah, and I think to that point, people really want to prove that it was better, because I've heard a lot about how the tariffs are going to bring down the economy and they're going to ruin it. And I don't think that's true. I think, again, we've seen a Trump presidency, we've seen it be proven. And it's really, I think this election primarily has instilled fear in people. I don't think they're angry about the economy. I think they are scared. I think people are scared they're not going to be able to own a home in a couple of years. And especially as young people coming into an economy like this, I think it's scary to concerns that you might not be able to own a home. You might not be able to support your family and support buying groceries and keep a roof over your family's head. And I think specifically Trump is a better on that subject.
No, I completely agree with you, and you as well, Jackson. I feel like we really have to, I mean, obviously, talking politics here, but you have to take a step back and look at it from the viewpoint of the consumer. I mean, things are too expensive. People are having money problems. I mean, there are things that people just simply cannot afford. And, especially, people with children, talking about houses, having to buy money, for things such as groceries and food. I mean, you have to really, I feel like politicians need to do a better job at kind of stepping back and being able to humanize themselves on, the level of their voters and their supporters, and be able to see what they're struggling with. Because in politics and on paper, it says one thing, but if you go to the American people, I mean, their struggle is real.
Yeah, and Kamala Harris has kind of a campaign. She always say, I grew up a middle-class kid. That's her
She
classic
always
line.
says that.
She always
Yes.
says to try to relate to the voter. And
Yeah,
I
but-
don't think that's true.
It's
I
the
think
same thing,
yes.
and I hate to cut you off. It's the same thing with what Ron DeSantis would always talk about when they'd ever ask him a question about the military. He'd always say, "Well, I served in the military," and then go on about it. And Chris Christie would always say, "You can't go on a hosanna about how you were in the military. Make the decision." And that is
Yes.
something that I think we need to realize with Kamala Harris. You can't go on a hosanna about how you grew up. You need to talk about what you're going to do now, not what happened 10 years ago at home.
Yes, and her issue is that she's been the one in office. Obviously, the vice president doesn't have any actual power, really.
Absolutely.
But she went along with every decision that Joe Biden made.
Mhm.
She went right along with it. So she can't really separate herself completely from Biden. So a lot of the issues that we see in the economy are going to be blamed on her just because of her connection and her status as VP with Biden.
And I think that's interesting because in her plan, she talks about a new way forward for the middle class. That basically is her
huge part of
her
her
platform.
campaign.
That is her
Absolutely.
platform, talking about a new way forward for the middle class.
Mhm.
But a lot of people, like you said, are thinking about her in connection to Biden. Like, can she really pull this off? And I think that it'll be something very interesting that we can watch. But of course, from someone who's so passionate about agriculture, I have to talk about the agricultural community.
please.
Just have to. It's a big issue for farmers as well. And when you were talking about what in terms of people wanting Trump's economy back, when I was talking to farmers, they said we got little stipends and little checks from the Trump campaign when it came to times during that we were having a rough time, and they remember that. And I think that's something important, but we also have to remember times were a little bit different back then. The agriculture community was really struggling, which is why they had that money come in, and we didn't really have an example in the Biden-Harris administration where that happened. So it's hard to compare in those two senses when it comes to the agricultural community. But when it comes to the economy, ag is so important. And I think that's
Absolutely.
something that a lot of people don't even realize. And if we can fix ag, then we can fix our economy.
Absolutely. We're going to give you some quick updates real quick. Colorado just went blue. Donald Trump is up by 89. He's got 198. Kamala Harris has 109 as we speak by the AP's projections. And we're also now looking at the United States Senate. 36 seats confirmed by the Democrats right now, 47 by the GOP. Now we go to the House, 119 seats for the GOP and 82 for the Democrats. So nice lead for the Republicans, but we still have a lot more to go tonight. Let's have some fun, folks, as we're going to go take a look at Game Show 101 set of the competition between us at the desk and PSN News. Enjoy it, everybody.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Game Show 101. I'm your professor, Megan Strange. Yes, that is my real name. And this week, we're getting political. Enrolled in our class today are 3 members from PSN TV's At the Desk and 3 members from Penn State Network News. So let's take attendance. All right, let's start with PSN News. Emma, Grace, and Scylla. Welcome in. You guys excited?
Yeah. Very excited.
So right off the bat, who you guys voting for? I'm kidding. Oh my gosh. Kidding, guys. But I do have the Game Show Bible, so I am going to swear you guys in. So put your hand on the Bible here. You guys swear to have a good time and answer these questions?
Yep.
Yeah. Awesome.
Yeah, sounds
Okay. Good. Now let's go over to At the Desk. Welcome in, Ryan, Larry, and Audrey. So for those who don't watch At the Desk, I watch it, I promise. What is it?
Well, first off, my name's Brandon, not Lowy. Second off,
Ryan, Larry.
Brandon.
Sorry, did I say your
Ryan,
full
wait,
government name?
What's my last name? Larry?
You did.
Yeah.
La-
And
it's okay.
I
All
have to
good.
say,
That's
Megan,
crazy.
All good.
Full government name,
I
that's
still
crazy.
will swear on the Bible,
Okay.
but just so you
Game
know,
show
Do we get extra points for this?
we are all things crime, history, and politics, and we're having live election coverage on November the 5th from
Ooh.
6 to midnight.
Little plug for the show.
Shameless.
All right, well, let's put our hands on the Bible here and swear you guys in. You guys swear to have a good time and answer the questions?
I swear to have a good time and answer the
Oh,
questions.
Awesome. Amen. God bless. All right, let's get in. So it seems today we have perfect attendance. So for showing up, I'll start you all with 100% on your report card. But this is probably the last time you're going to see 3 figures up there. The way my class operates, you keep your grade for answering correctly, gain percentage points with extra credit opportunities, but any wrong answers are going to knock your grade down. Today, we have a ton of things we'll be covering, all civics and history. First, we'll make sure you know your history with election connections. Cute, right? Then we'll quiz you on some obscure and odd laws and weird law and order. And finally, we'll test you on some presidential pop culture along with some fun facts in Mr. President. But before we get into all that, let's get today's class started with a governmental icebreaker question. In alphabetical order,
List the 3 branches of government. Take out those chalkboards in your desk and write them down in alphabetical order. You know, A, B, C, alphabetical order.
Judicial.
Seems like PSN News was double checking, you know, the alphabet there. Good work, good work.
Very good.
Great job. Oh, executive, judicial, and legislative. You guys got it first. Way to go, PSN News.
What?
Was it supposed
to It was be a timed? It was.
Well, just to get your brain
We
going.
just wanted to make sure, you know,
Yeah,
in case
that
there
was-
were extra
that was-
credit opportunities.
That was just a syllabus
Yes, you-
quiz. It doesn't
That was,
count.
yeah, it was just to get you guys warmed up.
I don't remember
You guys
doing
warmed
Greece,
up,
did you?
but good job. All right, wipe off those boards, and let's get into our first round of trivia. With a presidential election fast approaching, it's only appropriate to test you on some facts about the U.S. elections. I'll read out 5 multiple choice questions, each worth 5%, and you'll have to write down which answer you think is correct on your chalkboards. Feel free to just write the letter. So pull out those chalkboards and let's get started. Ooh. Question number 1. George Washington was the only president to receive all electoral college votes during an election. Which president was the closest to doing so a second time, only missing 1 vote? Ooh. George H.W. Bush, Abraham Lincoln, James Monroe, or Andrew Jackson? Ooh, this is good. I love presidential questions. At the desk seems locked in. PSN News, locked in? Show those boards. Let's see them. D and C. It is C. James Monroe. Way to go at the desk.
I don't think I voted for Andrew
Good,
Jackson.
you're here. Good
He blew
job.
his mind.
You have bright smiling faces. Let's get to number 2. One presidential nominee, a socialist, ran for president from prison. Which nominee is this? Ooh, look at all these guys. Robert M. La Follette. Ooh. Eugene V. Debs, George Wallace, John C. Breckinridge.
That's
Very
calling to
interesting.
me.
You're locked in, locked in.
Always.
All right, show those boards. B and D. It is B. Eugene.
Nice job,
Imagine
Grace.
running from prison. That's crazy.
Surprised you're allowed to do that.
Yeah. I guess I would if I was a criminal, but many presidents have had second terms back
Funny
to
you
back,
mentioned it.
except one. Who was the only president to be elected twice, non-consecutively? A. Grover Cleveland, B. Ulysses S. Grant, C. James Madison, D. Dwight D. Eisenhower. Fun fact, James Madison is my favorite president.
Why's that? Is
Yeah, why? Because he's number 4.
that your favorite number?
No.
Okay.
PSN News, are you locked in? Yep.
We're locked
At the
in.
desk,
We're
you're
locked
locked
in.
in.
We're locked in.
All right, let's see those boards. D and A. It is Grover Cleveland. I thought you were all things history
Sorry.
and politics.
I'm listening to the wrong person.
I
Yeah.
guess not, but that's
Silence
okay.
me.
That's okay.
I deserve it.
But you know what it's time for? A pop quiz.
Ooh.
Ooh. How many electoral votes does Pennsylvania have? Fun fact, it has changed since
Okay, you know
2020.
Sure.
Oh, locked in?
Locked in.
Answer locked in?
Locked in.
Show it towards the camera. You're showing the camera?
Oh,
The camera.
hello, camera.
18. It is 19. It used to be 20. Wow, PSN News, way to go, guys. Thank you. At the desk.
We do our
We are
research
trying.
before.
They're at their
Are
desks, that's for sure. They're at their desks.
That's my state, New Jersey.
Oh, we're focused on Pennsylvania.
I
Good
know.
work, Brian. Here we go. Let's get into question number 4. Although there never was a third-party president, who was the closest third-party presidential nominee to almost become president? Martin Van Buren, B. Millard
I'm
Fillmore,
gonna guess D.
C. Theodore Roosevelt, and D. is Ross Perot.
Okay, Ross Perot had a good shot. 18 million votes is a lot.
Locked in.
It is. Oh, just kidding.
Oh, all right. Well, we were locked in. We were locked in. We were locked in. We were locked in.
Both didn't get it. It is good old
Did he
teddy
run-
bear.
Did he run as independent?
Yeah, Ross Perot. Yeah, 2000.
Millard Fillmore, fun fact, ran as the Whig Party.
Yes,
He
I
did.
do love a good wig party.
Most people don't.
Let's go to question number 5.
Drag queen bingo.
Sorry. Who was the last candidate to run under a different party other than Democrat or Republican and still be considered one of the United States' 2 major parties?
Well.
A. Millard Fillmore, B. Zachary Taylor, C. Winfield Scott, D. Franklin Pierce. You have A. Ooh. Let's see what answer it is.
What?
It is Winfield Scott.
Oh my god.
But it was the Whig Party.
Oh my
so
god.
we're
Guys,
in the
we're getting
same boat
smoked right
here.
now. We
But
need to lock
but didn't that say non?
Aren't you on the history
Republican or
panel?
Democratic?
Are you on
Yeah,
politics?
he
Yeah.
was Whig.
This isn't politics. This
Oh.
is history. Politics was different back then.
But he
Still
didn't win.
politics.
Hey man.
Old politics.
That's the
Can we
answer.
fact
I
check game show?
have. We can fact check later. Let's take a look at those report cards. We've still got a ways to go. It could be anyone's game. We'll be back in a few. Welcome back. It's been a close battle between our 2 teams tonight, with PSN News narrowly in the lead with 90 and at the desk not far behind with 70%. Now, we've just tested you guys on elections, but how well do you know the law? I'll tell you a goofy sounding law, and you'll have to tell me if it's real or not. For this round, I will have one member from each team come up to the desk and buzz in when you know the answer. In this round, each question will be worth a whopping 6% of your grade. So here we go. Bring me up Emma and bring me up Ryan. Here we go. I'll let you see the board here.
Come on, Ryan.
Oh, I love that at the desk cheering. Here we go. In Utah, birds have the right of way on all highways.
Let's play the guessing game. Go ahead.
Emma. False. It is not false.
So does she lose 6%?
She will lose 6% for
Nice.
getting it
All
wrong.
right, let's go.
I guess they
job.
assume that it's true. But all right, bring me up Brandon. I can say your name, I promise. And Grace.
Yes. Let's
Great.
Lowy, nice to meet you.
In Hawaii, children are not to go trick-or-treating on Halloween.
Real. True.
It is false.
Dang it.
It's a law in Virginia, though.
I knew that.
Brandon, it's
Oh, look
high-stakes
at
trivia.
you.
Let them go on.
Way to go. Way to go. All right, bring me up Audrey and Scylla. Come on up here. Question number 3. Oh, this is so friendly. I love it. In Washington, all lollipops are banned.
False.
It is true.
Yes. Good job. All right.
I'm gonna start
I like
guessing
that
true.
after guess was taken. They're like, I'll wait till you get it wrong. But yeah, you're gonna, yes, you're gonna come back up here. Question number 4. We are flying through this round here. In New York,
Do you want me to guess
slippers
this one?
are
Oh,
not
sorry.
not to be worn after 10 p.m. Now you can talk.
True.
It is true. Way to go, PSN News.
Thank you. Thank you
I
very
like to
much.
wear my slippers.
You
never.
said New York, but that's a picture of Jersey.
I think we get points for that.
Actually,
points for
people from
identifying.
Jersey think they're from New York, so it's the same thing, right? There we go.
No, I'm true Jersey.
That's good.
Of America.
Let's get to our last question of this round. Residents must carry a rubber duck with them every time they cross the street.
In
Where? Everywhere?
Is that New York?
Oh my god, I've been forgetting all this time.
Let's go everywhere because I'm going to be honest with you. When I read it, it didn't have a state with it. Let's say Pennsylvania.
Brandon, if you don't buzz in right now.
It is false.
I went out for 2,
It
but
is
you
not
guys
a
kill
real
it.
law. It's not a real law in America. You don't have to carry that. All right.
Crazy one to wait on.
We've got one round left, so the stakes are getting higher. Stay tuned. Welcome back. Let's take a look at those report cards. Well, we have PSN News in the lead with 78% and at the desk with 52. How are you guys feeling about that?
Oh, we're locked in. We're ready to go.
We're great.
Yeah, this third round is gonna be our
That's
Our
good.
round.
our round.
It could probably still be anyone's game. Maybe. Now you both have proven yourselves, or not, with these last 2 categories. So we're going to switch it up a bit for our final lesson. For this category, I have some obscure facts about presidents and how they appear in pop culture. Don't forget, this final round has the highest stakes, as answers are now worth 7%. Yikes. So get your chalkboards back out and let's get started.
Still no politics.
It's okay.
It's
We're
okay.
locked in.
This is politics.
That's what I said. But he
It
says
is. It's
history.
civics and government.
Political
Yes, Mr. President.
All this complaining doesn't seem to be helping.
Yeah,
you guys.
it's yeah.
Ooh,
Mhm.
it's a lot of
That's
drama.
very- man.
Drama.
Oh.
I'm so locked in.
All right. Question number 1. Which president was inducted into the National Wrestling Hall of Fame? This is a fun question.
I remember that.
You think
We just
he'd be on
talked about
WWE? Maybe. All right.
Watch
Do we have an
guys
answer?
were joking for this answer. Huh?
They have an answer.
You got one. We're locked.
They're locked.
We're just guessing.
All right. Answers locked in. Show your boards. Lincoln and Reagan. It is Lincoln. Reagan, like
That was part of
Reagan,
your big
the
hype
actor.
speech.
Oh.
How could he
It
forget?
is Abraham Lincoln.
I know that for a
That's
fact. He used to hold wrestling matches at the White House.
There he is.
I forgot about
Yeah, he would definitely take the Rock down.
That's awesome.
They get along well
All
with
right,
Vince McMahon.
let's get to question number 2. Which president met Drew Barrymore and called her a nice little person?
How old is Drew?
She's like
How old is she?
50
like
or
45,
60.
40. No way, she's
She's not
60.
60 or
She's like she's gotta be in
late
her
40s,
50s.
50s. She's in like
one of the
every
newest
Adam
ones.
Sandler movie.
I don't know.
If you need
It's a
a
Donald
hint,
Trump thing to do, but it's probably
he was president from 1981 to 1999.
You know what?
Maybe. I'm going. Yeah, honestly.
That's a good,
I'm
good
gonna
idea.
quote you on it.
Educated guess.
All right.
I like that.
All right, locked in. Let's see those boards.
Oh wait, no, it's
Not too late.
no. Oh,
Too late.
let's see them. Let's see them if they're locked in. Jimmy Carter and Clinton. It is neither of them. It is Ronald Reagan, the actor. If anyone knows, Doc Brown. Yes, when he was in E.T., he was also an actor. You had it with the first one. I thought you were going to write him again, but
Oh man.
what can you do? What can you do?
Could have got.
He's actually one of my favorite presidents. But James
What?
Madison too, but
Nice one.
I like it.
All right.
all right. Which president has their own sport?
Don't look at me.
Little
Ooh,
did you know,
fancy.
Donald Trump invented
I
baseball.
do want to play
In Hoboken.
this after doing research. I do want to play this because I think it'd be fun.
Oh, they're
Wouldn't be
It's like a
racquetball.
common sport.
Not really.
Okay.
Oh,
It's
thanks. Great. Maybe like
it's obscure presidential facts. Come on.
Actually, I was gonna write him.
Do we think it was going to be easy? No.
All right, we're ready.
Oh, they got answers. I could give you a hint.
Oh, give a hint.
Oh.
Give a hint.
He is the 31st
Okay.
Oh.
U.S. president.
Wow.
What did you have on there?
It was a joke, right?
Oh, okay. It's a joke.
Just who knows the president's song?
So not that. Erase that.
I can tell you who the 30th president was.
Okay, go ahead. Who's the 30th?
Calvin Coolidge. I don't know if that helps you or not, but love Calvin Coolidge. One of my favorites, actually.
I'm going.
No.
Genuinely one of my
Just go with it.
I'm going with
All
it
right,
at
all
this
right,
point.
hey, all right. They're like
It's
right
like
3 times.
1 or 2.
They're
away
locked
from that.
in.
I mean, you got the time.
News, are you locked in?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All
Yeah,
right,
we're
let's see
ready.
those boards. Teddy Roosevelt. Ooh, Wilson. It is neither of those. It is Herbert Hoover.
I'm just gonna have to
It's
change it to
Hoover ball.
no.
It combines tennis, volleyball, and medicine balls.
Hoover
Captain
ball.
Shane.
I remember
thought
seeing
this
that in
would
the
be so
president's
fun if I'm,
documentary
like,
from History Channel.
All right, let's do question number 4 here. Which president got a speeding ticket while in office? Ooh.
Let me get a hint.
You want a hint? He was a commanding general in the Civil War.
It's the best hint that could be given.
That I hope you guys
Definitely
can
not
guess.
the best hint that could be
That is
given.
definitely the best hint. That's the exact
That's
hint.
it's
yeah,
pretty
wait, yeah.
straightforward.
That's
If you know
insane.
your history,
That's probably the most famous general president ever.
Yeah, like pretty damn. Sorry.
pretty darn.
Pretty darn.
There you go. I like this president too.
That was the same hint I was going to give.
Perfect. You could
Hey,
teach
hey,
the class,
hey.
maybe.
Just guess.
She's just saying, just guess.
I said just
You
guess.
just mouthed it to her. I saw that.
I don't know the answer.
Mhm.
Well, she
man.
cannot
All right,
Mhm.
well, I said it's the.
Mhm.
If you don't know who the
I'm seeing what's going
general
on.
was in the Civil War.
Yeah, the answer is something I don't know.
Okay, we'll write it down. Here we go.
I'm ready.
Is it locked in? Let's see those boards. Ulysses S. Grant and Grant. Yes, you both are correct.
There we go.
His middle name is actually S. He was riding a horse.
How did he go that fast?
I
Guys,
don't
were there
know,
actually
but
speed limits on horses?
$20 back then.
That ain't bad. Today.
Not-
Back then, that's a lot.
Yeah, I was gonna say,
That's like
back then.
$1,000.
So yeah, let's get into our last question. Which president was a model on the cover of Cosmopolitan magazine? Oh, I feel like cute, love it.
Kobe.
Is that Matt Damon?
It says Matt Damon naked on there.
Well, that's not PG, but all right.
No.
No. Inside his head, inside his heart, inside his. I'm gonna go with it.
Okay.
I have a hint if you need.
Oh, go ahead.
It's a hint. He granted a presidential pardon to Nixon for his role in the Watergate scandal.
Oh, so not
Oh, so
That
it
gave
is
the answer.
not that.
I'm thinking, hold on.
He definitely thought it was
that gave
Bush.
the answer and don't
It's
have
the one that wasn't elected.
I think he's a fun president too. I like this guy too.
Yes. Wait. Yeah. I think.
No. His vice president? I don't know about that one.
It's my best
Maybe.
guess.
I don't know.
What are you talking about?
Like,
oh,
I love this
Yeah.
celebration. They're locked in. They want that 7%.
Huh?
I'm not 100%.
All right.
We'll give it the pardon.
Just
5
it's fine.
seconds.
It's just right.
All right.
I can't even.
They're
We're
locked
locked
in.
in.
Just
Oh,
Who is that? No.
All right, it's too late. Cut 'em off.
Definitely
no,
not.
no, no, wait.
2, write a name. Write my name. I'll
that-
give you something.
That
All
one's gonna be
right,
right.
let's
That's
see
bad.
them.
Well, that it wasn't
Show
that.
them.
That's all.
Ford and
Oh.
Barack
They should lose
Obama.
double
It
points.
is Ford. That's hurtful, Ryan.
They wrote Obama.
It is.
Yeah.
Ford.
In a panic.
It could be on it, but wow.
How can you newscaster
Saucy.
think Obama?
Saucy, it is Gerald
That's
Ford.
very handsome.
President. That's why I said.
All right, I take credit.
Yeah, great job.
Boom.
That was you
Oh
guys.
boy.
He was unelected too, everybody. Ford was unelected.
Thank you, Ryan.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Well, it seems we have reached the end of the syllabus. So it's time for your final grades. Grades will be posted right after the break. Welcome back. Before we hand out your diplomas, let's take a look at that final report card. Wow. PSN News with a solid 50 does not beat at the desk. At the desk, you do not beat their 50 with your 38.
Wait, what?
38% to 50.
I'm
Ah.
hearing.
Did
Yikes.
she just say we won?
I think
But-
she said we won.
Unfortunately, my TAs just told me that the printer only has enough ink for one diploma, so only one team can pass my class. Congratulations, PSN News.
I just heard her
Gonna
say
have to
we
flunk
won.
out. You hate to see it. Anyhow, congratulations to PSN News for pulling ahead. As a reward, there's your certificate confirming your superiority. Now I've got to tell you all, I have one more assignment. Up to this point, you've been a group project.
I'll take mine off
But
too.
I need to appoint a valedictorian for your final exam. So you will list the presidents of the United States in order, one at a time, until someone messes up. While at the desk gets to color a nice American flag together.
Yay.
All right.
I'll do the star.
PSN News, whenever
you do the blue
you
stripes.
are ready.
There's no blue stripes.
I see like 5, and I think that's.
I can
I'll
even
do-
pick one.
It's gonna go 1, 2, 3, 4,
more.
5, unless you mess up.
Oh.
Yep.
Okay.
So
George Washington.
George Washington,
Adams.
Adams,
Thomas Jefferson.
Jefferson.
Guys, this is where I mess
Oh,
up.
oh.
Facing them out.
It's either.
Wait, you're
Oh,
playing. You're
individual teams.
Do you want to win?
Sorry.
Well, what if we just really want to be a
I-
team?
Wait, no,
Good
I had
point.
to.
I only have one
You can do
valedictorian.
it after me. Just guess. It's okay. I don't even remember what we said yet.
If you don't know it, that is okay.
Oh, I know.
We're on number 4.
I know 4. I don't know. I know the one after.
I'm gonna take a wild guess and go with Lincoln.
Ah,
I'm sorry.
wrong. There's
That
no
is
way
is that
wrong.
14 off?
I'm thinking
Grace.
Madison.
Madison, correct. 4, 5.
Monroe.
Monroe. Nope. Oh, do you have it?
Quincy Adams.
Correct! Congratulations, you are my star student. And for that, I'm gonna need a TA to bring me my A, which I forgot because your scores were so bad. Threw me off. Oh, thank you, TA Jersey. And well, there we go. There you are. There is your glittery A. Congratulations. You and your team have passed my class. I've been your professor, Megan Strange. Thank you for watching Game Show 101. Class dismissed.
DC has turned blue and numbers are starting to come in from the West Coast. All eyes are on Nevada and Arizona and swing state of the West Coast. Could either of these be turning red or blue? What are you guys thinking?
So, I mean, Nevada is the only West Coast swing state. Back in the 2020 election, Biden won Nevada. And Biden was the first Democrat to win since Clinton. We also saw Arizona also go blue back in 2020. Do we think that perhaps they might follow suit together again and vote the same with this round?
No, yeah, I think it definitely looks like, I mean, obviously Nevada, a swing state, can go either way, but I think we can even argue that Arizona could be considered a swing state in this election. I
Mhm.
mean, like, they went blue in 2020, but they could potentially go red this election, like, you know.
I absolutely believe both of them are swing states. Nevada, I didn't even want to toss my hat in the ring for.
Mhm.
Arizona, however, looking at just the preemptives and just how everything how it feels, I feel like it might go red, genuinely.
Yeah, I mean, Trump lost by what? Less than 11,000 votes in
Mhm.
2020.
It was extremely close.
It was very
Mhm.
close.
I mean, Nevada, the thing is with Nevada, we won't know for a couple of days. They're allowing voting to be counted up until like 4 days after the election.
Yeah, as long as it was
The West,
sent
the
in on
West
the
Coast has
fifth.
always been a little bit more
We'll
lax
all
with
be
that.
waiting on. We'll all be watching Nevada.
Just like last time.
But I feel like they might be a little bit part of a new kind of West Coast blue wall. I mean, obviously, we're seeing the major states like Wisconsin, Michigan. When one goes, they all follow in
Right.
pursuit.
Even
I mean, do
PA.
you want to?
Yeah,
Yeah, do
especially
you want to
PA.
talk a little bit more about Michigan?
Yeah, so Michigan, like, as of right now, we see, like, big cities like Lansing, Ann Arbor, Grand Rapids obviously going blue, but a shocker is Detroit,
Detroit.
is starting to go red.
At right now,
Really?
at only about 20% counted, it's starting to go red, and
Yeah.
that's a shocker.
Because you typically see these, like, big cities, like, always going blue, and, like, for Detroit to
Mhm.
go red, I mean, that's just, like,
Especially considering how much Trump has been bad mouthing it recently.
Yeah.
And
He's
it's been almost a consistent trash talking of the city, and they seem to be going red.
Yeah. I mean, when it comes to Ann Arbor and college campuses, do we feel like Trump had much of a voice out there? Because he didn't even.
So looking at the stats, like, he didn't even visit Ann Arbor area. So Kamala, Tim Walz, they were both there twice so far. And they visited the University of Michigan, and that county is going blue right now.
I mean, that's not really surprising. I'm not even surprised that Trump didn't visit Ann Arbor. Home to Michigan is a very high-profile university. I can imagine most of the people in that county are probably liberal.
Might have been a waste. However, Trump did not personally visit Michigan State, but G.D. Vance did happen to take a spin up there, and that seems to be maybe helping with the state, but it's still too early to tell, really.
Yeah.
So
Do you think these kind of visits, like these surrogates going in, like how Trump didn't really go, but Vance did, how Trump came to Pennsylvania, came to State College, do you think that actually really helps get voters motivated to go out and vote? Or do you think, who knows?
I don't think it helps really anyone aside from the
Yeah.
people already knowing who they're voting for. Because if you're going to a vice presidential event, you're probably going to vote for the person the vice president is under.
Well, I don't know. I think this election might be one of the only ones where I disagree with that. Considering how well received the debate was, like we said, I think many people might have gone to see the vice president simply because they're interested in what they have to say. Because they have proven themselves to be extremely well spoken, extremely well just they put themselves together in such a way that they don't seem to be just politicians. Instead, people who have been put in a place of power with the ability to speak and clearly express ideas. So I don't know if that's exactly true for this election specifically.
Well, we saw, especially at State College, a lot of people coming in and out. You know, Trump was here a few weeks ago. Like I mentioned earlier, we've had a lot of politicians passing through. I do believe, though, Kamala Harris should have visited campus or at least somewhere around. We know that Trump has a little bit more, not power, but almost feels like jurisdiction in this area. And we've been seeing that with his visits to Butler, to Pittsburgh, to everywhere around here.
Butler might be arguable, all things considered.
Yeah, but even then, I mean, after the events that took place there, we saw an outpouring of almost support for him because of the events that took place that day. Now, you were able to talk a little bit about Michigan. I want to focus more on Wisconsin because Madison and Milwaukee are leaning, or I don't know if they're fully blue yet, but it was assumed just because that is major city and a college town. But Wisconsin was the site of Harris's first top of the ticket campaign rally. It is counting for 10 electoral votes, of course. And the winner in the state has also gone on to win the White House in the past 4 elections. So what we may see come out of Wisconsin tonight might be the end all be all.
Not just Wisconsin. I mean, with the blue wall, you really have to look at all 3. But I not to always be the contrarian here, but I really don't think that this is a precedent that we can look at for this election. We've had this is an election race of many firsts, whether that be for the Senate, whether that's for the House, whether that's for the presidential election itself. And I really do believe that we cannot look at everything as we normally have. Whether or not Wisconsin goes red or blue may not be an indicator of Pennsylvania or even really any of the other states.
I
Do
mean,
you guys think it's good? Sorry, go ahead.
I mean, it's a cliche to kind of say that this is the most important election of our time, but with how everything's looking right now, it's probably true.
Like what you were mentioning earlier, it feels like the 2000 election.
That's exactly what I was going to bring up. Do you guys think we might have a repeat of 2000 where it comes down to like a couple thousand votes that decide the presidency?
I think that's
so.
absolutely happening. I mean, we're seeing it is neck and neck right now. It's every county you can feel that it counts. Even if it's not a swing state, we're seeing just so many differentiating polls going on right now. Like this state is blue. Oh wait, no. All of a sudden it's all switching around, and I think it's going to be another repeat of the 2000 election.
It seems like it's almost swinging every single county.
Well, when it comes to Senate, do we feel like it's going to follow the same way that the presidential election is going?
The way it's been looking right now is that Republicans just had a big Senate win. I think it was in Iowa. It's looking like they should be able to take the Senate. But there are a few races that, Democrats have been putting a lot of time and effort into to try to make up for that that deficit. Well, one of those being the Tester race in Montana. Tester and Sheehy have been going against each other there. Tester has gotten over $60 million more in support there from outside sources, but yet has been pulling behind Sheehy for months now, which I think is very interesting.
It's been a very gradual slide straight back over to Sheehy, which is fascinating considering Tester has been there practically as a mainstay in Montana for, this is his 4th re-election? His fourth. Yeah. Okay.
I think like another really important state we're gonna have to watch in this race for the Senate is definitely gonna be Nevada again. Like we were talking about already like a super important swing state. But if you look at Nevada, the current Democratic senator, Senator Rosen, he was expected to win this election pretty early on, but then in the final 2 weeks, Republican Sam Brown received a big Hail Mary effort, so now it's looking like it can go either way. It's like swinging Republican, it can go either way for this.
Because last we checked, Senate was at 47 favoring in the Republican Party.
47, 36, yeah.
36. I mean, from what we're seeing so far, even though this is only a little bit of the votes that have been coming in, I think that it's going to keep going in this, and then maybe once all the states' votes get in, that's going to be a flip.
Yeah.
We're going
Yeah.
to see something not catastrophic, but we're going to see it favoring one, and then all of a sudden, once all the mail-ins are over.
Well, I have some news for you because Kansas just turned red as well as Iowa, and I
No
know.
surprise.
Yeah.
Not surprised. I saw it was blue a little bit earlier, and I'm like, oh, they only counted like one area.
I mean, Iowa was expected to go red despite the poll, the Ann Seltzer poll that came out a couple days ago that had Harris up +3, which was shocking given the notoriety that she has had as being one of the best pollsters out there. But it turns out to be inaccurate, as Iowa is obviously turned red.
Yeah. This also, I was raised out in Kansas. It is no shock to me that we will be nothing but red. But for the past few elections, I've been kind of focusing in on that state. And, college towns like Lawrence and, around the Kansas City area are blue. And then you're starting to see Wichita and then other college. It's slowly but surely not growing in the same ways that it was back in the day. So I'm thinking in the next few years, states like Nebraska, Iowa, Kansas, I'll even throw Missouri in there. There might be some rufflings of feathers going on when it comes to not just red.
I do want to jump back very quickly to Arizona, not for the presidential race, but for the Senate, because while we may not know where they're going for that, for the presidential race, they've been just as interesting in the Senate race as the retirement of Kristen Sinema has left a massive void. And both, Ruben Gallego and if I can find the other name, that would be great.
I have Carrie Lake.
Carrie Lake,
Carrie
thank
Lake,
you. Yes. Both of them are tearing at each other for the seat. And I really do think that is going to be a massive decider for the rest of the
The
Senate.
Democratic candidate is consistently pulling ahead of the Republican candidate in the state of Arizona.
Yes.
I mean, with issues like immigration and the border, obviously Arizona is a hot spot. I feel like when it comes to Senate, that's the number one issue. That's what we saw in Texas with Ted Cruz and him constantly talking about the border and talking about how he went to McAllen, he went to El Paso. He's going to a lot of these, closer border cities, kind of telling them the same thing that they've been living,
Yeah, I definitely feel like these closer border cities, they're going to be the ones to watch tonight and throughout this election because, or the Democratic candidate in Arizona for Senate, she has been, she gets a large number of popularity with Latino voters in the state, and Latino voting is definitely going to be really close. We're going to have to really closely watch this. I feel like it could go either way.
It can make or break.
Yeah, it definitely make or break.
Definitely. In this election, definitely make or break.
That's what I think has been really driving forward Ruben Gallego, because even though he's not very well known outside of his Phoenix House district, he's been really putting himself on a platform based on him being a Harvard-educated Latin man with combat experience as a Marine.
Yeah.
And that really does paint him as a strong favorite compared to Carrie Lake, who has been in and out of the spotlight for, let's say, not so good reasons.
Yeah.
I mean, back to what you were saying what I was thinking when you were saying on Arizona, how it's interesting as an open race. I mean, Michigan has a Senate race that's very similar. I mean, longtime Senator Debbie Stabenow decided she was going to retire after terms and terms. And so now we're looking at Democratic Representative Alyssa Slotkin versus former Republican Representative Mike Rogers. So this cross-section battle here has been very important for both parties. I mean, Republicans in Michigan haven't had a senator for over 30 years, and Republicans are trying very hard.
Really?
Wow. Oh, wow.
30 years?
30 years.
That's
I was
crazy.
shocked when I saw it too.
I mean, I can understand why the momentum to get it to flip that seat. But do we think that since Michigan is a little bit more turbulent when it comes to just the presidential election, that Republicans can flip the seat?
Yeah, it appears to be a very close race as of right now. Rogers says he's only down Rogers says he's up 8 percentage points, which is correct.
Yeah, things
but
change.
it should be very close at this current moment.
Now, when it comes to the campaigns that we saw going through all of these, blue wall states, do we think that the campaigns that they were doing in these particular states reflected who they were, or do we think that the like election coverage and the presidential debates showed the country more? Like, do you feel that these states are just as important to be campaigned in a billion times versus having more than one presidential debate with Harris and Trump? Sorry, it's a thinker.
I mean, I think all of these states are absolutely important to campaigning, and we saw that back in 2016 when Hillary refused to visit both Michigan and Wisconsin and ended up losing.
Yeah.
And we saw how consequential that has been for both the Democratic Party in the years since.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I just want to add in, speaking of the Democratic Party, one congressional district in Maine just went blue.
All right.
So that is our little update for right now,
Good to know.
as we're on the topic of the Democrats.
We're slowly but surely getting there.
Yeah, there you go.
So, see, I feel when it comes to the campaigning going through these blue states, we are, especially in State College, we've been seeing a lot of people going door to door. I've been getting a lot of phone calls, texts on the Democratic side versus when it comes to campaign visitors, it is skewed mostly towards like Republicans, like Ramaswamy. He visited and gave I can't remember exactly what his tour is right now.
Oh yeah, the
you are being brainwashed.
Yeah. Turning Point USA.
Yes.
What it was.
Yes.
Turning
Exactly.
Point.
Yes.
Charlie Kirk came here with the same tour a couple weeks before Ramaswamy.
I mean, what we're seeing a lot of with these campaigns is Republicans relying heavily on the young male vote, while Harris is most of the time going towards the female vote.
Yeah, she's been keeping it just, I guess, more broad, not just the female vote, but just trying to get her hands in every pie, as it were.
Yeah.
And I don't know how well that's going for her. Obviously, we'll see. But
I mean, she always campaigns on being. She says she's the president for all Americans. Yes. That's been her selling point. She sold that at DNC. She's been pushing that message ever since then as well.
Yeah, you can definitely see she's like campaigning for everyone, but you could also see mostly young women. Like she's like a large portion of her campaign is on reproductive rights, like she's focusing on. So obviously you can see that being targeted towards young women. But going off of what you said earlier about campus visits and receiving text messages, phone calls, like I never realized it's different. Definitely like opened up a new perspective for me. Like looking back on it, like the amount of phone calls or text messages I've received, like this election alone, like primarily from like the Democratic Party, and like you don't really see like the Republican Party reaching out in that way, but you see them with on-campus visits. Like I don't recall any really Democratic Party visits, and I feel like that could have really
that would have been helpful.
It definitely would have benefited like the state of PA, like having like those.
Kamala was going door to door in, what was it, around Allentown?
Yes.
And she was door knocking door to door, but it was pretty late into the election cycle that she was doing that. We also had AOC here at State College, but again, it wasn't.
It just
really
feels like too
represented.
little, too late, genuinely.
Yeah.
I just like to point out, like when I went to Ramaswamy and I also went to Harris. Ramaswamy drew a decent crowd, filled up a classroom, Sparks classroom. AOC's crowd was at State Theater and went around the block on both sides.
I remember looking out of the window from my job and just seeing it going all the way down the street. Yeah.
And especially like walking and navigating around it. I remember walking down the street, seeing all these people, and then right across the street, you see all of the Trump supporters. They are standing there. They have the bullhorns. And that was kind of like one of my first notions of, okay, this area is more important than I thought it was actually going to be.
And then, of course, a couple weeks later, we had Trump at the BJC. And
Yeah.
that drew so many.
Oh, yeah. I mean, we saw the packages of it earlier.
We saw the packages. I got to see firsthand. I didn't get to go in, but I was at a hockey game right next door, and I saw the crowds just so many people going in, and obviously not coming out for a while because they were completely busy in there. But once the game ended, I waited for a little bit outside just to get a glimpse of how many people there were, and it was just a never-ending deluge of red.
Yeah.
I mean, people were lining up at around like 7 o'clock in the morning. He wasn't supposed to take stage until 4 or 5 p.m.
He didn't take the stage until, I believe, 2 hours late, and people were still fervently there.
It's obvious that people here want to see these politicians. So why do you think Harris decided not to show up?
I honestly, I couldn't tell you because from what I saw, she spent a lot of time in Philadelphia.
She was just there last night.
Yeah, she was there last night. I used to live in Philadelphia, and I remember a few months ago talking about the election with people when she first kind of got into the pool of, okay, I'm going for this election. A majority of the people that I was meeting were in support of her. And so going from living there to living here, I feel like Philadelphia was not the spot that she should have made as big as it should have been here, because we're in central PA. We are not a major city. I feel like doesn't have to worry about the major cities, especially Philadelphia, because she has gone so many times.
Even though we are not a major city here in Centre County, State College is a college campus.
Yeah.
So, you know, we have a lot of young voters. And I feel like if she came just to visit Penn State, like that would have really, I think that would have really benefited her campaign.
I feel like it's very easy to forget, but easy, just how much the population here swells during the school season. Because I mean, I've stayed here, I believe, 2 summers straight, and it really is something to see how quiet and empty it gets without us around here.
Oh yeah, and so if she really wants to kind of build the campaign off of, you know, Kamala's brat, she's trying to appeal to our generation, she should have been here.
I mean, it really could just be seen, it has potential to be seen as a massive missed opportunity for her,
Absolutely.
especially depending on how Pennsylvania ends up.
And I absolutely believe that to be true, especially with Trump coming in here.
Trump
not
definitely
even
jumped on that
Walz.
opportunity.
Walz didn't even visit.
No.
Like only AOC and
That's pretty much it.
Off the top of my yeah.
And
AOC is not really associated with our campaign. She just supports Harris. I think that was a huge missed opportunity, and that might be a reason why we see Centre County sway towards red.
Yeah.
Any updates?
Well, the only thing is, I wanted to bring up that Biden was recently in Scranton, which is your little hometown.
And his.
Yeah, and his. So it's a little perfect little matchup because obviously politicians have been coming to Pennsylvania. It just seems like what we were talking about, not here specifically, not Centre County.
I mean, we also saw a lot of movement out in Pittsburgh too. I know a few weeks ago, former President Obama was out there talking to a lot of people. I know that there was a little bit of controversy when it came with him because he was appealing to the majority of Black male voters, but he wasn't grabbing their attention the way that he should have.
All right, as the night comes to an end, we have Harris at 113, Trump at 210. Now let's go to our host, Ryan Lowy, for an interview with State College Mayor Ezra Naines. Then we'll hear from our friends at Centre County Report.
All right, so ATD's election coverage here this November 5th. I am joined now with State College Mayor Ezra Naines. Ezra, thank you so much for joining us.
Hey, great to be here on At the Desk, Ryan. Thanks for having me.
Awesome, and your previous interview went great, and we're so happy to have you back on, Mr. Mayor, so thank you very much.
Always a pleasure. Appreciate what you all do. You run a really great operation there, and the work of getting the word out and telling the stories about these important moments is valuable to the community, so I'm happy to be with you today.
Awesome. Thank you so much. So as the mayor of State College, what is your job on election day? Can you take us through what you have to do? Is there any mandatory things you have to do? Do you vote in person?
That's a great question. So officially as mayor, I don't have any responsibilities. The election is administered by the county, and then all of the precincts have elected judges of election and a number of election volunteers who are poll workers and different functions like that. So all of that is administered by the county. So as mayor, I don't have an official duty, but I do have a civic duty and a personal duty. So yes, I started the day, my family and I always start our day by heading to the polls and voting in our local precinct. And it's a wonderful experience because it's a community moment, right? We are members of the community. And when we go to vote, we walk by other members and people that we know in the community are running the polls, and members of every party. This is a completely nonpartisan experience. And so we start by my wife and I go and vote, and our kids come with us, and we take a photo and we share that. And we just sort of spread the word because this is a truly, it's a sacred day in civic terms. This is the foundation of our democracy and our government. And so we take that very seriously. So that's how our day starts every election day.
Awesome. So we know that you got to meet Vice President Harris at the One Observatory Circle in Washington,
Yes.
D.C. with many other prominent mayors around the country. Can you share some of that experience with us?
Yeah, that was such an honor when the invitation came to. This was prior to her being the candidate. Mind you, it was an invitation from the vice president to a group of mayors, and when I saw that, I said, "Wow, I've got to find a way to get to Washington for this opportunity." And so, yeah, it was an incredible honor to meet the vice president, and I also met the second gentleman, Mr. Emhoff, at that time. I had met Mr. Emhoff one time previously, but the vice president is an exceptional leader, and she spoke really powerfully about our country. And I felt very inspired by her at that time. And again, I didn't know that she was going to be our presidential candidate on the Democratic ticket. So it was kind of fortuitous that I had that opportunity to meet her in person. And then I did also attend the rally where she introduced the governor, Tim Walz, as her vice presidential candidate partner in Philadelphia. And that was also spectacular. So I felt very lucky to be in a part of both of those moments.
Awesome. So obviously, when Walz was picked, Shapiro was not. You have worked with Governor Shapiro. You communicate with Governor Shapiro.
Yeah.
Do you see a future for him potentially as president or vice president of the United States?
Absolutely. I have a tremendous amount of respect for Governor Shapiro. He's one of the truly most natural and exceptional leaders I've worked with. He truly understands how to bring people together and to work across the aisle and to build consensus. And he's also a bold visionary who truly cares about people. So huge fan of the governor's. And yes, I definitely think he's a presidential contender in the future, depending on the outcome of this election. That will determine the timeline for something like that. But I know that the governor has a lot of work to do in Pennsylvania, and I think he has a lot of things he wants to accomplish. So I just know that he's going to keep providing great leadership to this state. And if and when that opportunity comes up, I do think that he would be a tremendous candidate.
Awesome. So you obviously also went to the DNC convention. Can you share some of that experience with us?
Yes, I was honored to be voted in by our community as a delegate to the Democratic National Convention. And of course, when I became a delegate, I was a pledged delegate for President Biden. So, that was where my journey as a delegate started. And President Biden's been accomplished so much as a president. I mean, the American Recovery Plan Act, the bipartisan infrastructure law, all of these things, the Inflation Reduction Act, have unleashed unprecedented investment in our communities. And you can see those investments panning out right here, downtown State College. We are replacing 50-year-old water and sewer lines on Calder Way. We're going to streetscape, and we're going to really move our community forward. That's just one example of how those acts are affecting communities across the Commonwealth and the nation. But yes, I started out as being a pledged delegate for President Biden. And then, of course, when the president stepped down and voiced his support for Vice President Harris, I immediately issued my own personal endorsement for Vice President Harris. And that, interestingly, Ryan, the way that this process works, the delegates actually in that moment then suddenly have kind of a little bit of a vote. We actually have a little bit of power. But I wanted our community to know that I was going to support Vice President Harris. I thought that was a wonderful choice, and she's an exceptional leader. And I knew right away that I would do that. And so then I became a pledged delegate for Vice President Harris. And the DNC was one of the most uplifting and exhilarating weeks of my life. I was getting 4 hours of sleep a night, going to bed at 2 a.m, waking up at 6 a.m., listening to 70 or 80 speeches every day, not exaggerating on that. And every minute of it was just empowering. You saw people from every possible background, whether it be racial or religious or ethnic or gender identity, just stepping up to shine in their leadership. And it was a really incredible experience to be a part of. I feel very grateful that I was able to be a delegate.
Awesome. So let's hit home a little bit more here in the wonderful borough of State College. So obviously it was a big weekend the past weekend from our time of filming this with Ohio State coming to town to play football. And that also brought a lot of political tension here. Of course, the Trump rally happened as well. So as mayor, communicating obviously with law enforcement and emergency responders, have you seen a lot of traffic in State College connected to any political division?
I would say, there have definitely been reports of, yard signs being stolen. For example, I haven't had any reports come to me. And I, as mayor, I don't oversee the police. Our borough manager does an excellent job of that. But I I do keep aware of things and keep in communication. And I have not heard any direct reports of any threats of violence. So my feeling is we have a tremendous police force here, very highly professional, highly prepared, and they're aware, obviously, that this is a big election and emotions and tensions may be running high. So I think that our police here and across the region are prepared and just have their eyes open for things that could happen. But so far, I have not heard any reports coming to me personally. And again, Ryan, the community does report things to me. And when things relate to law enforcement, I immediately send those to the manager because he is responsible. And those go, of course, from the manager to the chief of police. But I haven't received anything yet on that front.
So when Donald Trump and Vivek Ramaswamy and AOC announced were coming, did you have to communicate with Secret Service or anything like that specifically, or did anybody within the borough have to communicate with Secret Service? Did you also have to communicate with any university officials? Just take us through when Donald Trump came and when Ramaswamy and AOC came.
Yeah, obviously, when you have high-level public officials coming, there's a lot of preparation. And in the case of the former president, you do have Secret Service involvement. I was not personally involved in that Secret Service preparation, again, because I don't oversee the operational facets of the borough. However, I do coordinate and did communicate with our borough leadership and with the university leadership, just so that we were all aware and on the same page of preparations. And we do meet regularly to be aligned on important events that are coming up. So I know that the university and the borough were in close communication about those things. And obviously those events went off without any incident. And I think that's a testament to the great work of everybody to prepare for them.
Yes, absolutely. And so how do you feel the media has been covering this election? Obviously, it is responsible for some of the division alongside the candidates, of course, but the media has definitely pushed a lot of rhetoric or re-aired it. So do you feel that the media needs to change the way it looks at elections going forward in the future? Or do you think it's been doing a good job?
I think, I'm not a big fan of pointing fingers at the media, right? I think we need the media and we need a free and independent media, because the media, when it does its job of investigating and reporting on things affecting the community, some of which members of the public may not be aware of, I think that's such an important service to us all. So, there are times where messaging might be repeated, but sometimes that's just a part of reporting on it. So I think as long as every news outlet is doing its utmost to talk to everybody involved in a situation and really find out the facts, then our media is doing its job. I do have strong personal beliefs, so I think there are ways that we should talk about things. And if the framing of an issue isn't what I would agree with, I could certainly take issue with it, but I'm not going to point my finger at a reporter and say, you're failing your job. I don't think that's necessarily the right thing to do. If I think there's an important story that's not being covered in a fair and impartial way, I would draw attention to it. But I don't know if I would start by taking to the microphone. I'm a believer in, Ryan, of communicating with people directly, professionally, giving people the benefit of the doubt and trusting in their professionalism as a first step. And if I find out otherwise, then of course I would also be direct about that. But I think we need to treat each other with dignity. The media has a hard job to do, and everybody feels very passionately about this. Well, let's everybody, but many people feel passionately about this election. And so seeing any story that communicates a message from an opposite point of view might be indeed upsetting. But that's just, I think, maybe par for the course in some regard.
Absolutely awesome. Just two more questions for you. Thank you so much for your time. So the first one is, obviously you joined Alexandra Ocasio-Cortez on stage, a representative in Congress. Can you share that experience with us downtown?
Yeah, AOC, Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, is one of the most powerful voices in all of Congress. She is truly an exceptional speaker and has a powerful moral compass, and I really admire her. I don't agree on every single policy point, but I think she did a wonderful job of saying in her speech, which I admired greatly, that we are a big tent and we have to be able to disagree and work together. And that is a message that holds whether you're members of the same party or a differing party. So I thought her speech was exceptional. I really admired it. I got to open that rally. I was the first speaker. And let me tell you, Ryan, it was one of the best political moments I've experienced. The energy in that space, a packed house at our beautiful State Theater. The energy was so high, so focused. Like I just felt so much support from everybody there. And yeah, it was not only meaningful and powerful, it was also really fun to be a part of that. So I was very honored, and I did get to meet the representative afterward, and I felt really just honored to have that opportunity as well. She came across very sincerely and had a very welcoming and approachable energy, which I think it must be one of the reasons why she's so great at what she does, is because she puts people at ease and she really listens very well. So great moment, really one of the high points of this campaign cycle as a surrogate for the Harris campaign as well.
Absolutely. And final question, any ambitions for yourself about running for any other positions of office or rerunning for your position right now? It's a question I have to ask, Mr. Miller. Thank you so
Well,
much.
I appreciate the question, Ryan. I love the service. I feel very drawn to it. And it's, even though it can sometimes be very difficult, I gain such fulfillment from serving the community and being able to be with the community, even in challenging moments. And I would love to continue to serve. I can't announce that I'm running yet because my wife and I have to officially decide and make the announcement. But I would say it's a very real possibility that I would seek another term because 4 years goes very quickly when you serve in office. So you're the first person I've spoken to on air about this, and I'm not officially announcing, but I would say there's a good chance of it. So I'll say that. And if I should be so fortunate as to have the opportunity to serve in another office at a higher level, I would be honored. It's something I feel that my vision for my life of lifting people up, empowering people, bringing dignity to our communication with one another, and helping our society face challenges and seize the future is something that aligns with political work. And I do love the work. So if I have the chance, I would certainly consider taking it.
Absolutely. State College, Pennsylvania Mayor Ezra Naines, thank you so much for your time and enjoy election night.
Ryan, thank you so much. Good luck tonight. Big night for At the Desk.
you.
Appreciate all that you do, and look forward to watching all of your great coverage.
Well, we interrupt this with some breaking news. Nothing unexpected, but Kamala Harris has just taken California and Washington. As it stands, Donald Trump with a 214 to 179 lead on the election map. Now let's take a look into our Senate. 48 for the GOP and 39 seats for the Democrats. So the GOP closing in on flipping to their majority. And for the House, 160 for the GOP, 170 for the Dems. That one still very close. So more to come. But first, we're going to send it over to our friends at CCR. We'll be right back.
In the last month, Penn State has hosted 3 key figures in U.S. politics: Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, former presidential candidate Vivek Ramaswamy, and conservative activist Charlie Kirk. They came with a common goal: to reach students and get them to the polls.
So personally, I think it's very important for high-profile speakers to come to Penn State because it helps college students who don't really pay attention to the news. I personally don't really pay too much attention to the news normally, but with how critical this election season has been, I've had to pay attention.
Penn State has historically attracted politicians on the campaign trail. Presidents Eisenhower, Ford, Clinton, and both Bushes have all made appearances in Happy Valley to appeal to the student body. This year is no different. While younger demographics historically don't decide elections, candidates know if they vote in larger numbers, they can make an impact.
So the student vote has always been important. How much they're involved in the issues is waxes and wanes.
From an outside perspective, the presence of politicians can appear to deepen the ideological divide on campus. But many students say they appreciate the variety of opinions.
And obviously you got to support people and what they believe in and allow people to come in and try to speak their truth and try to convince people, which is, I think that's a good thing.
In University Park, I'm Yaya Wan for the Center County Report.
Pennsylvania is not only a key swing state in the presidential race, but some experts say PA could hold the key to the whole election.
But Pennsylvania, you have to stand up and you have to tell Kamala that you've had enough.
Trump not showing up, refused to be a part of a CNN debate, and
Clearly, his staff has been saying he's exhausted, and the sad part about that is he's trying to be president of the United States.
Both Donald Trump and Kamala Harris targeted the state heavily in recent weeks. Recent polling has both candidates within just a few points of each other in the margin of error. Trump campaigned in State College at a late October rally.
We're going to end the looting and the pillaging of Pennsylvania. We will bring back our manufacturing jobs, our energy jobs, our coal jobs, our steel jobs, and we're going to bring back our dreams.
Kamala Harris has appeared across the state, including in Philadelphia.
The vast majority of us have so much more in common than what separates us. And I think that the American people deserve to have a president who is grounded in what is common sense, what is practical, and what is in the best interest of the people, not themselves.
Pennsylvania's election prize is 19 electoral votes up for grabs. Historically, those votes carry a heavy weight. 77% of the winners in the last 31 presidential elections have won PA, and in a close race like this year, every vote matters.
Back in 2022, there was a Republican primary for the U.S. Senate. And the difference between Dr. Oz and Dave McCormick, who was the runner-up and is now our Senate nominee, was a little over 900 votes. So if you think your vote doesn't matter, that's a very real, very recent example of where every single vote counts.
Pennsylvania's House Speaker, Joanna McClinton, says PA has played a critical role for many presidential elections.
Pennsylvania has decided every election for the last few election cycles. When we think about President Biden's victorious election in 2020, Pennsylvania was the keystone state. Our former President Trump's victory in 2016, Pennsylvania was the key, and our President Obama's victories in 2008 and 2012. As Pennsylvania goes, the nation goes.
After the candidates spent millions of dollars on ads here trying to convince voters, it's now in the hands of the voters. In State College, I'm Jordan Spagnoli for the Center County Report. Even at 95 years old, Joe Humphreys still enjoys a warm afternoon fishing along Spruce Creek. When he first cast a line at age 6, he caught a brown trout. Stunned by its beauty, he was hooked on the sport. What's your favorite part about fishing?
Catching.
And he does that a lot. Mastering the craft, Humphreys became an expert in the fly fishing world. In 1977, he caught the state record brown trout, a remarkable 33 inches long and 16 pounds. He still holds that record 47 years later. His first cast out with me, you guessed it, he reeled in a brown trout.
Isn't that beautiful?
His expertise earned him worldwide attention, and over the years, many celebrities traveled to Huntington County to learn from him, like actor Liam Neeson. But one visitor stands out, President Jimmy Carter.
Anytime that you can have a relationship with the President of the United States, it's such an honor.
I talked with Humphreys about Carter just turning 100 and about their unique friendships spanning decades. Carter visited so often he even bought a cottage along the stream and spent days fishing with Humphreys.
We wanted to learn every facet about it, and he became an excellent fly fisher.
Carter wrote about the first time the two fished together in his outdoor journal, which Humphreys still treasures.
After a couple of hours, I was very proud of my new experience, but pretended to Joe to be somewhat chagrined that we hadn't matched his 16-pound brown trout.
Looking back on their fishing trips, President Carter compared Humphreys to a familiar challenge.
And somebody asked him, how did it go with me nymphing? And he said it was like dealing with Congress.
Just as Carter joked about the challenge of fishing with Humphreys, Joe channeled that same determination and patience into the classroom, teaching the fly fishing program at Penn State for years. George Daniel now leads the program.
The cool thing about the fly fishing program is that we are, again, not teaching these kids how to catch fish, but we're teaching these kids a skill that they're going to use for the rest of their lives.
The program, started by legendary fly fisher George Harvey in the 1930s, became an accredited course in 1947. Humphreys taught it for 19 years. And recently, through an anonymous donor, it was renamed the Joe Humphreys Fly Fishing Program. Daniel continues the tradition, even as the world changes.
Things are going to get more and more difficult for these kids. These kids are going to need some sort of relaxation, a way to kind of detach themselves from everyday life.
The program's ultimate goal is to be financially self-sustaining, and a major fundraising effort is underway. Joe Humphreys hopes students can fall in love with fishing, as he did so many years ago. and enjoy its challenges, just like in life.
And it's a thinking man's game. You know, you have to adjust. You have to adjust weight. You have to adjust a lot of things when you're after a fish.
He sees fishing as a line to a lifetime of connections. In Huntington County, I'm Haley Jacobs for the Center County Report.
We're doing me. Well, as expected, we're not necessarily neck and neck, but this is going to be a very close one, and a lot is on the table that will likely, possibly even bleed into tomorrow when it comes to election results, guys. So Donald Trump right now has an 87% chance of winning the election, according to the New York Times. You were quick to mention that, Jackson. Guys, how has the Republican Party changed? It looked a lot different with Ronald Reagan.
You want to ask a Republican or?
You know, let's
I think it'd be interesting
let's
for you to
ask a
start
Democrat first. Ella, what do you think?
Yes. Yeah, so I think it's changed a lot because not just the rhetoric, but also the way that they've run this country. I think we can talk a lot about the government and how they've gone from a small government to a large government to, again, wanting a small government and wanting less control from the government. I think definitely Reagan was considered more of a moderator than Trump was. I think not even just Trump alone, but politics have changed today. It's less of working together for the country. And I think, especially in this election, we have seen such a division in this country. And I think that really goes back to not working with the Democrats and the Republicans together and the rhetoric between the two against each other, especially in this election alone, Trump versus Kamala kind of attacking each other back and forth. And I think that stems from when the Republican Party started and how it's kind of transcribed over these years.
Hey, hold on. We got a quick report. Trump is expected to take North Carolina. Jackson, how has the Republican Party changed?
First of all, North Carolina, very important state. Yes. So Republican Party changed. So I think really what it comes down to is that I think the world and the country was different in the 80s. I think it was much different. I think that back in those days you had communism, and Reagan was more of a globalist. Trump was more of a nationalist. He's embraced kind of this America first kind of ideology
into it,
he's dived more into we should prioritize our people over the people of other countries, and we should invest our money into things like say a border wall, for example. He wanted that done, didn't get it done his first term, but it was something he kind of really drove his campaign on. It was he wanted to protect the people of this country over the people of Mexico and China. Reagan was more about let's tear down the Berlin Wall and let's help people in Europe. I think that's one big difference. Also, I think Trump is again. I think it's just nationalism. I think it's just he's a lot more about American priority, and Reagan is more of just maybe trying to preserve conservative principles around the world.
I think when you talk about nationalism versus globalism, one of the things in Trump policies was solving the conflicts that are happening in Europe, especially with Israel and Palestine and everything that was going on over the Gaza Strip and Ukraine, everything really. So do you think that when you say he's a nationalist, do you think that he's putting those issues on the back burner, or are you just saying more in general?
I think Trump wants to fix those things because that's an issue of people dying. What he said, whenever he's asked, whether he wants Ukraine or Russia to win the war, he says, I want people to stop dying. So in other words, he wants the war to stop. He wants the fighting to stop and then make both sides come to an agreement instead of just saying, oh, I want this side to win or I want this side to win. So I think that's kind of an extreme example of where people are getting blown up and killed, especially children and women and everything else. So he's just saying that because he doesn't want that to keep happening. But as far as, trade and all these things, Mexico, China, the countries he always talks about, he wants to win. He wants the U.S. to win compared to other countries. That's where Reagan was a little bit more, I guess, trying to work with other countries, working against communism, because at that time it was still a struggle. So the world's a different place, basically.
Absolutely. The world is a very different place. Josh Stein pulling away very heavily in North Carolina, as we were talking
No
about.
surprise there.
He's already predicted to win, but he's dominating Mark Robinson. Has his behavior really warranted Donald Trump pulling necessarily his endorsement? Because we're seeing Donald Trump win, but we're also seeing him almost struggle in the legislature and with the governor's office.
I don't think there's that much of a connection there. I don't think there is.
Historically, there hasn't been either.
Because people have completely different priority issues when it comes to state level and national level, and people are sick of the border crisis. They're sick of the economic problems nationally, and that's why people are turning out for Trump. As to North Carolina, they're a little more, maybe worried about whatever is going on with Mark Robinson and his personal problems.
Kara?
I guess just kind of going, back to just kind of, you can say the view of the change of politics in general and kind of the evolution of the Republican Party. Kind of throwing back to Ella, something that we spoke about before is just, I feel like a lot of politics has really just turned into a competition instead of cooperation. And I mean, a lot of it, kind of going back to Reagan, feeling like he was really kind of a moderator. And I feel like everyone, was really connected, and there was a big union, under his presidency. But I mean, now it seems like there's always a split divide. I mean, whether you're really involved in politics or not, everyone always has an opinion, whether they're voting Republican or whether they're voting, Democratic, when it would arguably be very easy for people to kind of push some of the, more political party affiliations aside and just say, hey, we may have some disagreements, but we actually agree on a lot of really important topics for our whole country. And I know that you and I were speaking a little bit about that earlier.
And I want to build off of that and also say, talking about that unity I have a quote here from Reagan that he said in front of the Statue of Liberty. He said, "They brought them with courage, ambition, and the values of family, neighborhood, work, peace, and freedom. We all came from different lands, but we share the same values and the same dream." And I feel like that quote has definitely gotten far from our country as a whole, because when we talk about immigration now, we automatically assume that it's the bad, and it's the bad that's happening and what's the crime that's happening, which is not to say that that's not happening. It's true. We've seen the polls, we've seen we've seen real footage that that's happening. But I also think it's a different way that they're looking at it now because of the way that that crime has changed and come more into our country, that it's not, we want to welcome everyone. I think it's that we do want to welcome everyone, but from a legal standpoint, we want everyone to come here the correct way, and we want the good people to come here the right way. And I think that, unfortunately, it shouldn't be the way. We want all great people in this country, but I think that's really changed since the start of the Republicans.
And I think just in a general sense, the world has gotten a lot less classy, just overall.
Yeah.
And I think that's really reflected in politics. We can't even get stuff done anymore on a basic level. We talked about earlier, you said that people need to work together. There needs to be unity.
Absolutely.
We're seeing that with our friends in the agricultural community. Democrats and Republicans cannot agree, and it's causing an issue. It's causing an issue not only in agriculture but in other places as well. And this divide, I think there's much more of a divide because it's not just politics anymore. It's getting personal. There's name calling. People are being nasty. We talked about that earlier.
Yeah.
And I think, well, if someone's going to call you, someone's going to call you a piece of garbage they need to throw out, like, they're not going to want to work with you. I think it's become more personal rather than political, and that's where we see like that divide in those issues come
And we
up.
have another update. Oregon is projected to go blue. 58% is in, so a strong lead for Harris there. It's dark blue.
No surprise there.
Yeah.
And on what you said,
We've heard that a lot tonight.
Yeah.
Everyone's really felt that
The
energy.
surprises will come around
Yeah.
3 o'clock in the morning.
Right.
We
So
are
everywhere except for like your Pennsylvanias and your Wisconsins, your Michigans, I mean, even a little bit your Arizonas. We've just felt the energy. Whenever you drive through a state, you feel the energy of where the vote's going. That excludes, of course.
Yeah, Janae, I want to comment on what you said. So you said, America's more divided now. I think that's really reflected in the sense that we haven't had a true electoral landslide in a very long time. The last time we had one that was kind of close to one was 2008 with Obama, where he won by a good amount. But ever since then, we've never really seen a true landslide. Back in the,
literally, sorry to cut you off, but just that we're talking about votes not coming in till 3 a.m. With both the Obama candidacies, I'm pretty sure a vote's in before midnight. And
that's where the integrity question comes in. But besides putting that aside, I think Obama won the election at 11 p.m. 2008. He won right on the dot. It was very quick.
It's a different time.
Yeah, very different.
different.
2012 was maybe 12 a.m., but it was still pretty quick. But 2016, Trump won maybe 2, 3 a.m. And then 2020, of course, he didn't know till Thursday. So it just shows how close these elections really have gotten.
Yeah.
And it's because of how polarized the country is. In 1984, you saw Reagan win around 59% of the popular vote. You saw him win 525 electoral votes. It was a completely different time. And people were united under that one president. Pretty much everyone was fine with them, even the people who didn't vote for him. And it's just so much different than what we see now. Now we see, obviously, name calling.
Yeah.
We see, events happen where you see a lot an uprising in political violence. I mean, you see so many things that happen now that you wouldn't see back in those days. I don't think.
It's just not classy anymore.
I think interesting enough to say, and we're really pulling from something very unrelated to what we're talking about, but COVID-19 definitely played a part in that, 100%, and the politicization of it really played a big part in it as well.
No, that's actually, really didn't think about that because you can say it's unrelated, but no, it is related. We all went through it, together as a nation, and it affected, different groups of people in different ways. But I really think, things such as that have really contributed to just a lot of that stigma and that divide. And, going back to what you said, as it gets, really nasty and it gets, really personal, and a lot of the, things being said during the pandemic also, I felt like related back to kind of that hostility and that nastiness, and that negative energy just really perpetuates such a divide between the entire country.
And I'd like to shed light on something we've gone the whole night without mentioning. January 6th, it was a rough day in 2021.
Yeah.
I think both sides can relate. Jackson, I think you can agree it wasn't a good day. You can't staple
No.
good on it. Donald Trump said it was a day of love.
Well, Donald Trump says a lot of things, but I think that January 6th was something that. So when I first saw it, the media portrayed it as almost comical because they kept showing the guy in the Viking outfit in the Capitol building.
Yes.
So to me, it was comical first. And I saw it, I was like, it's more serious than I thought it was.
Mhm.
But yes, you saw police officers get injured. You saw people get hurt. You saw one of the pro-Trump people get killed. I mean, you saw things that should not be happening. But I also think that the left is really tried to use that as like their one big political tool against Trump. And instead of attacking him on policy, they'll try to use that. And I just don't think you can really trace that much of it back to him personally. More so when that group of his supporters for making a very, very poor decision to break into the Capitol building. But yeah, Trump did not say anything that was necessarily incited violence that day. And he has freedom of speech. He brought his followers to the Capitol building or to the White House for his rally and wanted to say, hey, I think this election was not true. I think it was stolen. And the evidence, some evidence would indicate it was, some said it wasn't, some said it wasn't. The mainstream evidence says no. But at the end of the day, he did not say anything that incited violence. So I can't really blame him personally for it.
Well, this is a question for you, Ella. He said that the left has been talking about it all the time. And I believe, I'm not directly quoting you, but you've mentioned that the DNC should not have been so much about January 6th, which it was a lot about January 6th. I mean, I think a lot of Democrats would say that they agree with you, but some would say they disagree with you. I mean, Ella, do you think that talking about January 6th this much in this election is justified, or is it really a thing of the past that needs to be put away?
I think it's obviously a big standing point for Democrats. They want to highlight that violence and kind of that rhetoric of the other side and be like, this is what they did. Look at how they quote unquote tore down our country and all these things that they did. But I think it's also important to highlight what was going on at the time in that summer with the Black Lives Matter movement and everything with that. And there was also other violence. I think there was violence on both sides, and not to say that one side was unwarranted and the other was, but there was burning down of cities and there was other things. I think we also saw that on January 6th, the Capitol and all the violence that was incited there. I think it's unfair to paint that picture just on the Trump campaign and said that they were the only violent ones and he's going to be violent when he gets into office and a dictator and all these things, when I think it was reiterated on both sides. And I think it translates from the Democrats to the Republicans.
I think when people bring up the Black Lives Matter movement in relation to January 6th, to me, those are not similar events at all. Black Lives Matter to me has become political when it shouldn't be. Saying Black Lives Matter should not be a political statement. Like it's a statement that is made and people bring up all lives matter and there's different situations, but at the end of the day, it was targeted on a specific moment that people were talking about. And there's no erasure in anyone else's life or the importance of white people or the importance of Asian people. It was just focused on a certain movement that happened at that time. So to compare a human rights issue with a political issue, I think is just absurd to say that, January 6th and the Black Lives Matter movement were similar, especially because in its scale, the Black Lives Matter movement was happening not only in the United States, but all around the world, where January 6th was kind of really concentrated in DC. So when you're comparing the violence or whatever, those people who were wrongly protesting or the rioters at the Black Lives Matter movement, you're looking at so many different places and not just one concentrated area. Where with January 6th, you're looking at a specific group of people and also the reactions after that. We saw like a lot of Republicans and mostly looking when we see Fox News and certain influencers who mostly lean right, were talking about the effects after January 6th, who were kind of disappointed with that people were upset about it. When it came to people getting arrested and people being found, they felt like that wasn't correct, that shouldn't have happened. I feel like it's more about the reactions that people had after January 6th that made it more important. But to compare January 6th and Black Lives Matter is just ridiculous.
I will say I think the only plausible comparison that can be made is that there was a horrible and unnecessary amount of violence involved in both events. And I feel like that just goes back to the divide and the hostility that's present. I feel like, in both of those events, I mean, terrible things happened that I agree with you should have never happened in the first place.
I would say that I see what you're saying. Absolutely. I mean, it's two different issues for sure. But at the end of the day, violence is violence. Property damage is property damage, and there was a significant amount of that during the Black Lives Matter riots. And there were some protesters that were there not rioting. I'm not saying that. I think majority of them were protesting fairly and freely. But it's just, you saw cities, especially Minneapolis, burning. You saw things happening that you just would not expect to see in the United States. And I can't see how that would even help the memory of George Floyd, because that's what it was about, really, for that specific thing. Also for past murders of Black men by police officers, but mainly George Floyd for that 1 year. I just don't see how that would have helped that situation.
I think even negatively or positively, I'm not in favor of burning, looting, none of that.
Mm-hmm.
So let me just get that out of the way before we even bring that up. But I think it's important to know that people were talking about it. Even if it's negative or positive, people were talking about it. We saw a big uprising in social media activism during that time, especially because of COVID. We were all in the house. People were talking about George Floyd and the Black Lives Matter movement, Breonna Taylor. All of these things were coming to light at the same time. And I think the impact of that and what came out of that situation is much greater than what came out of the January 6th situations. So again, it's to me, it's not something that can be compared. You say, oh, it's something violent that happened. Violence happens all the time, but you can't always compare. I will never compare January 6th to the war in Afghanistan.
Right.
Violence is happening, but that doesn't mean we can compare them.
Right. And I want to put a pause on this conversation before we move on and update the Senate. So currently, right now, the Democrats hold 40 seats in the Senate and the GOP holds 49. So they're 2 away from that absolute majority, and they're 1 away from if Trump wins, having the majority. And now we're going to look at the House, 167 seats for the GOP and the Democrats, 114 seats. Guys, it's crunch time. We only have 5 minutes left. Before we send it to our friend Sean at the board, let's talk about it. We only have around a half hour left on air. Who is going to win this election, and when are we going to know when this election is going to be called? Pardon me.
I think the wee hours of the morning. I mean, we're still not seeing these key states as already is, and we're still seeing all these mail-in votes and late votes that are still coming in. Honestly, I want to say I think Kamala is going to make a big comeback during the middle of the night. That's not to say whether she's going to take the presidency or not, but I think definitely seeing Trump in that surge, and she's slowly been gaining behind. She's not, as to say, so close. It's not neck and neck as we thought it was going to be in all of the polls before this.
She still needs a lot of her states to be called.
She does.
though.
She still needs a lot of them, but I think by the time more of these are called in the morning, and we'll see as it comes in, but I think she is going to make a comeback.
I think I'm going to be honest. I don't have a definitive answer, but I think this election will definitely have an immense outlook on the rest of American history. Just
Absolutely.
because if Kamala and the Democrats aren't able to win and aren't able to uphold their promises, we could see a Republican I don't want to say regime, but a large Republican streak for the next couple of years. Because, like we were kind of saying earlier, if Kamala doesn't win now, I mean, that's kind
When
of
is it?
wrapped.
Yeah. A quick update. New Mexico has just gone blue. I'm sorry. Continue.
No.
Okay.
Referencing to the conversations that we were having before in our green room. I think someone said it best back in our room, but history is going to be made either way, no matter who wins. And I think
It's
that
the type of history.
absolutely. And I feel like that is something, I mean, that just cannot be ignored, no matter who you support or what outcome you're hoping for. I mean, history is going to be made either way, and I feel like it'll ultimately end up changing the country for the rest of the year and here forward.
I just want the United States to reel it in a little bit. We've lived through too many historical moments for a lifetime. I'm
It's
only
a lot.
I'm only 18, and I feel like I've lived through too much, and so maybe we can reel it back. Hopefully,
There's a lot more to come, I'd say.
Unfortunately,
If you want to live a long and happy life, you're going to have a lot more you're going to have to watch on TV.
These
We
past
need a
couple
little
years, I think that'd be
break.
great.
We need a down period. I agree with you. I feel like,
Well, are we going to see that after this election? Do you think we're going to have a down
absolutely.
period?
No, absolutely not. That's
No.
what would be preferable. But I mean, yeah, I feel like we, us sitting here, we are still fairly young, and we really have. It seems like we've lived through, so much, and that's really impacted us, in our political lives and our political opinions and our personal lives as
It's really
well.
nice of you to call us young. We all feel like we have
Yes,
a long road ahead of us.
absolutely.
Equal now.
Yes, absolutely.
Jackson, tell us. We want to piece your brain up a little bit here. Tell us what you think. Who's going to win this election?
I think it's still an absolute toss-up because I am worried
I was
about
expecting you to say Trump.
I was going to say I was not expecting that answer.
I was expecting you to say
I'm
that.
interested.
because
I'm
of
fixing on
2020,
my jacket 'cause I'm
all these votes
interested.
started pouring in at 2, 3 a.m. And it's like, wait a minute. So right now he is leading. It's looking strong for him, but you never know. You never know what's going to happen with these votes they haven't counted yet. So I still say it's a toss-up. I still won't give a prediction because I really don't know. We have to see more of Arizona. We have to see more of PA. We have to see more of Georgia. Hasn't been called yet.
Right.
So we have to see more of these states. But yeah, him winning North Carolina is definitely a good indicator, especially this early that he won North Carolina that quickly. I mean, that was a pretty quick win for him, honestly, relative to how close this election was supposed to be. So right now, I'd rather be him than Harris. I'd rather be in his campaign. But it's
He's
still
definitely got more energy over there.
Oh, absolutely, because I think Trump wants it more.
Yep.
I think Trump wants.
Well,
the
Trump
presidency.
needs it more.
Yes.
Let's just say
Yes.
that. There's a lot.
There's a lot at stake for him.
If
really.
Kamala Harris wins, she goes home. She's vice president for a few more months. She goes home. Donald Trump loses. I know you're going to be really mad at me. and I'm going to try and run away before you punch me, he could look at some jail time.
Absolutely.
I don't think
but
that's
I
going to happen.
But I think that
It is a
Democrats know.
possibility.
Democrats know though if they do
Perhaps.
that, that's going to cause some massive civil unrest if they try to put him in jail.
That is true.
Yes.
And they're going to take that into account. I think that if Trump does lose this election, their best bet is to leave him alone.
And
I would say if
I
I
mean,
were, if I were
even
one,
with the college scandals, I don't know, this might be niche, but the college scandals that happened a while ago, the people who were arrested for that, they were living pretty luxurious lives. Like their prison wasn't the prison we're thinking
Arrested
of.
is you're on house arrest in your $1 million mansion.
That's what I don't
Well, I
think
saw
Trump's
this
going to
documentary.
jail.
Yeah, he
like,
calls them the J6 hostages. And it's very controversial because if you look at the definition of a hostage, most of them don't really fit in that.
yeah, they wanted to be there.
Yeah.
They chose.
They want to be there, and a lot of them are relying on him to pardon them so they can live a normal life. So a lot of them are hoping and praying that Donald Trump can pull away with this. In terms of Congress, it's looking strong for him. He's got a 49-40 lead in the Senate. He's just 2 seats away from majority, no matter what happens with the president and vice president. And in the House, he's up 167 to 119. But that one, I think, is going to be really close. We're going to see a lot of change as we continue on. It's time for one of my favorite parts of the evening. The ever so awesome Sean at the board. Take it away, Sean.
Okay, so the first place we're going to talk about now is going to be Georgia. Kamala Harris is running out of runway when it comes to Georgia, especially when it comes to the more populous counties. If we're going to look at, say, Fulton County, or something like that, the most populous county in the state, that's Atlanta. That's where things are starting to get really tight for her. She's got to pick up ground in Fulton County if she wants to win Georgia. Otherwise, this is going back into Donald Trump's category, just like it was in 2016. Winning at 70-30 is not good enough. She's going to need larger percentages, and she's going to win Georgia. It's actually starting to really look very Trump heavy in Georgia right now. Cobb County, same story. 56-42, that's not a big enough margin for Kamala Harris when it comes to Georgia. Donald Trump is in a very, very good position when it comes to Georgia right now. The county that I've had my eye on the whole night that usually is one of those swing counties in a swing state, as I like to call it, Washington County, Donald Trump winning Washington County right now. That gives you a good indication that you're probably looking at Donald Trump winning the state of Georgia. The next place we're going to travel to is going to be out in Arizona, which is just starting its counting. So there isn't a whole heck of a lot going on out there. But Maricopa County is going to matter. Right now, Kamala Harris is leading in Maricopa County, but there is a long, long way to go. We're only at about 50% of the vote counted. If she wins Maricopa County, she probably wins the state. But the trends right now is that Donald Trump is probably going to be able to flip Maricopa County just because of when votes come in and things like that. There's a lot of early voting that came in so far, and that's usually more Democratic heavy. The same thing goes for mail-in ballots, which get counted quicker in Arizona. So really, it's going to depend a lot on what happens with Election Day in terms of what Kamala Harris was able to bring out in terms of her coalition. So Pima County also is in that category. Right now, these are good margins for Harris and Pima County, but super, super early. Again, 50% of the vote counted. So it will be a while before we really know anything when it comes to Arizona. And the same thing applies to somewhere like Nevada. Almost nothing is in Nevada right now. And across the board, as Jackson mentioned, we'll take a quick look at PA while we're at it, just because, it is our home state. But as Jackson
And
mentioned,
it could decide the selection, Sean. We got to dig into it very deep.
yeah, but especially Pennsylvania will obviously, like you said, decide the selection. But as Jackson has mentioned, and you have mentioned, Donald Trump is in a very good position right now to win this election. Pennsylvania, again, look at Center County. Center County is usually blue. Center County is one of those tight margin blue counties usually, but it does usually go blue. And look at it right now. Donald Trump winning in Center County. Now, that's going to be something that's going to be very interesting to watch, is if Kamala Harris, the question I have for Center County more than anything else is what precincts are recording. Because usually it's a question of precincts in Center County. If State College and sort of the people around Penn State are reporting in yet, and Donald Trump is winning those votes, boy, he is having a really, really good night. And so if we look across the state, my favorite county that I've talked about all night, Erie County, we are a little over 70%. I think that number says 70%. It does. About 70%. And Kamala Harris is winning Erie County, which is really good news for her. So there is some question regarding Pennsylvania yet. And I think a lot's still going to have to come in. And that's going to be very important to watch is, up in Erie and especially down by Philadelphia, what are the margins looking like down there? Let's take a quick stab at that. Chester County, Harris is winning. These are probably not margins she's loving right now at about 55%. She probably wants to win closer to 60-40, but I think she's okay with these numbers. Now, if we look into Philadelphia directly, 77%. Again, I'd rather be over 80 if I was Harris' campaign. So again, Donald Trump probably having a better night than he was hoping for in central Philadelphia. So these numbers are pretty favorable for Trump. The same applies to somewhere like Northampton County. This is sort of like eastern Lehigh Valley on the border with New Jersey. That went to Joe Biden back in 2020. It's now in Donald Trump's camp right now by a substantial margin. So if Northampton County stays in Donald Trump's category, he probably wins the state. Ryan, I saw your hand shoot up at one point. there
You
again.
always like to look over, Sean. I love it. So, is there a potential way that either candidate could win without Pennsylvania?
It would be very complicated.
It'd be
Let's put
difficult.
it that way. The way we can sort of game that out in a way is that if, say, Donald Trump loses Georgia and then loses Pennsylvania, he probably loses. But if he loses Georgia and wins Pennsylvania, he probably wins. There are some wacky scenarios out there, like if some of the blue wall states split, or if there's some weird stuff that happens, say, out in the Midwest, maybe in one of the Nebraska districts flips that Nebraska 2 flips the other way. You can get some weird combinations with Arizona and Nevada, but I think that Pennsylvania will decide this election. I mean, it is going to be the state that really decides what we're going to be looking at tonight. And it's all about those margins. And, that's really what we're looking at in terms of Pennsylvania. We'll take a look at Pittsburgh right now. These are not good numbers for Kamala Harris. These are very favorable numbers for Donald Trump. At 59% for Harris, 39% for Trump. That's really favorable for Donald Trump. He wants to have inside of the 60-40 in Allegheny County, Pittsburgh directly, and this is a really favorable number for him.
Sean, can you take us upstairs a little bit to Michigan?
Sure, absolutely. So if we take a look at Michigan right now, let's see what now. Obviously, when you checked in with me earlier, downtown Detroit was showing Donald Trump winning, which was a very small number of votes in, but looked weird on the map. Now it's 62-35 ish with Harris. Now that's not a spectacular number for her. That's kind of a number would wish to improve on. She wants more closer to 70% in the Detroit market. So these are not great numbers for her. Now, again, you wanted to check on what's happening in regards to the third party vote. 0.7% in East Lansing. That's again, Michigan State University. That's a 57% is good, but not great. Jill Stein only pulling in 0.7%. So that's again normal third party numbers in regards to third parties.
Sean, can I put you on the spot real
Sure.
quick? Can you
Absolutely.
explain how Kamala Harris just won Virginia?
Virginia usually is one of those states that takes a long time to count. So I'm sort of surprised they call it fairly early.
I'm sorry
but
to put you on the spot there.
That's fine. But the reason why she wins Virginia are these counties right around here. Fairfax County, especially. Fairfax County, very favorable for Democrats. Saying all the DC Beltway counties, they're very favorable. Loudoun County, all of this right up here. Prince William County, these are very favorable Democratic counties. And usually when they come with their flood of votes, they're at 95%. Yeah. So it kind of makes sense. I'm surprised they counted so early. That's actually really good timing for Virginia.
That's what I was going to say. It's very good timing for Virginia.
Because Virginia usually takes until close to midnight. I guess it is almost midnight. I'm losing track of time around here. But these counties usually come in pretty late on the scale here. So it's sort of surprising they're called already, but that makes a lot of sense for Kamala Harris to win Virginia. She can win those populated counties around DC. That usually is the key to Virginia itself.
Sean, can you tell us a little bit about the House and the Senate? What are you thinking over there?
The Senate is interesting. Let me see if I can pull up some Senate races here. Give me 1 second. Let me click to the right page. Senate is interesting because I think we're looking at Ohio more than anything else, because if Bernie Moreno wins Ohio and Sherrod Brown gets knocked out, there's almost no question that Republicans take the Senate for sure.
They're a seat away from 50.
Yeah. So that is going to be a race I'm going to keep my eye on the rest of the night. In fact, there is a possibility this race could get called fairly soon. There are other networks that have called it, although the AP has not. So we're going to stick with the AP calls. So for now, we are still keeping this race in play. But a 4-point lead, that's a pretty big lead. And he's going to need to, let's see what Cleveland's reporting. They're at 88%, so there is some votes still out there for Sherrod Brown. The same thing applies, only 52%. Again, Cleveland suburbs. So this race is in play, but I think it's actually, it's a pretty tough stretch, I think, right now to try to get Sherrod Brown back in it. I'm interested to see, I haven't looked at this in a while, what's the story happening with Nebraska? Dan Osborne staying very competitive here. He's an independent labor activist that sort of has been like sort of this oddball candidate that all of a sudden has generated a lot of momentum recently, and a lot of people have jumped on his train. So I think it's going to be interesting to see if Osborne can keep it in play here. He's only about a point back, only 5,000 votes different. And in Nebraska, that is a pretty small margin. And I could see Dan Osborne really pulling off an upset here in Nebraska. That's what I'm keeping my eye on for sure with Senate. The last we'll check in on Senate-wise is going to be up here. Jon Tester trailing by a lot, but this is early in the counting. I think Tim Sheehy probably takes this race, but Jon Tester is still in play when it comes to Montana. He's one of those guys who's sort of like a Lazarus candidate, you could say, where he's never dead. You think he's dead, but he keeps on coming back. So keep your eye on Jon Tester tonight. House races, I think a lot of them are going to come in pretty late in terms of the major ones that we're looking for, because it will take a long time to count up a lot of these votes in the House races, especially like an interesting district I've been following is like this district here in Western Washington, one of the third House 3 in Washington, because this is where we had those ballot box fires a couple weeks ago, where people were lighting ballot boxes on fire and things like that. And this is a very close competitive race that Glusenkamp Perez is involved in. And those ballot box fires could play a role. But I think this race is going to be one I'm keeping my eye on throughout the night, because this is a race that could very well determine the House.
Sean, I got two more things for you real quick. Can you take us through Minnesota on the presidential level?
Absolutely. Let me give 1 second and pull that back up. So Minnesota right now is I would probably say that's in Harris's camp. It is a little tighter than I was expecting it to be. Let's see in terms of how much is reported in Minneapolis, which is there's 70-30 is a decent number for Harris in Minnesota, but you'd figure she want to run up the score, especially with a running mate from Minnesota. So I think that's really going to be interesting to keep our eyes on there. She's running away with it, but again, look at what percentage are reporting, 1% here in certain counties. So I think there's a ways to go in Minnesota. I'd be surprised if it goes to Donald Trump's category, though it's a race I wouldn't totally put out of my mind.
Sean, we've worked you really hard tonight. Thank you so much. We got one more question for you here. Can you just break down the Allred race with his loss to Cruz? Anything surprising over there?
I think what was most interesting about the Senate race was this was really considered to be something the Democrats really wanted. But the Democrats, unfortunately, in some circles, at least in their circles, did not come all that close. I think they really needed to turn out the numbers in both in the Dallas area, especially. 62-35 is, again, okay. You want to have 70-30 or more in a place like that. Fort Worth County is Tarrant County, just west of the Dallas. This was a county the Democrats were really looking at to flip over, and they did not quite get there. So I think a lot of it was that they just couldn't pull over the margins they needed in a lot of these, Bexar County, San Antonio, not really running up the score in these urban counties. That's what Democrats needed, and they just couldn't really pull off. Ted Cruz is another one of those candidates that he's really hard to beat because he just keeps coming back. He always finds a way back, and I think that's exactly what he did tonight. He was able to find his base and turn them out.
Sean, I think every professor would love you. You certainly do your homework. Thank you so much for all that. That's it for Sean for the night. Sean, a wonderful job. Thank you so much. We're wrapping up. We're hitting towards midnight. But first, before we do our closer, we're going to send it now over to our friends at PSN News as they did a package with PSU votes.
Charlie Kirk and his conservative-based political group, Turning Point USA, appeared on the Penn State campus on September 21st. Penn State students were outraged by Kirk's appearance, demanding the PSU admins to not allow him on campus. These students, the SCDS, Student Committee for Defense and Solidarity, claim Kirk is racist and transphobic.
My name is Sophia Koch, and I'm here today with Penn State Network News covering an event on the Hub lawn. On one side, you can see Charlie Kirk and Turning Point USA speaking about their conservative ideals. On another side, you can see Penn State students protesting Charlie Kirk here on campus today and protesting what they believe Penn State is allowing to be hate speech.
He said a number of things, including the Civil Rights Act was the biggest mistake in American history. He said that contraceptives make women stupid. He said that trans people are mentally ill, and a number of just terrible things.
Charlie Kirk, great guy. He signed my chicken sandwich, as you can see here. I love the guy. Seems nice. You know, all of his content on TikTok, it's honestly very motivating and something I really support.
There was confusion during the event because Kirk started using a microphone and speakers, which the university shut down, saying that equipment was not authorized to use during daytime hours, although they did not shut down the event on the Hub lawn. Reporting in University Park, I'm Sophia Koch for PSN News.
No KKK, no fascist USA! Joe got dementia, Samad's not black, and Hunter's on crack. Tear it down, make it fall! Tear it down, make it fall!
On October 26, 2024, former President Donald J. Trump showed up to the Bryce Jordan Center here in Pennsylvania State University to host a rally.
We are here to support the greatest president of our generation, Donald J. Trump. This is the United States of America. Anything is possible. And I feel like under the MAHA agenda of obviously Donald J. Trump and our new reborn Republican Party, we're going to unleash that potential.
What do you think about Donald Trump coming here to State College?
I kind of disappointed by the man in general. Glad that he feels this is worthy of being visited.
Although I guess maybe letting people see his craziness up close and personal might help them to go the other way.
So yeah, I think it's a bit disruptive, but glad that he has the freedom to do so.
Before the Trump rally could start, protesters gathered outside expressing their strong opposition to former President Donald Trump's appearance at Penn State.
I bet your mother is so proud of you.
The demonstrators marched and chanted, highlighting their concerns and making their voices heard. Despite the commotion, the rally proceeded as planned. In conclusion, the Bryce Jordan Center was filled with political tension as both former President Donald Trump and Vice President Kamala Harris supporters gathered outside. Protesters expressed their strong opposition to former President Trump's visit, while his supporters demonstrated unwavering support for his campaign. Reporting in University Park, I'm Ariana Van Wiegend for PSN News.
All right, so we are coming to the end of our night, our live election coverage from here at the Race to 270. Things are getting interesting as numbers are coming in throughout the country. Polls are finally starting to come in from the West Coast. Things are looking, they're looking a bit to one side, I'll be honest with you.
Morgan, if you want to ask me what the most important state is, well, we're sitting in it right now. And
very much so.
We're actually one of the areas within that most important state that is very effective. Sean mentioned it, Center County going right now at the moment a little bit more red, but we could see that college vote come in and swing in the other direction. I feel like we might not know until noon tomorrow.
I really think it's going to take till late tomorrow because even the blue wall, like Michigan, Wisconsin, all Pennsylvania, all are still looking pretty tied even at what is going to happen.
Our friends in Nevada haven't even started yet.
I know. We have a lot to look forward to for this election. Things, are looking a certain way right now, but I think that could really change.
Absolutely, too. Yeah, and not only that, but we're also looking at the House and the Senate. It's looking like we could see a complete flip. Democrats are making a comeback in the House race. They're not quite ahead yet. They're still down by quite a bit of seats, but they're starting to build some momentum there with results. On the other side, the Republicans at the moment are closing in right now. The GOP may just have the Senate.
They might have it. And I think it's interesting. We have the first trans person in Congress after tonight. So things, again, Republicans totally have it, but there are some firsts happening like that.
And it's still early too. We saw it in 2020. We saw the Democratic vote get counted late. So that means that if you're a Democrat, it's not over yet. Hang tight. Stay tuned to the news. We're sorry we can't take you all the way there, but I can't say we didn't expect it.
No, I wasn't shocked when it's midnight and we don't know who's winning yet.
Absolutely. Yeah. Well, unfortunately, that is all that we have for tonight. 6 hours of coverage. It's been a long one. Ryan Lowy.
Morgan Supis.
We are so happy to have been able to brought you the Race to 270. We'll catch you next time.
Thank you.